Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 3 of the series. Chapter 131, An Astounding Retreat. Shock and horror passed through the minds of every single ruler of the demon world as they felt the death of yet another one of their peers, and in such a short instance at that. Yet another channel of communication was opened as the rulers congregated, and found the one to be missing was the one they all had immense trust in for the ability to keep themselves hidden and safe as they could disappear to the ends of the world at the slightest sign of trouble. There was only silence in the communication channel as an inviolable calm voice that was filled with wrath at the same time rang out. Pull out all forces from the beast world. There was another period of silence after the rulers heard this command. Nobody could raise an objection to it. Its will seemingly descending down across the vast worlds they were in. The voice rang out once again. Blacklist this world and add it to the list. It is not worth the losses to continue a battle with an enemy we do not know. The voice paused for a short moment before continuing, this time directed at a specific person that was also listening closely and seemingly about to erupt. I don't want to hear anything from you, Barbados. You've defied me long enough. Prepare your forces and be ready to descend to the lost world of Atlantis. The supreme treasure, the trident of Neptune, might be in our grasp in the coming months. Make haste. Humph. An arrogant huff filled with anger that seemed to be screaming, I told you so, was the only reply to come on the other end as the rest of the rulers remained quiet. The reality of losing two of their peers in this middle world in the corner of the universe gave them a shock, but a reminder at the same time. No matter how confident they were, there were always unexplained beings and mysteries that could take the lives of individuals as powerful as them. They didn't know which terrifying expert they had provoked, but it made no sense to continue sending their forces in a location where even more of them could face true death. The demons were arrogant, deceitful, and strong, but they knew when to pull back when they hit a tough wall. Not a single ruler in the communication channel defied the voice that spoke as they swallowed their anger and talked about how they would move thereafter. The voice that demanded the attention of all of the rulers that neither of them could go against was coming from the ruler that was ranked first in the demon world, the oppressive tyrant, Baal. Barbados sat on a throne made of bones in the center of a destroyed world. A dark miasmic air was floating around as she stood up and looked at her legions of undead that stretched for miles. Ferocious-looking skeletons holding jagged swords, deadly liches that could summon droves of zombies, and bone dragons were just among the many undead that she controlled. A dark light escaped from her hands, forming into a black pearl that shone its light towards the legions of undead around her. As if escaping in a black hole, all the powerful figures were sucked into this pearl as Barbados continued to move. She was furious at the old fool that always called the shots, but she couldn't defy him. Even with her terrible level of power, Baal still wasn't someone she could go against. She would have chosen to descend down into that beast world no matter how many treasures they had to use to bypass the laws that protected the middle world. As long as the world was lower level, universal laws would not allow powerful individuals vastly surpassing the level of power that is the peak for that world to descend. Otherwise, every single world would be taken over by the prime worlds by now. Yet, for huge worlds, it did not matter what level you were, as the laws were loose when it came to worlds where powerful figures roamed. This made it much easier to use weak pieces to travel across worlds. For someone like her to descend in a world that only had mythical beings at the peak, the cost was simply too much. So she would take this loss on this beast world that reduced the number of rulers of the demon world to 68, but she would definitely not leave it alone. Humph, expert huh? What need would there be for you to scurry around if you were such a high being? She wasn't convinced, so she would definitely move to act later. For now though, she would comply with the commands of the tyrant. The lost world of Atlantis, I haven't been to the sea in quite a while. Hoo, all right my darlings, let's go have some fun. Barbados waved her hands as the throes of undead disappeared into the black pearls in her hands. Anger and madness could be felt from her laughter, as the necromancer of chaos moved. Things were rapidly changing as huge movements began to occur with the demons at the center of the beast world. The demons that had been advancing this entire time began taking defensive positions and pulled back towards the center of the Draconic Kingdom. The unwilling demon kings looked at the world that they would have in doubt taken down in time as the command of retreat rang throughout their minds. There were just too many things they didn't know, with the enemy holding a power that directly countered them. It would mean senselessly throwing themselves to get killed if they continued to poke around in the north trying to find out just who held the power to cause a true death. Their losses were huge, so they would take them and try to recuperate for the time being. A congregation of essence was abundant around the Draconic Kingdom as red lights shined out, the forces of demons constantly reducing as they were transferred back to the demon world. The powerful demon king Asmodeus oversaw the retreat as he stood atop the head of the old ruler of the Draconic Kingdom and wildly released his power. The retreat was very quick and unexpected that even the mythical kingdom's forces had no time to move as they watched cautiously. When the day turned into night, only Asmodeus and a bone dragon were left standing at the center of Draconic Kingdom. Asmodeus looked around the lands he already had under his control, and thought about the ones he missed just because of this one incident. His heart was ablaze in flames just like all the other rulers about the death of two demon kings, but it seemed he was still too weak to do anything about it. A red light began to shine out from him that covered the entirety of his body, and the bony figure of the mythical undead dragon as the most powerful demon king in the beast world disappeared. Chapter 132, Baffling. An unexplainable sight had occurred as those watching the movements of forces around the continent found the demons making a hasty retreat towards the Draconic Kingdom. None of the mythical kingdoms moved their forces to attack as they followed cautiously, having learned their lesson of how wicked the demons could be. Yet, it didn't seem to be a plot as the moment dawn broke, golden light shone through the skies into the occupied Draconic Kingdom, showing an empty site with no demons to be seen. The beasts that had been enslaved in the surrounding lands found themselves waking up to find the people torturing them every day gone. Those that saw the retreat were even more baffled as they watched it happen. In the skies of the Draconic Kingdom, three powerful beings floated as they looked down at the destruction the demons left behind. It was a gloriously glowing blue turtle that had a wizened expression, a fiery red phoenix whose fire blazed across the skies, and a white tiger that had white shining for letting out a blinding light. They looked at the destruction the demons left behind as they moved their forces to multiple positions across the fallen kingdom. All they found left behind were destroyed spiritual lands and enslaved people that had already been broken. A process of long recovery would be needed, but their first actions would be to prevent something like this again. For an invasion like this to occur, a significant amount of time was needed for the powerful demons to establish the connection and break out of it. They would be manning every position they could see around the continent from now on, and at the slightest sign of a connection being made, erupt out. Their hearts were full of wrath against their enemies, but they were nowhere to be seen. I breathed heavily as I felt the excitement of taking down another demon king. This time it wasn't just from brute force, but something that took days to plan and many pieces to be in place before it occurred successfully. As the red light signifying the death of the demon shined out, I moved the explosion of items, cores, and what seemed like two powerfully glowing skill books into my storage pouch. RAAA. The epic beasts were looking around excitedly as they saw the fall of yet another powerful legendary being, their excitement still not coming as close as when they neared the snow vines, where the fruits crucial to their advancements were about to ripen. I moved out of the crater of toxic pools and frozen ice as the mangled body of a red-horned demon king made itself visible to me. Its head was perfectly nailed to the ground as it still had the expression of shock frozen on the face. I sent the beasts away from this location as there were many things that would occur after my actions, and I had to move fast. First and foremost, I instantly took out and absorbed the new skills appearing from the Demon King. It was only 2 skills this time around, but my smile grew wider as they were the things I wanted to get my hands on the most. Spatial travel. You become heavily proficient in space, being able to travel to any location you've previously seen. Shapeshifter. Not a single soul can distinguish between the different forms you take. The descriptions were concise and simple, and yet these skills were the thing I was aiming for that would allow me to make significant movements from now on. If I was a ferocious tiger prowling powerfully around with my nearly endless mana before, now I was actually given wings that would make me even more terrifying. Taking down Aureas would be one of the most crucial events that would propel many of the things moving forward. The demons would no doubt take a step back after this, having taken such tremendous losses they could have never expected from their invasion into one middle world. The powerful rulers that had their ranks in the top 10 of the demon world were terrifying to think about, but I wouldn't be meeting them anytime soon. What I would be doing though, is continue to completely disrupt their plans, and eventually bring about their own destruction. The beast world wasn't my enemy. The demons that pulled the strings and used the beasts here to massacre beings in another world would be the ones I would continue chasing until the ends of the universe. As for my actions towards the beast world from now on, I smiled at this thought as I looked at a blue crystal lying carefully in my storage pouch. I still had some time. Besides the 2 skills and cores, I was also able to get my hands on another, ruler's medal, for the region in the demon world that Aureus controlled, and another 2, power jewels, bringing my total to 3 and giving me many options to choose from which of my skills to enhance next. I put all of these aside for now as I sent a message to Adelaide that I might not be able to be reached for a day or 2 as I approached the body of the dead Demon King and activated Memory Plunderer. Aureus was a particularly interesting figure whose life should hold even more expansive memories than Gremory because of her unique skills. Her memories should be on the same level of rewards as the skills I gained from her. I prepared my head for the potential pain to come as the red light shined out, and a long film played out before me. This time around, the pain was not as excruciating as I watched the life of this Demon King without blacking out. The memories were spectacular to say the least, as each Demon King led their own life even though they had similar goals. This was especially so for Aureus, as I watched her do the vilest things in the most spectacular ways. Even more secrets opened themselves up to me as I continued to receive more of the memories. I could feel my excitement bubbling again as they continued to play, already seeing how I could use them to cause extreme mayhem and pandemonium for the demons. The process lasted a few hours as I gained something even more crucial than the powerful skills I had, and this was not exaggerating. I had to calm myself down as the memories of another being swirled around my head yet again, taking me another 2 hours before everything settled itself down and I found myself calm again. A smile bloomed on my face after this as I realized the many different paths I could take, but for now, I would do the one thing that will allow me to move forward. I knew that after the death of Aureus, the demons would be backed into a corner by their unknown enemy, with the only smart choice left for them being retreat. They would not stupidly rush headfirst into an environment where 2 of their people fell. This meant that my goal to disrupt the movements of demons in the beast world had effectively succeeded just by taking out 2 of them while playing a game that kept them in the dark. My objective for the beast world was actually achieved this way, propelled forward by many months and arduous battles from the use of the stolen memories, as well as the uniqueness of the system that allowed for the true death of demons that fell through my hands. I pulled out a glowing, plain crystal from my storage pouch and added mana into it, watching it float in front of me. These crystals were a unique material that allowed for the smooth transition between worlds and were not necessarily needed to travel across. But simplicity was always good to work with, as much more essence would be required to form a channel otherwise. Not that this was a worry to me. The crystal expanded and struck down into the ground of the frozen plateau's spiritual land, soon forming into a monolith similar to a dungeon. The monolith was blue in color, and continued to pulsate in a blue light that seemed to signal the arrival of something big. I moved back from this location as I prepared to move to another chapter of my journey, something inexplicably even more exciting than everything I had been experiencing as I watched the monolith grandly shine out before it exploded. When the light cleared, the air around me trembled as I looked at the new arrival. It was a girl with striking blue eyes and hair as white as snow that appeared. Chapter 133, An Anomaly. The instant the white-haired girl arrived into the spiritual land, the air continued to tremble and did not seem to stop. Her fair hands moved as if grasping something in the air, her blue eyes turning a blank shade of white as the trembling came to a stop, and a voice I had not come across before rang out in my head. "My little knight in shining armor, why did you bring your master here so soon?" The voice brought a surprise to me as I didn't expect to hear this tone from another entity so soon. The tone was similar to when I talked with the planetary core from my world, but holding a bit more emotions in its words. Before I could reply, the figure of Sophia, the person who had first sent me to the beast world, spoke. "The discussion can stay between me and you. I have a proposition." The words came out of her mouth in a bland tone as they rang out, the white in her eyes gradually fading and becoming blue again as she came towards me with a smile. "Hi, big brother, you moved fast." I smiled at this figure of an innocent-looking girl as the words of the 2 planetary cores faded away from my head. That's right, with the intrusion of Sophia into this world, I had effectively brought about the consciousness of another world into the beast world. Of the things that the planetary core shared with me, the fact that Sophia could stand as the representative first shook me, but I accepted it as a fact after seeing all the other fantastical things around me. My entrance into the beast world was to look for possible ways to disrupt the demons' plans, and causing the true death of 2 of their rulers did exactly just that. This unexpected development that came about after colliding with Gremory caused a vast acceleration and disrupted the ranks of demons heavily. As soon as this goal was accomplished, I expected the retreat of the demons who would not want the possibilities of even more losses. I could now move on to the next task that would not be too hard to handle once the first one was completed successfully. Every world had a consciousness, and the beast world knew of my intrusion and the intrusion of demons the same as how my own world's planetary core felt the intrusion of beasts that woke it from its slumber. They had influence in the way their world operated but were still restricted by universal laws where they couldn't directly intervene in many cases. The planetary core of my world, though, seemed to be bent on twisting and breaking as many laws as possible. I had never heard the voice of the beast world's core even while I was actively moving against beings she considered her enemies. The only time there was ever a semblance of a possible communication was the abnormal skills I continued to receive when I cleared a dungeon or obtained a spiritual land for the first time. Yet, the moment Sophia arrived in this world, I heard another world's voice right after. There were many things I still didn't understand, but I knew what the ultimate goal that the consciousness residing in Sophia's head had in mind. The world had taken a risk and successfully formed a connection with one of its inhabitants, granting it more leeway on just how much influence it had. Yet, it wanted a whole lot more than that. I felt my own weakness and took steps to get stronger so that I would never be put in that position again, and my homeworld was doing the same thing, but even more drastically. I didn't know how long the discussion between the two entities would take, so I smiled at Sophia and replied, "Let me show you around one of the unique treasures of this world while we wait." The world cores took their time, the entire process taking a few hours as I walked around the spiritual land with Sophia and showed her the abundant beasts and acres of bountiful magical produce. The snow vines were almost ready to harvest, which meant I could possibly stand a chance to upgrade the tier of the spiritual land soon. It all depended on whether the beasts that would consume them had the talent to break through to the next rank. I planted many fields of snow vines, so that the chances of success stood by more than 90%, but we would still have to see how things go. I was talking with Sophia when I felt the change, as the blue in her eyes faded and whiteness replaced them, a bland voice coming out right after. The talks were successful. We were able to rope in another contender that should boost our power by another level as soon as the process is successfully completed. I already had an inkling of what the planetary core was talking about, but I asked just to be sure, and the replies were as crazy as usual. Similarly to how the risk of forming a connection between the world and an individual was successful, why stop there? Dangerous words that would shock anybody that heard them came out, and they weren't done as even more continued. There are many worlds spanning this universe, and from the memories you've been obtaining, we've seen that lower worlds continue to be bullied and taken over. Yes. From Gremory and the recently deceased Aurea's memories, the many worlds they had been on and all of their experiences played out. The invasion that my world and the beast world faced would normally end badly for the natives and the world, which the invaders claiming victory and using the world and its people for their own uses a lot of the time. There were many worlds out there that were invaded by higher beings which sent powerhouses at the peak of the level of power in that world, the natives who were just learning what strength was eventually being defeated as time passed. This changed with the anomaly that was me. The gamble that my homeworld's core took to connect me to the world allowed for a reversal that would not have been possible in the position we were in. It allowed for the vast power of a world that could not be moved because of the many restrictions surrounding it to be accessible to a single individual. The lower worlds cannot fight back. It is not logical. It is not fair. The universe seems to be bent on rules and restrictions, and yet this unfairness is still present. Which means we have to find new ways for us to fight back, even if the risks are high. More and more emotions seemed to come out of the bland voice as the monologue continued, grand words that would be the beginning of something world-changing continuing to ring out. At the center of all of this is you. The next step that should be less risky if sufficient time is placed, is to form another channel with this current world. If it fails, it will cause a destabilizing effect on both worlds, and we could see the deaths of the beings in each world by the billions. If it succeeds, it sets us up on a path on no return, where the only option is destruction, or coming out as victors that would never again be bullied by higher worlds. Yes. This was the ultimate goal of the planetary core when I was sent to the beast world. If I could use my power to successfully push out invaders that were massacring the world's inhabitants and showed the world just what possibilities lay in my power, there would never be a fear of invaders appearing and causing mayhem in the world again. The planetary core had succeeded in convincing the beast world to undertake the risky plan, and now even crazier things were about to occur. I have calculated the countless possibilities, and the chance of success is high as long as a significant enough time is given to this task. When it does succeed though, it will not be just one world you have access to the mana reserves of. You will be the sword that countless small worlds will depend on as we fight back, for we have been bullied for too long. Chapter 134, Home. Words filled with conviction and strength continued to come out of the mouth of the system as the planetary core talked with me for the first time in a while. Much of the topic this time around revolved around the memories that allowed us to see the grander picture all around us, and the different ways to move forward from now. I still had a few events to finish in the Frozen Kingdom before I began moving to another phase of this adventure. There were two paths for me to take after this, and I was pondering on just which one to take. The memories from the hundreds of years old Demon Kings were actually the biggest prize to receive so far, and they're showing two very clear ways to move forward, but I can't decide on the path to choose. I was weighing the risks and rewards, and maybe I just needed a push from someone else before taking the leap. Yes. The two best possibilities are heading to the demon world, or to the lost world of Atlantis where powerful demons and other beings are congregating to look for a supreme treasure. Atlantis will be much riskier, as the levels of power are extremely high, but the rewards are that much higher. From the memories of the Demon Kings, I knew many of the hidden secrets, especially the recently plundered Aureas who had even more spectacular ones. One of the main objectives of the rulers of the demon world currently was to obtain the supreme treasure in the lost world of Atlantis, the Trident of Neptune. This meant many powerful demon kings and demon lords would be running rampant in that large world, and their power levels were nothing to scoff at. It would be much riskier, but as long as I clashed with the demons and killed them, I would continue to obtain the ruler's medals from them that gave me direct authority over the demon world even without having gone there. As long as I continue collecting these medals, along with the possibility of obtaining something even more spectacular in this large world, Atlantis was the better path to take for now. The lost world of Atlantis, a dangerous light passed through my eyes as I pondered the time when I would descend in that world and disrupt the plans of demons yet again. Some time passed as ideas were thrown back and forth, and I asked about how the world I left behind some time ago was doing. Hunters from all over the Blessed Empire and United Federation were doing their best to advance through the ranks by combining their skills. Kazuhiko and Steel Mikhail had already obtained their first epic skill from combination, allowing them to lead the world forward in strength once more. Other hunters were closing in as time passed, but there was a slight delay as a few days back, many dungeons the hunters had been diving in became permanently destroyed as the demons stopped providing any more essence to replenish the origins of the beasts in the dungeons. This caused the slow process across the world where the dungeons that were always shining orange or red gradually became light blue until they exploded. A new set of system to increase the hunter's strength needed to be introduced. The hunter's rise in power will only get faster, as I will be instituting dungeons similarly to the ones in the beast world. I have absorbed enough essence from beasts and demons that you've killed to recreate versions of them into these new dungeons. The beings in the beast world would also benefit from the same system of skills that you've been used to after the new connection is established successfully. There were many things being looked at ahead of time as the planetary core continued to strategize and introduce new ways to bolster the strength of everything it was connected to. I thought about going back myself just to see some of the faces I had been around briefly when I began this adventure, but shook my head with a smile as I looked forward to moving in the next direction. The most powerful hunters in my homeworld were already at epic rank, and I was only touching the bounds of legendary. We still had a long way to go before we could be considered somewhat strong in this wide universe. I would go back and look at everyone else after I've accomplished something even more spectacular. The day after all of these events finished spectacularly, having taken down another demon king and even starting with grander plans that involved multiple worlds. Tomorrow would be another eventful day where the coronation of a certain princess was occurring. I had already begun leaving my footprint behind in the Frozen Kingdom, and still wanted to see just how far the calculating princess could go in expanding the kingdom. Someone of her caliber wasn't too bad to have at the helm as one of the people leading the masses of people in the future. My homeworld and the beast world still needed competent leaders, and acting as the individual to choose them was an exciting role, to say the least. As things continued to occur in the background, the morning of the next day was celebratory as masses of people gathered around the kingdom and especially so around the snowy peak, where a grand coronation was taking place. The coronation came with the news of the retreat of demons, confirming the actions I thought would occur after the true death of yet another ruler of the demon world. There were too many things they didn't know, and could not continue to risk the lives of more of their people to an enemy they had no information about. I smiled as I found the success of my plans while I watched the ceremony taking place. Adelaide chose to stay in the peak she had been occupying, leaving her father to remain on the king's crown. All she wanted was authority, and now she was receiving it. After this, one can only imagine how rapidly the Frozen Kingdom can develop. Important figures were standing in a large hall in the manor located in the middle of Snowy Peak as they watched King Rourke pass down a symbolic crown on Adelaide's head. The moment the crown touched her head, a boisterous voice from one of the epic commanders rang out. "Respects to the Queen. Respects to the Queen." Whoa! Cheers and exclamations rose out from all beings in the Frozen Kingdom as they watched their old king move to the back and prop up the new queen. Even with the old king not making it an option for the people, almost everyone unanimously went along with the anointment, as the person being made ruler was the one to rescue them miraculously from a famine, cutting it off before it could even spread. With power like this, they saw their lands only heading in the right direction thereafter. The nobles and knights found themselves kneeling down towards the new ruler, as a new chapter began for the Frozen Kingdom. The new queen looked at her father with thankfulness as she looked at the people below her. Humans and beastmen were kneeling on the ground submitting themselves to her, and yet she didn't feel any exhilaration. There was just one person she wanted to see and enjoy the company of right now, as her intuition was giving her a foreboding feeling. She had just given her aid in detecting a demon king and contributing to her downfall, with the continent receiving the news of a retreat soon after that. She was smart and knew there should have been a link to these two rapid events, realizing the esteemed sir had most likely done something even more incredible that she had no idea about. With the retreat of demons, as well as the plans for the expansion of the kingdom with the bountiful explosion of the agricultural sector, she should be feeling great and looking forward into the future. So then, why was she experiencing a feeling as if she was about to lose something? Chapter 135, A King in the Shadows. There were still many things to be done, and I was looking forward to something spectacular tomorrow, where I would get the chance to see the next tier of a spiritual land. The snow vines had fully matured and ripened yesterday, and there was an abundant amount that many of the beasts could consume because of the effects of budding farmer. The fruits were specially made to raise the ranks of the beasts on the spiritual land, and their effects were apparent. Just on the past day when their consumption and absorption began, the Emperor Penguin was the first to successfully advance to legendary after consuming multiple fruits from the snow vines. His figure became slightly larger and more compact with the advancement, the sleek fur on his body becoming even glossier as the arrogant air returned. His origin was injured beforehand, and yet he was still the one to advance towards the next rank first. His attitude aside, I was happy about this as the more talented beasts like him appeared, the faster I could upgrade the spiritual land after meeting the requirements. One of the requirements that was about to be met was the advancement of beasts born in the spiritual land to become legendary. 5 beasts had to undergo this transformation before the first condition was met. As for the second condition, I smiled as I thought about it and heard movement from the large hall that was boisterous with celebration. It was now a few hours after the coronation that I watched in the dark while I was veiled. The celebration would continue throughout the night, but the new queen rose from the throngs of nobles and stepped out from the hall while being led by an epic guard. Adelaide's own rank should be raised soon enough as I'd already given her access to an abundant amount of epic cores, sacred rye, and even the fruits from the snow vine that were much less effective on beings not born in the spiritual land. The queen's face had slight delight showing as I heard her voice ring out silently beside my ear. "Esteemed sir, if you would please follow me." The guards were left behind as the queen entered her grandiose room with the excuse of resting. The shadow guards took their hidden positions as the newly instituted epic guard stood in front of the closed doors. My figure flashed into the grandiose room, being met with the sight of the icy queen who seemed to have a complicated expression on her face. I feel like I've achieved something, and yet at the same time I'm feeling something else I cannot explain. She seemed to be thinking about many things as she spoke, her gaze landing on my calm figure and becoming even troubled. She seemed to have made up her mind as she moved with a brave face and kneeled down towards me. I can't shake this feeling, but there is still something that I can do. I was about to tell her to rise up for what seemed like the 3rd or 4th time as she had done this before, when her next actions threw me a curveball. Her white hands reached behind her and unclasped the grandiose white dress she wore. It slid down her body as she looked up at me with conviction in her eyes. My king. In the spiritual land, a powerful Emperor Penguin, with his beak raised high, was overseeing the advancement of his brothers. The long, white mamba was coiling around itself as its body pulsed a white light, its breakthrough imminent after absorbing so many of the blue-gold fruits from the snow vines. These fruits were multiple times better to these beasts born in the spiritual land than even cores of the next level. Normally, they would be extremely rare. For them to obtain, as close to 8 months were needed before they matured and ripened. Even when they did, their output was extremely low. Yet, Budding Farmer had thrown all of this logic down the drain. There was an abundance of the fruits now growing in glistening blue and gold all over Frozen Plateau spiritual land, where the epic beasts had their pick with the permission of their master, and even the leaders that were rank S received their own share. The sleek penguin observed this unbelievable growth that should have never been possible, even with all the possibilities of the spiritual land. He looked at the white mamba, winged spider, and many other beasts that were trying their best to put their experience to use and break through to the next rank after absorbing treasures specifically catered to them. Maybe his master wasn't too bad after all. A scene that would shock many was playing itself out in a grand room where barriers preventing peering eyes were erected. A young woman was laying her head on the chest of a man and tracing the protruding lines from the chest to the abdominal muscles as her crystal eyes seemed clouded. "You're not staying, are you?" Instinctively, Adelaide had seemed to understand what the foreboding feeling she continued to have was. Everything seemed to be on the right track, with the invaders retreating and their kingdom headed for extreme growth and expansion. Yet, when thinking about the men whose hands made all of this possible, where did he fit in all of this right now? Would he stay, enjoy, and revel on the rewards of the things he had accomplished? Adelaide had been around him for many days these past few weeks, and somewhat understood his mindset, even if it was just a bit. The man in question heard the words as his eyes stared into the ceiling, not knowing exactly what to say. "I'll still come by. There are just too many things to be done, and even those that retreated from the fight right now did just that, only a retreat. The threat still exists." There was a period of silence as the girl just continued to trace the lines of muscle. "You could always just stay. Relax and kick back. Watch as the thing you've just begun creating bloom into something beautiful. I haven't even given you the empire I promised, much less the world." Noah gave a mysterious smile at these words as he replied. "I'm relaxing now, and that's enough for me. I'll see if I can relax like this every now and then when I find the time." The night was long, with many people spending it thinking about the future while not fully living in the present. Early morning of the next day, something magical was happening in the skies of the Frozen Kingdom. In the middle of the 4 peaks floating in the sky, a 5th one had appeared. Those knowledgeable would be able to recognize this peak as the Sky Peak nest that had disappeared mysteriously some time ago, while others just watched in shock at the appearance of it. It seemed to be glowing in shades of white and blue as boundless essence began congregating in the skies. In the center of the spiritual land, Noah was looking at the 5th beast that was successfully promoted to the legendary tiers by consuming and absorbing the inordinate amount of fruits from the snow vines. The process had only taken the span of a few days, but they achieved the stupendous results of the rise of 5 legendary powerhouses. This number was shocking, as there were still 10 other epic beasts on the Frozen Plateau spiritual land that had consumed the same treasures and might have the talent to break through soon enough, not to mention the rank S leaders that were trying their best to achieve the same result. If you took into account the strength of someone like Demon King Gremory, who was ranked 56 among the rulers of the demon world, and held the power equivalent to 3 legendary beings with his unique skill, you would become even more astounded by the treasure that was the spiritual land. It could give rise to powerhouses like this, but it was normally never as explosive. The unfair skill that was, Budding Farmer, made it possible for this event that defied the norms and created 5 legendary beings in a few days. Yes, these were the beasts that had the top talent in their level and just needed the stimulus and energy to break through. Yes, maybe there won't be others as talented that would rise as fast as they did. But, that was still the genuine advancement of 5 legendary beasts. It would still give a shock at the speed in which it was achieved. Beside the suave, Emperor Penguin, and deadly, White Mamba, the winged spider, Snow Leopard, and a winged, golden eagle, that was among the epic beasts to not participate in the trial of supremacy, all stood proudly as they looked around the spiritual land that seemed to be trembling in excitement. The first requirement in order to upgrade to the next tier of the spiritual land was now met. 5 beasts born from the land itself had risen to the legendary rank. Now came the second requirement. This requirement was one that evaded many beasts and caused their spiritual lands to be stuck at the second level for many years. It was a requirement dependent on the master of the spiritual land, as it was not only the beasts born in it that should be strong, but also its master. Simply, the second requirement needed the owner of the spiritual land to be powerful enough and have a large reserve of mana that many in the legendary stage struggled to have in order to catalyze the transformation of the next tier. A light laugh escaped Noah's mouth as he couldn't help but raise his hands into the air and watch the explosion of essence around him. The figure of Sophia could be seen standing serenely by his side as she watched the show in fascination. Noah looked around him excitedly as he waited to see what surprises this unique treasure of the beast world would provide for him in the future. It gave him an unscratchable itch of wanting to look for even more unique treasures across the many worlds out there. He thought of his tremendously risky destination that was the lost world of Atlantis where he would go to next. It was a world where many powerhouses from multiple origins descended in as they all looked for this large world's supreme treasure, the Trident of Neptune. From the memories of the two demon kings he had plundered, the one that stood atop all the demons in the demon world was also in this world, searching and bolstering his forces. At the thought of an oppressively powerful being that was his enemy, Noah's heart palpitated in excitement, many thoughts and ideas passing through his mind as he watched the birth of a third-tier spiritual land, and the new functions it would unlock. Chapter 136, Tier 3 Spiritual Land. The congregation of essence in the skies of the frozen kingdom was palpitating as the old king and many others looked at the appearance of this large floating landmass with caution. The sight of the queen standing calmly surrounded by her epic guard on Snowy Peak calmed many as a message came across soon after for none of them to worry. The scene in front of them was spectacular, to say the least, as they looked at this floating landmass that was pulsating with light as if it wanted to expand. The mixtures of blue and white roiled around the spiritual land as the transformation continued. The beasts in the frozen plateau spiritual land were moving excitedly as they watched the upgrade of the next tier occur, the congregation of mana allowing for the birth of new beasts to be visible to the naked. Noah was observing the constantly changing panel under spiritual land management as he observed the continuing process. The catalysis from him had occurred, and all that was left now was to wait as the process completed itself. Essence continued to congregate as the panel under the unique skill changed, and soon enough on the section that listed the tier of the spiritual land, the number 3 appeared. A blinding blue and while light resplendently shone all around at the completion of the process, as a brand new spiritual land stood in the skies. The size was only slightly larger, but it seemed to give a sense of pressure as it towered over the heads of the beings below it. The beasts cheered as their home gained an upgrade, which meant they would have even more chances to increase their strength in the future with the passage of time. Noah looked at the spiritual land management panel expectantly while observing the changes around him. Frozen Plateau 3. Beasts, FXXX, EXXX, D24, 650, C 9432, B 5436, A 465, S 85, Epic 15, Legendary 5. Plants, Whitefall trees, Snow vine, Sacred rye. Available for planting, Icefire persimmon, Pygmy melon. Features, size regulation, unlocked, movement, unlocked, anchor, unlocked, boost surroundings, unlocked, architecture, unlocked, frozen barrier, unlocked, offensive maneuvers, locked, at hashtag, email protected, %, locked, time dilation, locked, email protected, hashtag dollar, locked. 3 new features had been unlocked with the upgrade of the Frozen Plateau spiritual land. Noah looked at the one he had been eyeing when he chose to let the upgrade happen in the center of the Frozen Kingdom. It was a feature that seemed straightforward, simply being, boost surroundings. So what effect did it have on the surroundings? A tremendous amount of mana coursed through Noah's body as he clicked on the feature in the panel, his figure flashing away from the inner parts of the spiritual land and appearing higher in the skies to watch the transformation. The blue and white light that had just died down began shining brightly again, this time going around to encompass the 4 peaks around it, as well as a portion of the frozen kingdom below. The blue and white light went around every nook and corner of affected lands, leaving a new environment as it receded back into the spiritual land soon after. The people felt the land they were in begin to feel much different as the air became easier to breathe in and they could feel a denser collection of essence surrounding them. On the many acres of land spread out around the kingdom, the produce yet to be harvested shined ever so brighter as even the land seemed to be affected by boost surroundings. Noah watched the results of the wide buff that seemed to cover thousands of miles as he became shocked at the effects of a spiritual land once more. This feature that increased the concentration of essence around its surroundings would remain active over time, only reducing in its effectiveness after around 2 months. Adelaide was surrounded by guards that were looking around them dumbfoundedly. She had thought she couldn't be any more surprised, but it seemed she continued to be wrong. Beside the amazement and wonder that she felt, there was still a tinge of sadness, as this seemed to be a goodbye gift, even if the goodbye would be short and he would be back sometime soon. In the skies, Noah's figure flashed away and reappeared in the inner parts of the spiritual land after observing the effects of boost surroundings. The next feature he was itching to try was architecture. Another plain name, but he would undoubtedly be surprised at what it did. Clicking on this feature expanded it to give a wide array of options for what the user of the spiritual land management wanted to do. When it said architecture, it really did mean just that. Grand buildings that could be seen all across the Frozen Kingdom were showing themselves in a blue holographic format, but those were not the only thing. skyscr.a.p.airs, houses, and other modern buildings that were definitely not from the Beast world were also possible as options to choose from, giving a wide array of choices on what to do. Besides these, were also classical and Gothic architecture he had only seen in his homeworld in the past. There were many possibilities, but he started with a simple one first, and selected a modern home that you would only find the extremely rich be able to afford and play with. The selection of the hologram caused essence to roil in the air as on the snowy land of the spiritual land, a structure was being erected. The soil, trees, and everything around it seemed to be used as they faded into particles of light, and something new that was visible to the naked eye was forming. Noah watched in amazement as an elegant and sophisticated modern home built itself in front of his eyes. The house had 3 levels and seemed to be made of mostly reinforced glass and concrete. The land around it became leveled as small, white fall trees, seemingly rearranged and surrounded the house elegantly. It felt like he had returned back into an old time as he flashed near the door of the house and went in. There was a cool air flowing in the house as a symmetrical formation of luxury fluffy leather couches were in the living room. A rectangular structure was elevated as it had blue flames waving beautifully atop it, giving the room a serene look. There was a simple styled kitchen shining smoothly in another section of the house, showing a large fridge and other structures you would normally not see in a world like this. On the second level, there were multiple rooms with large beds that seemed to scream softness, each room having its own private balcony with reinforced glass surrounding it. On the third level was a wider expanse of rooms, as a glass pool was presently covering more than half of this topmost floor. The pool had steam and bubbles dancing off of the clear water as it invited people to come and enjoy. Noah looked at this astounding sight around him as he realized he had yet to understand just how ridiculous the management skill and the spiritual land he held could be. Chapter 137, Advancing. There were still many things yet to be checked out as the ones that were looked at continued to bring more and more surprises. There were new plants that would undoubtedly have even more spectacular effects to look at, as well as the third feature that was unlocked, the frozen barrier. It seemed like a significant amount of time would have to be given just to play around with architecture, but that could wait for later. Noah wanted to check one last feature before he began moving towards the next steps laid out in his mind. He clicked on the last feature, frozen barrier, as he felt the congregation of essence erupt yet again. This time around, it formed into runic sigils that appeared in a circular formation around the spiritual land. The blue sigils shone and had complex lines connecting and running around, coming all together to form a huge net that covered the entirety of the spiritual land that was larger than a city. When every single runic sigil connected, a transparent blue shield formed over the spiritual land. It shone a light blue light all around as it made the floating landmass look even more magnificent. This frozen barrier was a feature of the spiritual land that allowed a protective barrier that defended against most attacks from those at the legendary stage. If you were to hide like a turtle in a shell in your spiritual land, the barrier would only be broken through when attacks continued to rain down until the reserves of energy being used to maintain it rang out. Noah watched the strong barrier surrounding him, and then observed after 1 minute as it began to fade. It was a barrier that was powerful enough to block attacks from legendary beings as long as mana was provided. It would not come without its restrictions. The frozen barrier could only be activated once every 24 hours, and it provided ultimate defense against the spiritual land's invaders for an entire minute before the runic sigils faded away for another use 24 hours later. Noah smiled at this stupendous defense as his eyes moved to the legendary beasts around the spiritual land. They were at their happiest now and moved around with vigor. He would put them to work as soon as he began moving. He would check out the other new things later as his hands reached towards the spiritual land once again, this time using size regulation, as the grandiose floating landmass became small with speed visible to the naked eye. The landmass shrunk down until it could be placed on the palm of his hands, as the hidden Noah, who was only visible as a blinding light towards a certain queen, used anchor to attach the spiritual land to himself. He then moved with excitement as he activated a new skill which would become one of his main cards to propel him even further as time passed: spatial travel. The unique skill was an upgraded teleport, essentially, just much better with a whole lot less restrictions. The unique thing about the skill was that it allowed you to transfer to a place that you had seen. As long as you had been to any place and seen it, you could go back to it as you wished. The further the distance you wanted to travel, the more mana you needed before the skill could be activated to bring you to the position you had in your head. The skill made it possible for Aureus to do many crazy things, with one of them being traveling across the worlds she had been to as she wished. She bypassed the making and using of plain crystals to go across worlds and simply used her skill to get there, and now Noah would be doing the same. He had a light smile on his face as he thought back to an area he was in not too long ago. Blinding red light flashed as the unique skill, spatial travel, was activated, and Noah's figure flashed away. Just as it had appeared, the floating landmass disappeared from the skies of the frozen kingdom. The only thing it left behind was the boosted environment that had a higher concentration of essence, as well as the amazement and dumbfoundedness of those that saw it. The 4 peaks in the land that was affected by the buff shone brilliantly. The old king looked towards his kingdom as he felt a semblance of peace, while the newly anointed queen looked into the skies with a sad expression. Noah had talked about all of these events and how he would start moving soon. After that he would be able to come back routinely to check how things were going. There would not be any approaching enemies anytime soon, and in the case there was any he promised to come back in a blink of an eye. But if there wasn't any danger to save them from, when would he actually take the time to come back? Would it be a week, month, or even more? She recalled the many epic cores and a few legendary cores he had left for her to do as she saw fit. The expression of the new queen had a tinge of sadness as these thoughts passed through her. The shadow guard, Knight, was observing her lady with a complicated expression as she found the one she served to be showing more and more emotions she had never seen before. Especially today, what had happened to give her an air that made her seem like a brand new woman. Her questions wouldn't be answered, as the truth was something that wasn't even an option in her head. She knew very little of the movements of the esteemed sir, but the miraculous event that just happened now was definitely through his hands. Now, when would they see him again? At the same time as these thoughts passed through the mind of this shadow guard, a fiery red light was crossing the skies towards the frozen kingdom from another location in the continent. That imperial phoenix that Noah had come across and provided the help that allowed him to obtain the spiritual land was coming to check just how this human had progressed, as well as understand his clash with the demon king and how it was connected with the retreat of demons from their world. There were many questions passing through her head, but they would not be getting answers anytime soon as the person she was looking for had just disappeared from the beast world. A flash of red light, and Noah's first spatial travel across 2 worlds from the use of a skill had occurred. He appeared in the skies of the small village that was surrounded by a light barrier that protected them from many things in the outside world. Landing on the ground, Sophia's figure flashed out from the spiritual land as she looked at her home with a smile. "Big brother, how much time will you spend here?" "Here." The here she was talking about wasn't just the mountain and village they were on, but the world they stood on. "Not too long. There are still many things to do, and I can't waste it needlessly." There were a few people he actually wanted to see. The confident Kazuhiko that was now epic ranked, the woman that was taking charge of a small city where he came to prominence, and the stout man with a spear that stood as the protector of the empire. "I'll give a few people a visit some other time. Before the journey to the lost world starts, I will just give a little help to their lands." The spectacular sight of him traveling across worlds with a skill had just finished, and he was about to move with the spiritual land to boost the environments of the places where most humans congregated to increase their power. Chapter 138, A landmass appears above skyscr.a.p.airs. It was a bustling day as usual in the Blessed Empire, and today it was bustling even more as a momentous event occurred. After days where almost all the dungeons in the world began breaking down permanently, in the last 24 hours, new ones had begun appearing. Hunters and governments had been gravely worried that the rate at which they increased their strength would drastically reduce without the constant supply of cores, skills, and items, but their worries did not last too long. A few days after the initial panic, huge monoliths began appearing around the world once more. The monoliths were different than the ones they had been used to, as they appeared black and did not have a change in color over time. They never would have thought that they would be happy at the sight of dungeons, but people moved eagerly after these new ones appeared. They worked differently compared to the old ones, and the hunters would learn more about their secrets as time went on. The bustling day today was interrupted by the appearance of something nobody could have guessed in their wildest dreams. Above the skies of the small city in the periphery of the Blessed Empire, a floating landmass that entirely blocked the skies appeared. The landmass caused surprise and panic on many hunters as they thought an unexpected attack had arrived yet again, and they were preparing themselves as they watched a blue light expanding from the landmass. The light went on to cover every nook and cranny of the small city, lasting for a few seconds as the people in it began feeling the air around them change. A dense collection of essence was swirling around the city, and amazing scenes could be seen playing out. In one location, a child that was on a swing set found himself thrown in the air as he used too much force, and surprisingly landed on the ground unharmed as he began to feel unknown strength coursing through him. A status panel appeared on his eyes soon after, as he stupendously realized he had somehow awakened. Those that had some talent and luck found themselves with a status panel appearing in front of their eyes as many people underwent their awakening to become hunters all over the city, the converging essence being a catalyst for such a surprising event. The veteran hunters found themselves being able to move faster and easier as if they were constantly receiving a buff from the air around them. They moved ecstatically as they stared at the landmass blocking the sky. A top hunter and admiral in Star City who held multiple S+ skills and was now a peak rank S, Elizabeth, was looking stupidly at the floating landmass as the air around her continued to change. She watched with surprise as just as it had appeared, the landmass began shrinking rapidly before it disappeared in the blink of an eye. She thought that she felt a gaze land on her in an instant from the disappearing landmass as she shook her head in confusion. Clear skies returned as things returned to normal, but the city itself had experienced a huge change. This scene repeated itself many times over the areas of the Blessed Empire where most people were congregated, as a magically floating spiritual land appeared and disappeared, leaving behind a changed environment where the essence had become increasingly dense. This process was already happening naturally as the world continued to grow, and the levels of essence in the air would sooner or later reach a similar level as that of the beast world. But just like how the lands in the Frozen Kingdom benefited from boost environment, the cities around the empire that experienced the same thing benefited even more. When the spiritual land appeared in the skies of the capital, Steel Mikhail stood proudly in the air, two spears rotating around him as the air crackled with power. He felt the changing of the air as the newly appeared landmass continued to release a blue light that covered everything. His mind shifted to a certain man that had left not too long ago, was it even just over a month? Had he obtained something this spectacular so quickly? Mikhail thought of H's own power as he looked up to see the floating landmass disappearing. He was somewhat glad that the person inside of it did not come down. He felt ashamed as he thought he was strong enough when he combined his skills to gain the power of epic rank, but it seemed he was still far behind that man who was chasing their enemies who knew where. Steel Mikhail felt the air around him that seemed to open up his pores and fill him with strength as his sight turned to the large monolith which appeared at the center of the empire a few days ago. The monolith was ranked to be an epic rank dungeon, and even now it was not fully explored. He would prepare his team and dive down into this dungeon over the coming weeks, training his skills as much as he could and increasing his strength. He could not lag behind someone that was fighting for all them too much. He knew his role as the protector, but was slightly envious of the things outside this world he hadn't yet gotten a chance to see. When would the chance come in the future for him to explore the unknown places out there? Many countries in the United Federation found themselves experiencing a similar occurrence with the floating landmass. The event would later be termed simply as a worldwide buff as many places experienced elevated levels of essence that caused the awakening and strengthening of many individuals. With the advent of new dungeons that were not undergoing dungeon breaks if they weren't constantly cleared, along with this new occurrence, the hopes of the humans were extremely high. A surprising sight had played itself out in the United Federation when the floating landmass first appeared, where its top hunter, Kazuhiko, bolted into the skies trying to reach it. Hey hey hey! His screams rang out in the skies as he stood on a katana surrounded by darkness which was propelling him further into the skies. He didn't care for the dense essence filling the air as he bolted towards the landmass at even faster speeds. He found it to be shrinking as he neared it, seemingly about to escape his grasp. Hey! His figure flew even faster as he tried to reach it before it disappeared, but it flashed away, and so did his figure. This was the first case that people noticed and talked about later, where a hunter had reached and gone inside the floating landmass. It continued to appear and disappear all over the countries that held a significant amount of people in the next hour, where the figure of Kazuhiko also flashed out as the last country was covered by the blue light. Hunters and governments would call and ask Kazuhiko exactly what he saw in the floating landmass when he reappeared, but the reckless hunter didn't give any answers. People only found him to be diving into the newly appeared dungeons with even more and more vigor, occasionally screaming out how he wanted to see demi-humans and own his own land. Chapter 139, The Lost World. The frozen plateau spiritual land appeared in the skies of the hidden village once again, where Noah was sighing exasperatedly at the guy that chased after the spiritual land. He saw the amazing things on it and asked about the place Noah had gone to, his eyes flaring as he wanted to go there himself. This was something that would be easily possible with time, so he was told to wait some more as he got stronger. Power at the epic rank would not be too big a deal in places that had mythical monsters. The advancement of his and Steel Mikhail's strength would be under the eyes of Sophia from now, as they were about to come in contact with their benefactor sometime in the future. Noah breathed out in relaxation after having spent the inordinate amount of time teleporting across the two superpowers as he used the boost environment feature of the spiritual land. This allowed for the increased rate of strengthening for the hunters in his homeworld. His eyes were now looking at a whole other location as he finished talking with Sophia in the hidden village. Many plans and possibilities were discussed with the system, also known as the planetary core, as the next location was decided. Something wondrous was about to occur, as another usage of the memories obtained from the Demon Kings was going to happen. The unique skill obtained from Aureas allowed the user to travel to any location they had seen before. This was the description of the skill, plain and simple. So then what about places and locations you have seen from the plundered memories of your enemies? Memories usually remained with the person that experienced them. They could talk about them or explain them to others, but they were theirs to keep. The skill, Memory Plunderer, allowed Noah to take the memories of his enemies and experience them as if they were his own. This naturally meant that through the memories from Gremory and Aureas, he had seen many locations and places. This coincided with the spectacular unique skill that allowed for spatial travel to any location you had seen before, as the combination brought about something that would normally never be possible. Noah smiled as he looked at the particular memories of the lost world of Atlantis that Aureas had descended in before. This was a large world, one level higher than the beast world, and had the besieging of many beings from multiple origins. The reason the Atlantis has the words Lost World attached to it was because of its uniqueness. The inhabitants of Atlantis were so technologically and magically advanced that they created something from the combination of technology and magic which allowed them to shield and hide their world from being located. This was something that would rarely be found across the universe, thus the large world gained the title of Lost. Over the years though, beings that wanted the technology and treasures in Atlantis did not give up, and used their own mystical means to locate and find the appetizing world. The demon world was among those that succeeded in getting the coordinates of the lost world of Atlantis. With the unique skill that Aureas held, they were never able to lose sight of it again, as whenever the Atlanteans activated their terrifying technology that moved their world and hid to a different location, Aureas could still use her unique skill to go back into the world she had already been to and seen. Their coordinates were thus always in the hands of the demons. In this world, there were many things that Noah would come across, but there were a few things he was paying attention to. First and foremost was the demons running around in the world, the unique treasures and even possibly the supreme treasure that everyone was searching for, as well as the beings from other worlds besides the demons that would undoubtedly be looking for the same things in Atlantis. Everything seemed to be in order as the spiritual land was safely anchored to Noah's body, the preparations fully complete for this next stage of the journey. Sophia stood outside the hidden village as her eyes flashed shades of white and blue, becoming a face filled with conviction that would soon return to an innocent one as the seconds passed. Left with her were some legendary focus cores and various epic cores that she could use any way she wanted. Whether to be given to the protectors of this world or used to first strengthen the body where true consciousness resided was up to her. Noah looked through the memories obtained from Aureas about the lost world as he closed his eyes and chose the starting location. The unique skill, spatial travel, was activated as a tremendous amount of mana was consumed to fuel this travel across the universe into a world that was tucked away in mystery. His figure disappeared in a flash of red light, heading to unknown lands where many things awaited. Today's combined skills. Pierce plus Executor's Speed, A plus Piercing Speed. Flight plus Instant Transfer, A plus Warp Flight. Regal Archer's Eyes plus Sense Heat Source, A plus Searching Thermal Sight. Immutable Regeneration plus Paladin's Blessing, S Blessed Regeneration. Arctic Zone plus Pursuing Infernal Lightning, S Pursuing Spirit of Ice and Flames. Devastation plus Aura of the Demented, Epic Hellish Descent. Windborne plus Hidden Endeavor, Epic Auralus. Vitality, 431. Strength, 437. Skills, F, E, D, C, B, A, Recorder, 100, Language Comprehension, 100, Lion's Roar, 100, Silent Communication, 100, Cook, 59. A plus : Relegator's Spear, 100, Water King's Skin, 100, Piercing Speed, 1, Warp Flight, 1, Searching Thermal Sight, 1. S, Enfeeble, 100, Phoenix Arrow, 1, Shield Slam, 8, Budding Farmer, 71, Ricocheting Shield, 1, Bear's Fighting Style, 1, Archer's Gamble, 1, Smoldering Sword Strike, 100, Earthen Spears, 100, Thought Acceleration, 100, Crisis Avoidance, 100, Illusory Cover, 100, Blessed Regeneration, 1, Pursuing Spirit of Ice and Flames, 1. S plus : Draconic Armor, 99. Epic, Corrupted Sword Saints Incarnation, 91, Iceberg, 89, Absolute 0-92, Bone Spears, 88, Bear Emperor's Fur, 91, Life Steal, 89, Teleport, 95, Arctic Breath, 87, Summon Holy Blight, 98, Hellish Descent, 1, Auralus, 1. Legendary, Corrupted Sigil of Hegemony, 68, Demon King's Hockey, 55, Memory Plunderer, 5. Unique, Spiritual Land Management, Primal Conjurer, Spatial Travel, Shapeshift. Chapter 140, Atlantean. A flash of red light, brief darkness, and then a shining blue light stretching itself across the horizon. The process of arriving in the lost world of Atlantis was that fast with the use of spatial travel. It felt as if Noah had just strolled from one corner of the land to another, but it was actually across many stars before arriving at a place in Orias's memory. He opened his eyes to a clear blue sky, and even clearer blue colors below him as the sea moved by. Every single corner of the skies that he turned to all showed a vast array of the body of water stretching across the horizon. There were calm waves moving by as almost all life could be sensed in the sea. Noah knew he was looking at the wrong places as he smiled and activated another unique skill, Shapeshifter. The painful sound of bones and the human structure being changed rang out as the body he had always been used to rapidly began changing. The process was quick, which cut the pain short and allowed for a rapid transformation to occur. His body changed and soon became the depiction of something he had seen among the many memories, one of the native species of this lost world that was known as the Atlantean. They were an interesting species, having a body similar to that of humans, but with extra features that adapt under the heavy pressure of the sea and the amphibious characteristics that allowed them to breathe underwater. Of course, someone of the legendary rank would not have trouble surviving underwater due to the lack of oxygen with the power they held, but this change to become an Atlantean was not for the purpose of just adapting to the sea. Noah felt his new body that seemed to match everything he had seen in the memories, from the general outlook to their soft and moist skin all over his body. Not too much had changed with his body, the only thing vastly different was the golden hair that replaced the dark one he had been born with. He felt the actual physiological changes when his body began sinking into the sea. A feeling of likeness entered his mind the moment he touched the water, as he sunk completely into the sea and opened his eyes to a brand new world. He was looking at the wrong places when he stared in the skies as he arrived, and now, he was beginning to see the fantastical sight of the world teeming with life. All sorts of organisms he hadn't seen before were visible as Noah used the recently combined, searching thermal sight, to quickly locate many of the beings around him. The cold-blooded organisms that took the temperatures of their surroundings were still clearly visible to him with the use of this skill. With a single thought, the skill allowed his eyes to hone in on the direction and being he was thinking of. On this surface layer where he was in, he could only see many organisms with the characteristics of fish swimming around. Their bodies glimmered as their colorful scales whizzed by, their speed being something you don't normally see. If he wanted to get the chance to see more important things, he had to go much deeper into the sea. A smile appeared on Noah's face as he felt the comfortableness of being underwater with the body of an Atlantean. Under the water, he opened his mouth to hear words and sounds coming out with no problems, the vibrations of his voice traveling in the water as if he was in the air. Even if his voice could not be heard, he still had silent communication, to imitate one of the traits of Atlanteans that he would no doubt come across soon. The Atlantean species was loved by the sea, and they received boosts in their power whenever they fought in their natural habitat. Noah had no problem adapting to the new body as he began moving around using warp flight. With this combined skill, he could fly while at the same time transferring around nearby locations as he chose, the speed even faster than before. Having gotten used to the new feeling and seeing breathing come to him even easier than when he was in the air, Noah's figure barreled down deeper into the sea, very keen to meet the inhabitants and fully start his journey. He used his skills to actively sense for and look as he dived deeper and deeper, the first location already laid out in his mind. In the vast sea, a few nautical miles away from a city that was known as Liquinia, a brutal scene was playing itself out. 3 Atlanteans were surrounding another species that was native to the Lost World, known as the merfolk. There was a clear distinction between Atlanteans and merfolk, with the latter having the lower half of a fish most of the time. This time, a particular merman was injured and continued to take heavy hits from the Atlanteans around him, a gruff voice ringing out from the leader. "You should not have followed us, Sud. Our employer is very thorough, and does not allow any mistakes." "I am sorry." The Atlantean with golden hair seemed sorry as his apathetic voice rang out, the green trident in his hands shining with a black light as it went towards the chest of the merman. It sank in with little resistance as Sud, the merman, looked at his friend in shock. "Suntus. We grew up together, why collude with GUH?" Painful words came out as bright green neon blood dyed the sea, with a dying sound from the merman coming out in the end as the one that he considered a friend twisted the trident in his chest and took his life. The cruel look remained on the Atlantean's face as he pulled out the trident and swung it to the side. He was about to tell the 2 beside him to take care of the body when another voice rang out before his. "Wow, I chance upon murder as the first thing I see." The voice seemed to contain calm and curiousness, turning the face of the Atlantean grim as without even giving a single second to understand who just appeared, a command left his mind and entered the minds of the 2 beside him. "Attack!" The command rang out in their heads, and in the next second, there were 3 Atlanteans hoisting green tridents as their figures bolted where the voice was coming from. Water rapidly rotated around them as their speed increased, nearing the position of the voice in an instant. The tridents glowed green as they waited to hear the sound of flesh being pierced. A sound did come, but not the one they expected. Swoosh! A terrifying feeling overcame the 3 Atlanteans as they felt their tridents hit nothing, and a second after began seeing green blood flowing out of them as it quickly froze over. The area around them had become enclosed in ice as a long blade passed through each of their bodies and took their lives. Absolute Zero had a killer effect in the sea as it stopped the movement of anything in its range while the long blade being wielded sliced apart the rank Atlanteans as if they were nothing. The curious voice that had come upon the scene of murder rang out once again. "Now, what stories will your memories tell?" Chapter 141, Liquinia. Liquinia. One of the cities that was in the euphotic zone where sunlight could still reach. The city was teeming with all sorts of life around it, as at its center was a large bubble that repelled any water from coming in. This was a city where Atlanteans held control. In their history, it was mentioned that Atlanteans were originally those from the human race, but after spending a significant amount of time in the sea, they adapted to living there. The curious thing was that for a majority of the cities they controlled, there were many areas where they used their technology to create pockets of air where many of the old human activities were carried out. Their counterpart, merfolk, preferred the sea in its entirety. Their cities were fully wrapped around in the water as this was their natural home. Noah gazed at the city of Liquinia and curiously observed the new things around him. He saw a futuristic city full of lights, with multiple vehicles that looked like the most terrifyingly weaponized submarines docked around the city. The buildings were a mixture of Gothic architecture and the most futuristic additions you could imagine, with some tall skyscr.a.p.airs created spectacularly that it seemed like Jenga blocks were just stacked together. Atlanteans and merfolk floated around the perimeters with glistening tridents in their hands as they went in and out. This was the city where the 3 Atlanteans he had just taken down were from. From the memories he obtained, They were under the employment of the same beings he was chasing, where they were in contact with a subdivision of a legion under a demon king. The demons were already actively moving around the lost world of Atlantis and forming connections with the locals, turning those with weaker hearts against their own people already. When the three traitors who had just killed their friend without batting an eye died, they also provided a few more things besides the memories. Low-level telepathy, you can send your thoughts to those near you. The distance is limited. Aquatic adaptation, the sea is your home, your speed and maneuverability are increased whenever in the water. Footman's trident, a trident that those with slight distinguishment use for battle. The gifts were 2 skills and the tridents that the 3 rank S Atlanteans were using. The telepathy skill was one that many beings living in the sea had and used, while aquatic adaptation just went to further increase the ease of moving around in the water. Using the skill, it felt even easier while swimming across, as Noah arrived near the underwater city that had large tubes that made their way in and out of the pockets of the city that were filled with air. Memories of the city and its happenings swirled around his head as he found the first step to take. There was already a general idea of how he should move in this world, and the Atlanteans' memories provided an in-depth path that would allow Noah to follow the path laid out in advance while also being able to join the ranks of beings that held actual power in this world. To do this, an identity had to be obtained, and it couldn't be of the rank S Atlanteans he had just taken down. That power would not be able to put any dents in the larger picture. Yet, an easy way to obtain an identity presented itself, as currently, a test was being held in the city of Liquinia to choose which champions to send to the center of the lost world, the city lying in the deepest parts of the sea, Atlantis. As the city that held the name of the entire world, it was the grandiose location that was the center of control for this world. Getting there, though, was a headache for many. This was because the deeper you went under the sea, you would be faced with powerful deep-sea creatures that swarmed and killed Atlanteans and merfolk for lunch. The sea was wide and large, covering a majority of the world. It bore many species of powerful creatures that hunted in its waters, and there were a tremendous amount of them. The only pockets of protection were the ones provided by the world itself, where cities like Liquinia and Atlantis were surrounded by the sea's blessing. The sea's blessing was an area of protection that surrounded many underwater cities for quite a distance, giving them a safe environment to move in. The moment you left the area of protection, though, you might just become food for the many monstrous deep-sea creatures prowling the deeper waters. The city of Atlantis that was the central location of this world was in the deepest parts where the most powerful of creatures ran amok, and yet it was where Atlanteans and merfolk prospered the most. The futuristic look present in the city of Liquinia seemed advanced, but it could not compare with the things to be found in Atlantis. To get in this city, an identity was needed, and the one of a champion was the best possible one. Noah moved past the gorgeous-looking submarines and Atlanteans wielding sharp tridents as his figure swam towards a seabed where many figures were gathered. A mock fight was already occurring as powerful shock waves were transmitted through the water. 2 Atlanteans were practicing gleefully as their figures twisted and turned. Overseeing the mock fight was a merman holding a shining green trident, along with a neon armor that wrapped all over his body. Even without sensing his power, any knowledgeable being living in this wide sea would know the identity of someone who wore this type of armor. In the order of power, they were blue, neon, and then gold. The armors were pieces of Atlantean technology that were given only to the most powerful, providing further boosts in their fighting power. They corresponded with epic, legendary, and mythical for the beings that wore them. The merman floating stably over the seabed was letting out a powerful aura of legendary rank, the neon armor extenuating it even more. Noah knew the customs from all the obtained memories, so he neared the powerful merman and stopped a few meters before him, bringing the trident in his hands towards his chest and voicing out loudly. "Neon Commander. I would like to take the trial of champions." The voice powerfully reverberated out, catching the attention of the onlookers as they began whistling. "Haha, we have another critter who wants to descend the heavens in one step. Hey, look at that shining confidence in his eyes. Maybe he's a future champion that's about to trek through the dangerous waters towards Atlantis." Many shouts and murmurings erupted out as the Neon Commander stared at Noah, a telepathic method being sent out right after. "Your life could be in jeopardy during the trial, as I will not be holding back." The legendary commander was smart, first starting the communication with telepathy, an ability that was only common with Atlanteans and merfolk. In the case Noah was something else, he would be found out right away. A light smile appeared on his lips as low-level telepathy was used, answering the question of the Neon Commander. "I would expect no less to earn the title of champion. Light twinkled in the eyes of the legendary merman as the message registered, and frighteningly white sharp teeth spread out as his mouth curved into a brutal smile. Good, come. Chapter 142, Champion. In the city of Liquinia, on an artificial seabed beside the bustling underwater sh.i.p.s and exquisite buildings, a battle was taking place to decide if an Atlantean was worthy of the title of champion. Those who gained this title earned the right to trek the dangerous journey to the sea's depths to Atlantis, where an even grander stage would be waiting for them. The Neon Commander was taking the test seriously, using all his power as the water around him vibrated and became hotter. The shining trident in his hands lit up even more as green rays shot out and went towards Noah. There were a variety of skills to counter the deadly green rays from the trident of this powerful legendary merman, and Demon King's Haki was activated first. The sea around the entire area trembled as those around felt themselves sinking lower, the merman feeling the brunt of the force as he felt a crushing weight falling onto him, turning his face serious. Demon King's Haki was followed by a skill that heavily boosted Noah's speed and damage, while strictly tying up the enemy's movement and defenses. The blue runic sigil that was inlaid with red lines spread out to cover both the legendary beings, the merfolk on the other end feeling even more pressure. Next up was a skill that directly countered the deadly green rays rushing forward and the bubbling heat that continued to emanate from the Neon Commander. It was Arctic Breath. Noah's mouth opened as destructive ice elements condensed, forming into a wide ray of ice shooting outwards. The breath let out a droning sound as it smashed into the green rays and dissipated them, reaching the body of the Neon Commander as everything around them became frozen. A laugh rang out from the merman encased in ice, as his surroundings began to shatter and become hot once again. He moved even more vigorously towards Noah, the fun seemingly just beginning. Hammerhead's Delight. A spectacular skill was cast as the merman pointed his trident forward and shouted, the water around him solidifying and beginning to form into a dangerous creature only seen in some of the deepest waters of the sea. The outline of a powerful hammerhead shark encased the merman as he rushed forward like a missile towards Noah's position. Noah smiled brilliantly at the new types of skills he was experiencing as he used his first combined epic skill. After being boosted by a legendary skill that was even further enhanced by the demon's power jewel, the epic skill neared if not fully had the damage of a legendary ranked 1. Hellish Descent was cast as a red light began to spread out around his body. The light expanded rapidly and broke apart, forming into multiple dense circles that pulsated and let out vibrations in the water. The figure of the transparent hammerhead shark neared as the dark red circles shined, before they let out blistering rays of molten flames and lightning. They looked like the most destructive lasers as more and more dark red origins formed which continued to let out damaging rays of flames and lightning, affecting the entire area as arcs of electricity spread out and the water rose far past the boiling point. The rays of lightning and flames pierced into the encased figure of the hammerhead shark, leaving multiple simmering holes that destabilized the illusory figure and caused it to break apart. An impact that pushed the two individuals back resounded, the merfolk and Atlanteans in the surroundings hoisting their tridents and cheering at this spectacular battle. Woo! The Neon Commander had blistering hot spots on his shining armor as he looked at Noah with expectant eyes, waving the trident forward and calming down the sea. Good. You have the qualifications of a champion. His words showed goodwill as they had found yet another powerful Atlantean to reinforce their power against the swarming enemies. A small green gem with the shape of a trident appeared in his hands and floated towards Noah. This is the champion's trident that will be recognized the moment you near Atlantis. It will act as a guide and allow you safe passage, as well as the opportunity to participate in something extremely rewarding. The sharp teeth on the merman expanded out with a smile as his hands reached up and grasped, a pulling force coming out that sucked an anglerfish that was swimming more than a nautical mile away into his hands. His sharp teeth shone in the clear waters as he bit down and took away huge chunks from the fish's body, a bloody sight spreading out. All you have to do now is take the journey to the depths of the sea, pass through regions of blistering lava and flames, escape from killer whales and vampire squids, and hope you never come face to face with the slumbering kraken. Boisterous laughter resounded from the merfolk brutally biting into the flesh and bones of the anglerfish, as all others around him laughed and enjoyed the sight of a new champion being appointed. Noah looked at the new culture and behavior he was observing as his eyes shined at the mention of the powerful deep-sea creatures. Just what type of skills would they drop? He grabbed the small green trident-shaped gem and put it away, nodding respectfully towards the Neon Commander he had just gone up against and moved away. A few Atlanteans and merfolk were already swimming over to mingle, but he acted the part of the loner and neared one of the many tubes that made their way into the city of Liquinia. There were doors on both sides of the areas where a bubble covered a few miles. Atlanteans could be seen walking around these pockets of air as if they were normal humans, only the golden hair on each of their heads being distinct. The entire city of Liquinia was proportioned half and half into areas that were fully covered in the sea, with other areas surrounded by bubbles that kept out the water and allowed the powerful Atlanteans to walk through. Noah looked at the futuristic city, at the connecting tubes that SN.A.K.E.D across the area and the weaponized SH.I.P.S and submarines around him as he entered one of the tubes and came inside one of the protected bubbles. The archaic and yet futuristic buildings made themselves clear as he left the water and tasted air again. There was a sense of wonder at how the inhabitants of this world so seamlessly mixed technology and magic, as he could see levitating square rides that Atlanteans got on and off of. It was something to do with the concept of magnetism and mana, with the Atlanteans working to combine theories of sciences and the use of essence to make levitating rides as well as modify the SH.I.P.S and submarines he had seen outside into the weaponized forms they had. A new world filled with different sights opened itself up to Noah's eyes. Chapter 143, Relaxing Amidst Turmoil. Noah used an hour to walk around the city of Liquinia to enjoy the sights of Atlanteans and technologies he had only seen in the stolen memories. Rides that were levitating off the ground, colorfully designed buildings, and most interestingly of all, the advanced weaponry. The guards in the city of Liquinia could be seen walking around with guns that pulsed with a blue light. These were laser guns that were deadly to anything below rank S, and could injure those in the epic rank if they weren't careful enough. There were many things that Noah could do to explore one of the first underwater cities, but he had achieved his goal of obtaining the identity that would allow him entry into Atlantis. Now, he could do something that he was looking forward to doing for the past few hours. A smile appeared on his face as he thought about the memories from the dead Atlanteans he obtained not too long ago. They showcased the location where they met with the subdivision of a demon legion, where an epic commander was taking the lead. It would be a nice end to the first day if he could take out a portion of the first demon legion he had come across in this world. As for the demon king that stood at the top of this one he would find out in time. His figure walked among the throngs of people as multiple hiding skills were activated, his robust Atlantean disguise becoming thin and disappearing from everyone's eyes as he then activated spatial travel. The location was outside a large underwater cave that was expertly hidden. No movements could be seen on the outside, but the searching thermal eyes showed multiple beings moving in the air-filled underwater cave. The location wasn't too deep, and the demons had made this one of their hideouts as they began communicating with Atlanteans and merfolk. The strongest demon in this group was epic rank, so Noah didn't waste any time with tricks and would go forward with brute force. With enough speed and precision, the demons wouldn't even know what hit them before they fell. He liked doing things in a grandiose fashion though, so he began with a cast of Corrupted Sigil of Hegemony, to heavily boost his power, with the addition of Absolute Zero, that quickly encased the sea around him in ice. In the next instant, Hellish Descent was cast repeatedly as vibrating circles that would shoot out molten flame and lightning lasers spread around the underwater cave in its entirety. A passive look was on Noah's face as he continued to cast the skill, not initiating the shooting of the molten flames and lightning just yet as more and more of the dark balls were lined around the entire cave. Searching thermal eyes kept track of all the demons walking around the cave as the command was finally given, and hell descended. ZZZZZZZOOOM. Multiple sharp sounds of concentrated lasers of fire and lightning shot out and pierced through the cave walls, piercing into the hundreds of demons CLU.S. Tiered in the cave without mercy. A thin layer of ice covered these lasers of flames and lightning as they struck. Ah! Screams could be heard as they felt this unexpected attack which took their lives in the next instant. It didn't matter if they were rank A or S, as even the most powerful epic commander died at the lasers that skewered the cave and the beings in it from all locations. A few seconds passed, and not a single being remained alive in the cave. A division of a demon legion in the lost world had thus fallen like this, unexpectedly and without mercy. The impassive look remained on Noah's face as he went into the destroyed cave to do what he enjoyed doing the most nowadays, obtain some memories. A traitorous Atlantean led him to a division of a demon legion, where would the epic commander's memory of this division lead him to? The process of collecting the loot and memories from the dead didn't take too long, and Noah was done with it in a few minutes. He didn't go back to the city of Liquinia, and transferred himself into the spiritual land that was anchored to his equipment all this time to go through the new gains. The miniaturized spiritual land acted like its own little world, nothing affecting its working even when he had been moving underwater. He transferred himself into the modern house he practiced with building first as his facial structure and body changed to that of his old self. He had moved around the lost world of Atlantis today and learned a great deal of things not found in Gremory or Orias's memory, and he had to digest the many gains he received before he began heading towards the city at the center of this world. The goal there could only be achieved with the entrance of using the title of champion, and the rewards would be something spectacular. His body returned to normal as he opened the glass door of the only house in the frozen plateau spiritual land and went inside. He was met with a surprising scene as on the soft couches beside the elevated rectangular fireplace where blue flames were flickering, a miniaturized sleek penguin had its feet up as its body sank into the couch, its face one of contentment. The Emperor Penguin now had the power of legendary rank, and could easily perform something as changing the size of its body. But, what made it so bold as to do what it was doing currently? It seemed to have sensed Noah's entrance as its eyes switched from laziness to full alert, rising up from the couch, its beady eyes stared blankly at him as if it was caught doing something that should have never been seen. Noah shook his head at this peculiar penguin and left it be as he was in a good mood currently. The sleek penguin looked at the figure of Noah that moved up the stairs, craning to see as soon as he was gone and sinking back on the luxurious couch with its beak raised high. Noah went to the topmost floor of the expensive-looking house and took off his clothes, putting himself in water again as he relaxed in the bubbling hot and steaming pool on the third floor. He began going through the gains of the demons eradicated today, as he found an epic skill from the commander that was worthy of mentioning. Chains of Lightning binds any beings on the same rank as the skill with fearful lightning for as long as the energy is provided. It was a binding type skill that seemed extremely suited to him, as his eyes lit up at the description. He had many skills that he had to continue rising the proficiency of and combine. The spiritual land provided the perfect space for that. He enjoyed the bubbling and steaming pool a bit longer before he would force himself to go to the underground area of the spiritual land to practice his skills. This time around, it would be even more fun as he would have partners to go against him. A smile lit up on Noah's face as he thought of the arrogant legendary penguin that decided to laze around today, as well as the other 4 beasts of the same rank. They would make great opponents to test out against and become even more familiar with his new skills as he also increased their proficiency. Chapter 144, Journeying to the Depths. Arf. Painful screams were ringing out at an unknown location beneath the sea. There was darkness all around, except for wisps of green light that seemed to be spread out by the hundreds of thousands for miles. The one screaming out painfully was a robust Atlantean that had multiple bone spears nailing him to the seabed. He was stretched like a starfish as some bone spears pierced his palms and others passed through his ankles. A golden armor lay carefully beside the Atlantean. This was an Atlantean with a golden armor, meaning he was a mythical ranked being. Yet, screams continued to resound from him as a small figure moved around beside him. I've cut off any ability for you to move, leaving behind only the sensation of pain. Her words rang out calmly as if talking about the most casual thing. Pain is actually a very interesting thing that allows us to get to the core of the truth. She finished her words as she bent down, a sharp bone spear dripping with blood in her hands as it moved towards the face of the mythic Atlantean. It stood an inch away from their right eye, shining menacingly as the being lying down could not even move a muscle to prevent its descent. Splutch. A sound of a pop could be heard as dark energy spread out from the sharp bone spear and burst apart the soft right eye. Brutal screams continued to resound, as an apologetic tone rang out from the small figure doing all this. Whoops, I was supposed to ask a question before doing that. Oh well, you still have another eye. The bone spear in her hands moved from the destroyed eye where pus had begun leaking as it went to the other side. Where is the trident of Neptune located? The painful screams from the Atlantean stopped just for a second as this question was heard, and the remaining eye that could barely make any movement focused on the woman voicing it out. It actually seemed like a teenager dressed in gothic black dress, yet the voice that came out was that of a woman. The Atlantean looked at the apathetic eyes that seemed like bottomless holes as an unnatural laugh began to leave his barely moving lips. The laughs were filled with pain, but seemed to carry a mocking tone at the woman holding the sharp bone spear above his remaining eye. Ah, you have a sense of loyalty, huh? Very well. The one with the voice of a grown woman but the body of a teenager rose up, the dark bone spear disappearing as the black light around her intensified. I must tell you, I've dabbled a little in life and death, and can easily regenerate your lost limbs and organs. Whenever you feel like you're on the edge of death, I'll pull you back to life. The dark light around her intensified as the green wisps that were surrounding them on the seabed floor for miles shined brighter. The wisps of glowing lights began moving up and down, making a thrumming sound as their master prepared a painful game. The wisps of light were the eyes of hundreds of thousands of undead, their power spreading out across the waters unhindered. The soft hands of Barbados, the necromancer of chaos, glowed with the dark light as they neared the body of the Atlantean yet again. If it so happens that you cannot hang on to life anymore, well, then there is a glorious death with years of service waiting for you on the other side. A wicked smile gleefully spread out on her face as the screams resumed even louder. A high-speed battle was taking place as 5 legendary beasts were surrounding and throwing attacks at a huge demonic incarnation that swung around a sharp sword with endless vigor. Dense circles that shot out concentrated flames and lightning would occasionally appear, as even larger icebergs fell from above every now and then. The powerful attacks caused mayhem and pandemonium as Noah practiced against 5 legendary beasts all at once. Attacks continued to land on him as he was pushed back. When the fight began, he could only defend and stop the 5 beasts from tearing apart the incarnation. As the fight carried on for longer and his attacks began to land on the 5 beasts, Life Steal effectively dispelled all the damage as it healed the instant it was dealt. The epic Holy Blight remained summoned and stood by the side, not joining the battle with its thousands of defiled corpses it controlled as Noah took on the beasts alone. It was great practice to be matched against 5 legendary beasts, going a long way to hone his fighting skills while also allowing him to spam all his skills to increase their proficiency. Whenever Corrupted Sigil of Hegemony finished its cooldown, the 5 beasts would find themselves taking a beating for the next 30 seconds before retaliated the time after that. A sleek, Emperor Penguin seemed to be filled with vigor as its flippers shining with a silver light struck out. Its body would appear and disappear randomly on all sides as very dangerous attacks flew out of its flippers. They seemed like silvery blades of light, and yet their damage was greater than the skills similar to the other beasts mostly using the ice element. Rah! 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 The fight continued for a few hours, the eventual winner being Noah. After being pummeled to the ground by the beasts for hours, they finally lost their juice near the end while he could still continue to cast skills at the same rate with no issues. A sulking penguin could be seen becoming smaller in size as his beak pointed down and his body flashed away. Noah breathed out slowly as he could feel his tiredness spreading out through him. The beasts were not a joke, and he was glad that even more of them were on their way. Among the remaining epic beasts that had begun consuming the fruits from the snow vine, a few more were almost near the point of breakthrough and it would just take some more time. This finally made him get around to checking the new plants available after the spiritual land became Tier 3. Corrupted Sword Saint's Incarnation plus Bear Emperor's Fur, Epic plus Fiendish Sword Beast Transformation. Arctic Breath plus Bone Spears, Epic plus a Storm of Ice and Bones. Chapter 145, Journeying to the Depths 2. The spiritual land was looking more and more different as Noah spent more time using the unique skill, Spiritual Land Management, to plant and design even more things. On the side of designing, when he checked the panel of the unique skill under the feature of Architecture, he was surprised to find that the advanced futuristic designs he saw in the city of Liquinia were now added amongst the things he could choose. Now he had designs that were common in 3 worlds he could play around with. He felt like he went back in time when he was playing computer games that allowed you to build cities and kingdoms. The one good thing was that he didn't have to wait long periods of time for the buildings in the spiritual land to finish. On the snowy location outside where he built the advanced modern house with luxury amenities, he began building new things around it. Taverns and inns commonly seen in the Beast World had popped up, their designs instantly showing the large contrast against the modern house in the center. When the large buildings he saw in the city of Liquinia also appeared, the mismatch became even greater as a complex air began to emanate from the very different architecture. He was just having fun with the things he could do, so he continued to play around with it. On the other side was the planting of fantastical things that would go towards boosting the strength of the beasts born in the spiritual land and bring about a possibility for the next upgrade of this unique treasure of the beast world. Icefire Persimmon, a treasure that rarely grows and ripens, needing a specialized environment and care. A perfect fusion of two elements is contained within, allowing for the beings that consume them an easy path of breakthrough to the next rank. Effects severely reduced for beings not born in the frozen plateau spiritual land. Time until maturity, 1 year. Pygmy melon, good for the body and soul. Heals injuries and reduces stress. Even the best healing potions lose when it comes to their effectiveness. Time until maturity, 2 months. The additions of new things to plant was a welcome one, as it provided new avenues for increasing the strength of the beasts in the spiritual land even more. The beasts were still consuming large amounts of the fruits from the snow vines and the sacred rye, which had been causing an explosion of advancements as Moran-S became epic, and a new legendary beast could appear any day now. The main factor in all of this is if they had the talent for it. After spamming budding farmer on the newly planted acres, there was a change to the maturation of the new plants similar to the old ones. Icefire persimmon, time until maturity, 3 weeks. Pygmy melons, time until maturity, 4 days. The skill continued to be one of the biggest rule breakers so far, continuing the trend of reducing more than a year that was required for magical fruits to grow and ripen to just under 3 weeks. Noah's finished designing the new buildings and planting the many empty plots of land in the frozen plateau, heavily changing how the spiritual land looked from before. As time passed, the change would become more and more prominent, and he didn't even know how it would look a few weeks from now. Once this was finished, his journey to the city of Atlantis could begin. After receiving the champion's trident, he had effectively received a key, and didn't have to remain in the city of Liquinia. The key acted as a GPS, pointing him towards the direction to the grand city below. Many Atlanteans or merfolk with the title of champion ventured out to the dark waters when they were ready. Some would fall to the unexpectedly powerful creatures they come across, others would be lucky and powerful enough to get past the deep and reach the magical city at the bottom. Even though Atlantis laid at the deepest parts of the sea, their expansive strength and technology allowed them to move around unhindered even after they came out of the area where the sea's blessing was applied. Noah reappeared in the cave where he massacred a squadron of demons. He knew that nobody would be alerted anytime soon about their deaths. The burnt and destroyed bodies lying around didn't make him flinch as he moved out. He had obtained even more memories, and the hideout of multiple demon squadrons, as well as the location of the demon lord moving around in the nearby waters. A ruler of the 29th rank, Demon Lord Astaroth. This was particularly powerful, even stronger than Asmodeus, who was leading the charge against the beast world. He had strength nearing the peak of mythical rank, and his power was terrible to think about. Noah wouldn't be going near him or other rulers anytime soon though. The reason was that the moment they clashed, it would either be their deaths or his. If true deaths began to occur once again this early, the demons would group up and go in hiding, becoming even harder to kill. A vicious smile was on Noah's face as a plan to corner and kill demon kings and demon lords en masse had already formed. He had many memories that allowed him to know the identity and locations of many legendary ranked demon kings he could ambush and kill. But he didn't just want a small piece of a pie, he wanted the whole damn cake. If he acted with the power he had now, he might be able to kill 1 or 2 more rulers before they become completely spooked and swarm together in the demon world. If he waited and acted later when his power was much higher, he could move even faster and take down even more. But there was nothing stopping him from taking down their minions that did not have the same ability to resurrect like them. They would face disruptions and be left to grind their teeth in anger searching for the identity of the one moving against them and taking down their forces, but they would find no respite or answers. As things stood now, his power didn't even reach someone of the 29th rank who stood powerfully in the mythical rank. Now, the way to increase his own power rapidly. This was one of the goals for coming to the lost world of Atlantis. Besides possibly getting his hands on the supreme treasure of this world, which required him to be much more powerful than he was now to even contend for it, the other main goal was the many deep-sea creatures roaming the seas. Oria's exploration memories of the lost world showed her dying multiple times to mythical ranked creatures when she went too deep into the sea. She would come back as good as new in a few months to continue her exploration and be met with even more different levels of creatures. The plan was to go slowly and catch multiple legendary creatures on the way to Atlantis, before possibly matching against a mythical ranked one with the help of all of his forces. This was another boost the spiritual land provided, and he couldn't wait to use the beasts in it to gang up on something of the next. His body physiology soon became that of the golden-haired Atlantean as the journey to the depth of the sea began. Chapter 146, A Group from Another World. With the direction set, the adventure began as an Atlantean fearlessly charged to the deeper waters of the sea. Everything around him was dark and gloomy, with the occasional oversized fish swimming by without a worry. Noah met a variety of sea creatures as he continued to dive deeper and deeper into the endless waters of the lost world while following the signal of the champion's trident. Among the fish he came across, their strengths varied from large groups of fish that were letting out power that was seemingly rank FC, with the groups becoming smaller as they individually increased in power. After going down for a few hours and meeting a few creatures that would be considered bosses or leaders that drop skill books, he came across his first legendary opponent. The creature was hostile as soon as it saw him, jets of water propelling it forward at extreme speeds. Its figure matched that of a black dragonfish, but it was much larger with even sharper teeth. It took the appearance of a long eel that was more than 10 meters long, with sharp spikes coming out from its body. It was an ugly thing to look at. Noah observed the new attacker with enthusiasm as it rushed through the water at high speeds, starting off by putting extreme pressure on it with Demon King's Hockey. The straight line the dragonfish was rushing in faltered as the pressure descended, causing its wide jaws packed with sharp teeth to swing below Noah's Atlantean body. The unique skill, Primal Conjurer, was used as two legendary Dullahans appeared on either side of the dragonfish. The undead horses with headless knights situated on top of them felt no discomfort in the water as green light and smoke spread out. WAAA. A droning sound was let out as green spears appeared in the hands of the two headless knights and struck down into the body of the legendary dragonfish. The scales were dented as it began to bleed, and Noah wasn't far behind as he activated Corrupted Sigil of Hegemony, and then cast one of his first Epic Plus skills from Skill Combination. Any plus skills and those gained from combination were skills not normally seen, and they had spectacular effects as usual. An example was the Holy Blight that controlled bodies of the dead at epic rank. If it continued to be raised up through combinations, who knew just how crazy it would become? The skill cast after the runic sigil became active was the combination of Arctic Breath and Bone Spears, a storm of ice and bones. Vroom. A terrifying sound rang out as the water around them trembled. The dragonfish held down against the two Dullahans felt a threat of death appear as the environment quickly began to freeze over, and a destructive storm began brewing in the water. Hundreds of deathly spears encased in destructive and unstable ice elements appeared while spinning rapidly. The spears caused ice to form around the water as they went to strike down towards the body of the dragonfish. Before they even arrived, rays of cold light shot out from them to pierce their target first, and then the cold bone spears arrived themselves to skewer the enemy. Spulch. Deathly throes could be heard as the storm of icy bone spears that shot out cold rays of light pierced in and out of the body of the dragonfish. Noah was casting it multiple times as he watched a glacier forming in the water, the storm of ice and bones, continuing to rain down destruction as deathly green spears also landed on the poor fish from the Dullahans. The legendary ranked deep-sea creature that he came across in the Lost World fell down like this. It had no time to breathe as it was swarmed by two legendary primal spirits, as well as someone even more frightening. Multiple cores, a skill book, and an item appeared in Noah's storage pouch as he went to check them out enthusiastically. Whirlpool, draw in your enemies in a rapidly rotating storm of water that will shred the weak to flesh and bones. Deep Sea Armor, a heavy scale armor capable of alleviating all pressures under the sea while completely protecting its wearer. The skill was spectacular by itself as Noah learned it right away while putting on his first legendary piece of armor. A sleek black armor that seemed to suck in the water around it appeared on his body, making him look more and more like a dweller of the sea. He moved the large dead body of the dragonfish into the spiritual land, with the plan of cutting it up and making something for himself later. He hadn't had a chance to enjoy his own cooking for a while. He continued down the sea with even more vigor as he looked forward to another appearance of a similar beast that would add on to his legendary skill collection. More than an hour passed as the journey down continued, and vibrations could be felt emanating up front, signifying a battle was occurring. The power of the vibration was nothing to scoff at, making Noah adopt a serious face as his body became fully wrapped in covert skills. He went forward and used Searching Thermal Eyes, as a sight a few nautical miles away from him opened itself. It was another large underwater city similar to Liquinia, and if the memories he had been stealing were correct, the position of this city at this depth would make it one of the larger cities right before the entrance of the bathypelagic zone where Atlantis could be found. This was a city where merfolk prospered, and it stood grandly in shining lights as a blue shield was currently covering the entire city. A few damaged futuristic buildings could be observed as a battle was currently taking place. Atlanteans and merfolk were using advanced, plasma guns that shot out blue lasers towards their enemies, while others fought in close quarters hoisting tridents and controlling the powerful submarines around them to blast off the enemies. To Noah's surprise, the enemies were actually humans. He looked closer and became even more surprised as he found the identity of the attackers. He knew the clothing they wore and the colorful skills they were using from the memories of the demon kings he had killed. This was one of the groups of beings from another world that was currently moving in the lost world for their own purposes. They were prolific powerhouses that held a level of power across a few worlds as their system of strength focused on the fundamentals of the world. Words that drew the annoyance of anyone who heard them rang out as Noah made out the figures leading the attack against this underwater city. Haha, I, Disciple Bob, won't be hindered by a group of fish. Arrogant words came out from a figure dressed in purple robes. A force seemed to emanate from his body that pushed away the surrounding water with ease. His arms were crossed behind his back as he stared down at the city in complete contempt. Around him were two others with purple robes just like him that were looking down coldly. Behind them were tens of other human figures dressed in light blue robes, all of them surrounded by a sort of field that pushed away the surrounding water. Above all these figures was someone sitting grandly in a purple chair that let out a mystical cloud of light beneath it. The man let out waves of power that were definitely above legendary as he overlooked the process of the attack. From their robes, the way they spoke, and the extreme arrogance in their words, this was the other group that was running rampant in the lost world, the cultivators. Chapter 147, Knowledge of Even More Worlds. From the memories of the demon kings, there were a few groups actively moving in the lost world beside them. Beings from the world of cultivation were one of the more powerful ones that matched the forces of demons. They wouldn't normally be attacking underwater cities like this as Atlanteans and merfolk were a power to fear on their own, so the sight playing out in front of me was something interesting to see. The city under siege should be the underwater city of Aquicatus. At the forefront of their defense, multiple neon commanders who signified legendary rank could be seen, as well as a gold commander who was a rank higher. The fight seemed to be at a standstill as the two mythical figures of both sides let out wild pressure that clashed against each other, the legendary figures below being the ones moving actively. There were 3 purple-robed cultivators that let out power of legendary rank, and one of them was actively attacking as his arrogant voice continued to ring out. Our request was simple. We just wanted to come and converse with the locals about the history of your world, yet you treat us with such disrespect. Marshal Uncle, let's raze this city to the ground. We can act now and ask questions later. These backward locals don't deserve being enlightened. The purple-robed figure that called himself Disciple Bob actively moving around voiced their words to the leader sitting atop the mystical chair. They waited for a reply with bloodthirst that was ready to explode, just waiting for the word. The cultivators had their own ranking of power, but the strongest one here letting out the power of mythical rank looked coldly at the city of Aquicatus. His strong voice thundered out and covered all surroundings. Will you take us as guests and share your knowledge of the trident of Neptune, or will you face destruction? The question was aimed at the merman who was a golden commander, the waves of power he let out no less powerful than the white-robed cultivator. We do not welcome nor entertain invaders. Sparks seemed to fly as the small pause in the battle was about to start again, as the powerful voice of the cultivator gave out the command that would cause mayhem to ensue. Very well. Disciples of the Mountain Sea sect, show these natives what actual power is. The command once again began the disastrous battle as all sorts of color began to appear around Aquicatus. Atlanteans and merfolk decked in armors and hoisting tridents stood at guard, with even more of them carrying blue pulsating, plasma guns that began shooting out lasers once more. On the side of the cultivators, I began observing new skills and abilities for the first time. Buddha's Golden Palm. Illusory Sword Strike. Large golden palms cascading with power rushed down as hazy outlines of dark swords formed and clashed with the attacks from the natives of the Lost World. The battle was continuing and seemed to be in a standstill, unless the two figures letting out mythical airs of power began moving themselves. I looked at these new groups of people as I felt my excitement rising. The abilities and skills they were using looked extremely grand and powerful, and I wanted to see just what exactly they would drop if they were to fall in my hands. My figure that was still hidden covertly moved across the waters as it neared one of the cultivators in the outer fringes. I wanted to see just what types of loot would come out of them before moving in earnest. The figure I was targeting was a roughly built man wearing blue robes. He had the water around him changing into 2-meter-long swords of water that rushed towards the Atlanteans and merfolk constantly as a derisive smile spread on his face. I remained hidden without letting out any aura, approaching the figure slowly before a silvery light went to cover his body as the both of us silently disappeared from the battlefield. We reappeared a few nautical miles away from the city of Aquicatus as the cultivator looked around him in shock, with the only answer he received being a storm of ice and bones. The epic plus skill quickly shredded into the body of the cultivator, taking his life without so much as a fight as I watched a blue light erupt from his body. This was the first time I took down someone from the origin of a world that had as much influence if not more than the demon world. I was expecting something interesting from them as their system of strength differed so much from what I was normally used to. The blue light that came out from the death of the cultivator changed into one skill book and a small blue gem. Mountain Sea Sex First Style Water Sword, the water around you conforms to your will. The higher your achievements in the email protected, hashtag $hashtag $, email protected, hashtag, the greater its power. Email protected, hashtag $, email protected, hashtag, email protected, % at hashtag, email protected, hashtag at hashtag $. My eyes shined at the appearance of new things as I checked out the skill. A few things were unreadable, similar to when I picked up a plain crystal for the first time. It was something new that I or my homeworld had never come across before. I learned the skill and then observed the blue gem that was still a mess of unreadable words before I closed my eyes and went looking for the solution after also plundering the memories of the dead cultivator. I had to be fast as the battle between the two powers was still ongoing, but I had to find the usage of this new loot before moving forward first. I disregarded the usage of large amounts of mana as I made up my mind and used spatial travel, just a few days after I arrived in the lost world, my figure quickly disappearing. A few seconds passed as I felt blackness, before a light came once again and I found myself on the small mountain that had a hidden village on it. I had done something ridiculous and traveled across worlds yet again, but it would be worth it as anything that was still unreadable in my eyes meant it was something new for the planetary core. I didn't even have to initiate as the blank voice of the system I had been used to rang out in my head. You've come across something interesting. Essence congregated in the air as Sophia appeared from the bubble that surrounded the hidden village, her eyes a blank white as she spoke while coming towards me. I looked expectantly at her and asked. It is an ACCU emulation of something. Give me a few seconds to put in terms that can be easily understood. The voice of the system rang out as essence continued to roil around us, before it quickly calmed down and a surprise came out of my mouth as the unreadable portion of the new skill and the blue gem that dropped from the cultivator finally became readable. Mountain Sea Sex First Style Water Sword, the water around you conforms to your will. The higher your achievements in the law of water, the greater its power. Low-level water crystal, a crystal containing the ACCU.mulet ions of the law of water. An insignificant portion is contained. The voice of the planetary core continued to ring out as I observed the new loot with shining eyes. These beings from the world of cultivation seemed to be playing with a higher system of power. It would be a huge boost to your skills and power if you can take down even more of them. There should be an addition to your panel that quantifies your new gains. I nodded at these words as I went to check out the new addition while I watched the low-level water crystal disappear into my body as particles of blue light. Vitality, 437. Strength, 448. Skills, F, E, D, C, B, A. Recorder, 100. Language comprehension, 100. Lion's roar, 100. Silent communication, 100. Cook, 65. A+: Relegator's spear, 100. Water King's skin, 100. Piercing speed, 68. Warp flight, 67. Searching thermal sight, 69. S. Enfeeble, 100. Phoenix arrow, 1. Shield slam, 8. Budding farmer, 82. Ricocheting shield, 1. Bear's fighting style, 1. Archer's gamble, 1. Smoldering sword strike, 100. Earthen spears, 100. Thought acceleration, 100. Crisis avoidance, 100. Blessed regeneration, 77. Pursuing spirit of ice and flames, 86. Lower level telepathy, 55. Aquatic adaptation, 79. S+: Draconic armor, 100. Epic, iceberg, 92. Absolute 0-99, Life Steal 100, Teleport 100, Summon Holy Blight 100, Hellish Descent 78, Aurelus 90, Chains of Lightning 13, Mountain Sea Sex First Style Water Sword 1. Epic Plus, Fiendish Sword Beast Transformation 11, Storm of Ice and Bones 13. Legendary, Corrupted Sigil of Hegemony 83, Demon King's Hockey 86, Memory Plunderer 15, Whirlpool 1. Equipment, 3x B Ring of Storage, A Ring of Storage, S Storage Pouch, S Veiled Suit, Footman's Trident, Epic Kingslayer, Epic Rat King's Mask, Epic Prismatic Guardian, Epic Tiger Eyes Roots, Legendary Deep Sea Armor. Laws, Law of Water, 0.1%. A new section had appeared right below Equipment in the stat panel. This time, it was something called Laws. I zoomed in on the newly appeared law that had a very low percentage in front of it. Law of Water 0.1%, all water-based abilities and skills are boosted by 10%. This was the years of experience and ACCU.mulation that a cultivator at Epic rank dropped. From the memories I plundered from him, I knew there was a different system of naming that they used for their strength, as well as memories of a brand new world I never even thought about in my wildest dreams. The memories of the Epic ranked cultivator who was also called a cultivator at the nascent realm from his memories expanded my knowledge even more as I learnt of so many different and fantastic things from the world of cultivation. Treasures were abundant, with things like secret realms similar to spiritual lands holding their own surprises for cultivators to explore. Things I've never even thought to be possible opened themselves in front of my eyes as I looked at what the system quantified as the power of laws which I could now increase by taking down cultivators and matched it with the memories of arduous years spent to reach that experience and ACCU.mulation that I just stole as loot. My eyes shined at the number shown in front of the law that increased the damage of any water element skills. If I could continue to obtain even more loot like this from cultivators, how long would it take before I start seeing huge passive percentages not just for water element skills, but for all the other ones too? I began feeling the bubbling of excitement again as I wanted to get back to the lost world even more quickly. There was a powerful enemy that was a rank higher than my current self, but I wasn't alone, and I still had my ridiculous source of strength that would not lose against the endurance of anyone else. I was curious and expectant after going through the memories of the dead cultivator and wondered just what things the most powerful one there could gift me. Chapter 148, Fiendish Beasts Appear in the Stormy Seas. Martial Uncle Softsword glared imposingly at the figure of a mixture of human and fish. The being let out wild power that was at the same level as his rebirth realm, making him ponder just how these natives cultivated to reach such a stage that he spent years to reach. Their powers were rough yet powerful, they didn't seem to understand laws or the Tao of the world they were in, and yet they were supported by it at the same time. For this trip, he bought many disciples of the Mountain Sea sect to look for the supreme treasure in this world that would act to boost his sect to the top position in the world of cultivation. The supreme treasure, Trident of Neptune, had high affinity and unknown spectacular abilities for anything to do with water. For those that focused on pondering the law of water, it was a paramount treasure. The disciples he brought included the 3 purple-robed disciples at the violet core level, as well as tens of disciples at the gold core realm, and hundreds of disciples at the nascent core realm. Such a team was more than capable of taking down smaller sects, and yet it seemed the battle in front of him would bring some trouble. Besides the unrefined power the natives let out, they had weird weapons and sh.i.p.s that let out powerful blasts that could pierce the defenses of those at the nascent realm as if it were nothing. Martial Uncle Softsword was now faced with a choice as he watched the ensuing battle. If he participated and went all in, it would be a point of no return, and the casualties might be heavy. His face hardened as he recalled the divination about the supreme treasure, and the rise their Mountain Sea sect would have if they got their hands on it. What is there to worry about natives that have no understanding of the Tao? Today I shall grant them some enlightenment. Aooooo. A droning sound rang out as wild energies moved. The seawater around the mythical ranked, or rebirth realm cultivator, seemed to tremble and shake as this being began moving. The golden commander on the other end, the mythical ranked merman hoisting a trident fully black in color, stood imposingly as he watched the oncoming invader. The air of arrogance was so palpable around him that he wanted to knock the cultivator off the high chair he put himself in. The trident in his hand pointed forward as the water churned, quickly solidifying and forming into a solid wall that completely withstood the impact of the attack from the cultivator. Both of them used the sea around them for their attacks, meaning that this battle would be a long one unless something drastically changed. Blue lasers continued to shoot out from The plasma guns, in the hands of Atlanteans as the merfolk piloted the deadly submarines to veer around the water and blow up anything that neared. A signal for reinforcements had already been sent out to nearby cities, and help should be arriving within the hour. But how much damage would be done by then? The trident in his hands was rotating powerfully and causing the water around him to form into a shield that sucked in all the attacks. He was about to give commands to bring out even more advanced weaponry from the city when a change occurred in the battle. Ra. Ra. Essence roiled as powerful new auras could be seen appearing in the battlefield and attacking any nearby cultivators. Vibrations of a battle cry were spreading far as multiple beasts of legendary rank appeared and caused blood to flow into the deep waters. Ra. A sleek penguin that teleported across the battlefield continued to cause chaos, taking down any epic cultivators he came across. There was a large white mamba snaking across the waters as it swallowed whole and constricted anything it caught to death. Many of these sorts of beasts appeared and caused chaos, but the most dangerous of all was a white-furred beast hoisting a deadly sword. The beast had 2 horns growing from its head, being more than 8 meters large and looking like a mixture between a human and bear. The instant the beast appeared, one of the purple-robed cultivators that was at the legendary rank felt a cold sword pierce through their body, the destructive energies disabling any of his defenses as his muscles and bones were shredded. Disciple Bob had fallen. The fiendish sword beast transformation had made its appearance in front of both merfolk and cultivators. This wasn't simply an incarnation that wrapped around the body of the user, this was a full transformation that changed the user's body. Powerful strength emanated from the fiendish beast as the sea around it solidified to chunks of ice. Its blade was pointed towards cultivators as it floated imposingly in the sea. Martial Uncle Softsword saw the death of the Violet Core Realm disciple and howled out. "Beast, you dare intrude and take the life of a disciple from the Mountain Sea sect." The full power of the mythical ranked, or rebirth realm cultivator, exploded out as a huge loss occurred on their side. The cultivators evaded the newly appeared beasts and tried congregating together with the martial uncle in the lead. Disciples of the Mountain Sea sect, do not falter at the enemy's ambush and fight back. Lend me your energies, get into the formation and help me activate the Mountain Sea sect's 6th style dragon form. Huum. There was a dense collection of essence as the cultivators grouped up against the newly appearing enemies. Lasers continued to shoot out from the Atlanteans using plasma guns while even more merfolk were shooting out beams of light from their tridents. The Golden Commander went towards Noah's figure of the fiendish beast as he breathed out in relief. "I can sense the champion's trident on you, brother, thank you for coming to our aid." The mythical commander was careful as he saw this power that he had never seen any Atlantean or merfolk display before, but the familiarity of the token of champion could not be misplaced, so he sent a telepathic message to probe. His face became even calmer after receiving one back. "It is something minor. We must stand together against invaders. Come on, let's work together to take down these cultivators." A telepathic message shot out from the body of the fiendish sword beast as the cultivators' formation came to full view. Mountain Sea sect's 6th style dragon form was fully activated. The water around the cultivators warped and condensed, using the many cultivators as nodes, multiple points of blue light forming and coming into the shape of a majestic dragon. The mythical ranked cultivator was letting out powerful energies as he stood at the head of this transparent water dragon, the blue light around him outshining every other cultivator in the formation. The dragon became fully formed as shining blue scales covered its entire body. A resplendent blue dragon had appeared in the deep seas. Merfolk and Atlanteans on one side, a deadly formation of cultivators on the other, the two sides clashed. Chapter 149, Against Mythical. A resplendent blue dragon stood magnificently in the depths of the sea facing off against a group of beasts, Atlanteans, and merfolk. The blue dragon was made up from the formation of Mountain Sea sect's 6th style dragon form. Hundreds of disciples came together to provide the energy to maintain this form, as the rebirth realm cultivator letting out wild strength of the mythical rank stood at the forefront of the blue dragon. Lasers continued to be shot from the plasma guns that Atlanteans carried while rays of light shot out from the tridents that the merfolk were swinging. The Golden Commander stood beside the fiendish sword beast that was actually Noah, telepathically sending messages as they faced the coming blue dragon. "I'll flank it on the right side and try to break up the connection between the beings keeping this terrible formation in place. If you and your friends can disrupt its attention, we can take it down." The merman stood grandly with his trident spinning in front of him, the waters around seemingly listening to his command as they solidified to form multiple shields around them. The transformed Noah gave a nod as the other legendary beasts CLU.S. teared around him, one particular sleek penguin looking at the incoming blue dragon arrogantly with its head raised high. As the impact neared, a resplendent blue sigil inlaid with red spread out from the fiendish sword beast at the center, wrapping around every being around him. Those he designated as enemies in the blue dragon felt weakness and heavy pressure descending on them as, corrupted sigil of hegemony, was compounded with, Demon King's haki, while the Atlanteans, merfolk, and the legendary beasts felt their power bubble in excitement. Noah looked at the incoming figure of the blue dragon as light words escaped his lips. Absolute zero. Whirlpool. Storm of ice and bones. Vroom. A trembling occurred in the seas at the consecutive casting of legendary and epic skills. Jagged spears of ice began spinning around the white mamba, a silvery light that pulsed with power began building up on the emperor penguin, and the other beasts also pulsed with powerful strength as their individual skills were cast. An unbelievable process started to occur in the sea where the body of water surrounding the rushing blue dragon began to solidify and become encased in ice. A suffocating scene of the water freezing over while chunks of ice and bones began to rotate and grind upon the body of the blue dragon occurred. The combination of the overlay of multiple skills was deadly as Noah did not play around against the mythical ranked powerhouse coming from the world of cultivation. Disciples of the Mountain Sea Sect, burn your cores and lend me your power. A rough voice resounded out as the blue dragon roared, a wave of blue light dispelling the whirlpool of sharp ice and bones. The blue light spread out powerfully as the sea encased in ice raised in temperature and became normal again. Power thundered through the formation of the blue dragon that multiple cultivators powered up as a deadly blow came. Dragon's breath. A droning sound rang out, the head of the blue dragon opening and letting out terrifying vibrations as the water around it formed into an even larger whirlpool that smashed towards the forces standing in front of Aquicatus City. The merman golden commander had a serious face as he watched the lasers and advanced weapons being shot out not stop the incoming attack. The black trident in his hands trembled as he went forward powerfully and cast a skill. Born and nurtured in you, your children once again seek your protection. Seas rage. Rumble. Words spread out from the mythical merman that made Noah's head turn as he focused on casting his own skills to block the coming destructive attack. He felt a cry in the water around him as feelings of anger exploded out, forming into huge blue hands in front of them. His transformed beast form opened its mouth in stupefaction as he watched huge blue hands forming from the water around them and clasp onto the oncoming destructive breath from the blue dragon. The arms clutched onto the whirlpool of a breath as if it was something physical, holding it in place before an explosive sound occurred. Waves and vibrations spread out from the center as everyone was pushed back, the water calming after a few seconds. A stern expression was on the mythical merman's face as he looked to the sparkling blue dragon that was pushed back, and yet still stood powerfully. Haha, you think you can break the formation of multiple disciples at the nascent, gold, and violet core stages, as well as someone at the rebirth realm leading them. Your only chance of living would have been if you stopped this formation before it was formed. Now, you can only face death. The cultivator at the mythical rank that called himself someone at the rebirth realm stood at the head of the blue dragon and stared imposingly at the mythical ranked merman. He felt like this was the only figure that could threaten it, because as long as he kept receiving the energies of everyone in the Mountain Sea Sect 6th style dragon form, even someone at the same level as him would need to take some time before breaking through. At the mention of his arrogant words though, the transformed face of Noah shined a peculiar light as he looked at the figures of multiple cultivators in the blue dragon. Only two remained that were in the legendary rank, one having fallen to his blade, and the mythical cultivator at the forefront. All the other ones though, were epic rank. His eyes shined as a plan bloomed and he quickly reread the description of a certain skill he received not too long ago that he had yet to use. His shining eyes looked at the many cultivators acting as nodes to make up the huge blue dragon that was roaring its way towards them again. The skill was only epic rank, so only those at that rank or lower would be affected, but that would be more than enough. Noah's bestial transformed face let out a wicked smile as he targeted the many epic ranked cultivators who were also known as gold core cultivators and those below them in rank as he cast Chains of Lightning. ZZAP. Colors of a lighter shade of blue bloomed out inside the rushing blue dragon as screams resounded, and the powerful formation that created an unstoppable dragon that was rushing towards Atlanteans and merfolk came to a standstill. Chapter 150, Against Mythical. 2. Martial Uncle Softsword watched in stupefaction as the dragon formation that was famously known by many sects suddenly come to a halt. The formation was very powerful, as it used the energies of multiple cultivators to keep the form active and bring destruction to Mountain Sea sect's enemies. Yet at this moment in time, in a body of water where the abilities of the Mountain Sea sect's 6th style dragon form should have been even further boosted, it had come to a complete stop as the disciples at the gold and nascent core became wrapped in arcs of blue lightning. The blue lightning wrapped through all of them indiscriminately and began causing shock damage while holding the disciples in place. Martial Uncle Softsword's face became hard as he found even when he sent his rebirth realm energy to disrupt the lightning that wrapped around many of the disciples in the blue dragon, it wasn't doing anything. His mind moved as he wondered just which expert he had overlooked could perform such a peculiar skill that even he couldn't break. The question was, why did it only target those at the gold and nascent core, and leave the remaining disciples at the violet core as well as him untouched? His mind worked at high speeds as he tried to find a solution, sweat trickling down his face amongst the sea of water as the blue dragon form he controlled came to a standstill. The pain on the disciples' faces increased over time as the ones they were attacking also began to retaliate, the one letting out strength similar to him moving actively with his pulsating trident to land attacks on the blue dragon. A few seconds later, the disciples at the nascent core began letting out dying screams as the lightning binding them had caused too much damage, and their figures were burnt to a crisp. Martial Uncle Softsword's face became livid at this as he screamed. "Why is someone strong like you targeting weak disciples, huh? Come out and face me." His screams were only met with more attacks from the Atlanteans and merfolk as they found something to be wrong with the enemy side and threw down even more attacks. Submarines carrying lasers and explosive weaponry neared the blue dragon that seemed to be held in place as colorful lightning resounded inside it, with sounds of pop ringing out every now and then as more and more disciples faced death. "Do you think the Mountain Sea sect would take this lying down? We will find you." Martial Uncle Softsword was livid as he could do nothing to break the chains of lightning wrapping and taking the lives of his sect's disciples. His wrathful face looked at the remaining 2 violet core disciples as he sent a message towards them. "Disciple Darren, Disciple Lana, you all must escape and get word to the other sects that descended to this world with us. We from the world of cultivation are not so easily bullied like this." His face was impassive as he let out these commands silently, trying his best not to falter from the screams he continued to hear. He cared a lot for his disciples as he watched them grow and taught them all they needed to know in order to reach the stage they were at now. Even if he couldn't save all of them, he would save a few and let even more experts know about this humiliation. "Martial Uncle. Martial Uncle, let us fight to the death with you." The 2 violet core disciples were unwilling as they let out the messages, not bearing to see the sight in front of them where the chains of lightning continued to reap the lives of disciples they had known since they entered the sect. "No. There is that fish letting out power similar to me, and the devil taking the lives of our disciples that should be someone of the same power. I will stay behind and hold them back, but I do not know if I will make it back alive." His voice was somber as he watched deadlier attacks come, ice forming around them as spears of ice and bones formed to shred the resplendent scales of the blue dragon. A whirlpool of lesser strength than the dragon's breath of the formation he controlled also appeared to cause the chaotic rotation of the sharp spears around them even deadlier as CHI.P.S began to appear on the scales of the blue dragon. The disciples in the tail section and claws of the formation were either already killed by the chains of lightning or now became shredded at the appearance of these new attacks. He ignored the shouts of the violet core disciples as he sent his rebirth realm energies towards them, transporting them out of the Mountain Sea sect's 6th style dragon formation. The 2 disciples had unwilling faces as their figures appeared outside the blue dragon and they began rushing out into the depth of the sea. They would not waste their martial uncle's sacrifice. Atlanteans and merfolk saw these 2 figures running away as multiple submarines went to chase towards them. On the other side where fiendish beasts were letting out constant attacks on the halted blue dragon, a silvery light flashed as one of them disappeared, a battle cry resounding soon after. Martial Uncle Softsword looked around him with bloodshot eyes as more and more disciples continued to fall from the lightning that bound them or the powerful attacks that tore apart the blue dragon. "My disciples, I am sorry." Painful words came out of his mouth as he looked at the disciples he had no way of saving, and released control of the formation of Mountain Sea sect's 6th style dragon form. Even more screams rang out as the protection from the formation faltered and was ripped apart. Fast-moving enemies that had the faces of lions with wide wings and stingers were moving around the sea effortlessly and reaping the lives of the chained and separated disciples as the other beasts and Atlanteans around them let out even more ferocious attacks. Martial Uncle Soft's heart felt pain as he looked with bloodshot eyes to the enemies that caused all of this. His anger reached the peak as he stopped hearing any more screams and felt the enemies aim their pulsating weapons and tridents towards him. He was the only one remaining. He hoped the disciple Darren and disciple Lana would be able to get the word out to other sects so that they could stop playing around in the sidelines and move earnestly to attack these unenlightened fish. His body let out vibrations of power as the mystical seat he had been sitting on earlier showed itself again and he sat down in it. He looked grand and magnificent as he was surrounded by enemies. The merman letting out rebirth realm waves of power pointed its sharp fork towards him as the fiendish beasts that had appeared and caused the destabilization pulsed with their attacks ready. I have lived hundreds of years learning about the laws of the world. My achievements were not little, and I became renowned in the world of cultivation. I will not be falling to some fools who have not even touched a sliver of the Tao. His eyes blazed with anger as the power in his body thrummed. Mountain Sea Sex 5th Style, the Descent of the Emperor. Boom. A blue pulse released from him at the center as a transparent outline of a powerful monarch surrounded his body. A transparent blue crown appeared on his head as regal robes were donned upon him. His body thrummed with power as he looked to the enemies all around him. Come. Chapter 151, Utter Destruction. Disciple Darren and disciple Lana rushed through the deep waters with fear and resentment in their eyes as they left behind their martial uncle. The attack of chains of lightning that had caused everything to fall apart appeared in their minds as they moved through the seas even faster. Their only respite was that the attack did not target them. But their younger disciples were all gone. Tears were falling out of the eyes of disciple Lana as they moved forward. Disciple Lana, don't worry about martial uncle. He has mastered the 5th form of our Mountain Sea Sect's secret technique, and won't be taken down easily by people that haven't even begun studying the laws. Disciple Darren looked at the jade beauty with fair skin that was crying and felt his heart soften. At least he and this fair disciple had made it out alive. They would reach the base of the other cultivators and inform them of this injustice, before coming back with multiple people at the Violet Core and Rebirth Realms to take down these enemies. The fair beauty that was called Disciple Lana nodded at these words and moved with even more conviction. They had outrun the powerful underwater sh.i.p.s long ago, and were now moving up to leave the deep depths and find the islands full of cultivators above the sea. Disciple Darren's mind wandered as he stared at the face of his female disciple filled with conviction. It made him slightly glad as he survived this ordeal with her. Their relationship would undoubtedly deepen in the future, and he might even be able to perform dual cultivation with this jade bow. His thoughts were rapidly shifted as a weird scream they had heard before rang out around them, a silvery figure appearing right above their rapidly ascending figures. The scream shook them out of their stupor as they prepared for battle. Someone had caught up to them. An emperor penguin stood tall, his beak raised up too high as its beady eyes struggled to look down at the cultivators beneath it. Its flippers shinned with a silvery light as he raised them up and swung down, a destructive blade of silver light forming and heading towards the 2 legendary ranked cultivators. The blade of silver light didn't move in a straight line, disappearing and reappearing multiple times as it seemed to descend from all directions towards the 2 disciples. Mountain Sea Sex 4th Style, Wings of the Sea. The figures of the 2 cultivators shined as grandiose blue wings appeared behind them. Their speeds and power becoming another level higher as they faced this arrogant enemy. Heavy impacts and vibrations could be felt in the sea as one particular martial uncle withstood the attacks from multiple forces. Atlanteans carrying plasma guns, and merfolk swinging tridents that shot out powerful blasts, as well as a collection of legendary beasts that made the battle even more chaotic. OONG. The cultivator at the Rebirth Realm had activated a spectacular ability, a form just below the powerful one that got stopped prematurely. It was Mountain Sea Sex 5th Style, the Descent of the Emperor. A transparent outline of the most majestic person surrounded the cultivator, a shining blue crown stably sitting atop his head. 2 swords letting out powerful vibrations that split apart the surrounding water were present in each hand as martial Uncle Softsword valiantly faced his enemies. Noah looked at the powerful cultivator letting out the thrumming power of the mythical rank as he couldn't keep a smile from forming on his face. This was a being that was called someone at the Rebirth Realm in the world of cultivation. He had various treasures and knowledge that would in no doubt elevate the cards Noah could play with in the future. Multiple skills continued to be cast as he worked with the Golden Commander Merman that was fighting in close quarters with the boosted cultivator. Noah knew this was a secret technique of the Mountain Sea sect, with those reaching the rebirth, or really mythical rank, being able to learn and use the 5th and 6th forms. He had already gotten his hands on the first form of these secret techniques, and once this battle finishes successfully he should have even more. His adrenaline peaked as he thought about the hazy figure of the blue dragon the cultivators had to get in a formation just to have enough energy to activate it. This martial uncle in front of him could use the 5th form right below the blue dragon with ease as he traversed the waters and clashed against attacks from all sides. Noah had been spamming his epic and legendary skills every few seconds, continuing to put pressure on the cultivator as he was pushed back more and more. The majesty of the secret technique he cast was slowly reducing as more of his energies were used up. I may fall today, but know that all of you will follow after me. The strong voice came from the martial uncle as he realized he was fighting a losing battle. He was fighting a terrifying merman that relentlessly used the water around them to block all attacks, while fiendish beasts continued to pester and throw out damaging skills that wore him down more and more. My heart is strong, and I do not fear death. As for you bumbling fools that don't even have the slightest idea about the laws of the world, just wait for the other sects to learn of this and avenge me. The words seemed to be those of a despairing man when something drastic occurred. The transparent form of a majestic emperor he had been donning that was quickly fading away began to shine brightly again. Noah saw this as his face hardened and he activated the Corrpute Sigil of Hegemony, skill that he was saving for drastic situations. The martial uncle was burning his core to let out resplendent strength before his death. He couldn't have that happen, as it meant the loot would be reduced if this cultivator continued to burn the origin that contained many treasures and secrets. Attack! He screamed out with vigor as he sent the command to the beasts and the forces from Aquicatus City. The sigil that buffed him and his forces while weakening his enemies spread out, the attacks becoming even deadlier as more and more landed on the resplendently shining figure of the mythical cultivator. The transformed Noah rushed in close quarters as his primal spirits also surrounded him, multiple colorful skills shining out and striking down towards the martial uncle. It required the cooperation of multiple legendary beasts and primal spirits, as well as a golden commander that was at the mythical rank, but the cultivator at the rebirth realm had fallen in the lost world. Chapter 152, Something Beautiful. What was the most beautiful thing in the world? Was it wealth? Power? Freedom? Or the company of a beautiful man or woman? Many people had differing opinions on what they considered beautiful, but Noah felt like the sight in front of him was the most beautiful thing he was seeing since his birth. The resplendently shining skill books, cores, items, and sparkling crystals piled up to a mountain really was too beautiful to look at. He had pushed himself and spammed as many skills as he could in the last moments when the mythical cultivator began burning his core for a last-minute gamble. Terrible skills that tore apart the surrounding seas were targeted towards the valiant cultivator. He had fallen completely after his body became shredded by the many attacks that surrounded him, and Noah was near to take his body and loot into his storage pouch. This wasn't the first body he collected, as any previous cultivators he killed were taken into his storage pouch or spiritual land. The Emperor Penguin had the job of moving around the battlefield and transporting all defeated enemies into the spiritual land with his unique powers of teleportation. When the battle here was finished, he was capable enough as he even brought back the bodies of the legendary disciples that were running away. Noah found himself thinking how this arrogant penguin wasn't too bad after all. He wouldn't kick it off of the fluffy couches when he saw it lazing around next time. When the battle was done, his fiendish sword beast transformation was released as he appeared in the golden-haired body of the Atlantean next to the golden commander that had his powerful trident raised high in the air, shouting for victory. The inhabitants of Aquicatus City had effectively stopped and taken down the invaders with minimal casualties. The golden commander looked over at Noah and expressed his goodwill as soon as he saw the body that was fully Atlantean. "Brother, you found yourself some very good allies and a peculiar set of skills." The merman said this as he looked towards the long, white mamba, Emperor Penguin, and the other beasts congregating together. A skill that allowed you to fully transform into another creature was rare in the sea, especially when that creature was not sea-based, but it wasn't something that never appeared. Yes. I was lucky enough to form some close bonds after I explored some islands a while back. Noah had been feeling really happy, so he replied with a smile as his eyes wandered at the pile of defeated cultivators and loot in his storage pouch that he couldn't wait to get through. Least allow me to host you in my city before you head towards Atlantis. You'll need a full belly, as well as some information that should help you avoid the dangerous parts. The merman continued to show goodwill after the battle, and Noah was on the tip of his toes with impatience to go through all the loot, but he breathed out to calm himself down while chanting patience in his mind. It wouldn't be too bad to collect more information about the dangers of crossing to lower zones of the sea, and information from a mythical merman was not something to laugh at. He put the piles of shining loot out of his mind for now as he and the 5 legendary beasts went towards the city of Aquicatus with the cheering groups of Atlanteans and merfolk. The legendary beasts had no problems being under the water, and could even create bubbles of air similar to the cultivators if they wished. They looked curiously around them as it was the first time being out of the spiritual land in a while. Merfolk swarmed curiously around the body of a certain sleek penguin as they found its arrogant beak that always seemed to point to the skies to be very interesting. A celebratory night was spent in the underwater city of Aquicatus as Noah and the beasts got a chance to enjoy the delicacies of a new world. It was a very weird sight to see as they watched fish go on to eat other fish, but they didn't complain. The merfolk ate anything they caught raw, while the Atlanteans preferred to cook their meals in their areas that were surrounded by protective bubbles where they roamed like humans inside. Reinforcements from a nearby city came later, and only got the chance to enjoy the festivities and not the battle. Hours passed like this as Noah talked to the Golden Commander while enjoying the food, learning about a few more things that weren't in the memories of the weak Atlanteans he had taken down some time back. After the festivities died down a bit, Noah said his goodbyes to the Golden Commander as he prepared to set off again, this time wanting to take the shortest route to reach Atlantis. The meeting of powerful humans from the world of cultivators had roused his sense of adventure, and he wanted to start on the plans for those as soon as his current goals were achieved. Demons, Atlanteans, cultivators. There were many groups he had met so far, but the goals remained the same. The one he was going after now lied in the city at the center of the lost world, Atlantis. The Golden Commander nodded as he saw he couldn't keep Noah behind any longer, saying his last appreciative words. The title of champion is special, and only those at the Neon Commander stage can fight for it. If you are successful among the many powerful champions, a prize that is the peak combination of sorcery and biomedical engineering awaits for you, so work hard. The merman let out powerful words that caused a shining light to cross Noah's eyes as he nodded, thinking about the many treasures he could obtain from Atlantis. This civilization that combined technology and magic, he really wanted to get his hands on their creations. His blood pumped as he left behind the city of Aquicatus with the beasts and continued to make his path downwards, finding a time to stop after a few minutes to go into the spiritual land to count his rewards first. The cultivators were not stingy at all, giving him a resplendent pile of rewards that he began going through. First and foremost were the secret techniques that the cultivators of the Mountain Sea sect were using. Epic, Mountain Sea sect 2nd style, Blue Fortress. Legendary, Mountain Sea sect's 3rd style, Healing Water. Legendary, Mountain Sea sect's 4th style, Wings of the Sea. Mythical, Mountain Sea sect's 5th style, Descent of the Emperor. Mythical, Mountain Sea sect's 6th style, Dragon Form. The cultivators were truly giving. Disciple Bob and the other 2 known to be in Violet Core dropped the legendary skills that were the 3rd and 4th secret techniques of the Mountain Sea sect. The Rebirth Realm cultivator gifted the first skills of mythical rank that Noah got his hands on, and they were spectacular, to say the least. He already received the first form from the epic disciple he had covertly taken before he joined the battle, and now he had the second form too, which granted him all the 6 forms he had seen the cultivators use in this battle. He was itching to try the most powerful style of the secret techniques, but held off and looked at the crystals that thrummed with an enticing power. Mid-level Water Crystal, a crystal containing the ACCU.mulat ions of the law of water. A small portion is contained. High-level Water Crystal, a crystal containing the ACCU.mulat ions of the law of water. A significant portion is contained. There were multiple of these gorgeously shining crystals that were one of the 3 most prized loot to be received from the cultivators. The secret techniques that turned into skills was the first, these crystal containing ACCU.mulat ions of a certain law were the second, and the third was of course, the memories. Noah's eyes shined and his face remained impassive as he looked towards the many defeated enemies he could use, Memory Plunderer, on. Just how big a picture of the world of cultivation could he build with their memories? Chapter 153, Coquilles. The world of cultivation was something spectacular to see. Wide valleys and mountains with floating lands hidden in the clouds similar to the beast world. Arrogant cultivators studying the laws of the world ran rampant as they looked down on anyone beneath them. Noah smiled at the many memories and secrets he had obtained from the martial uncle of the Mountain Sea sect and the many disciples he brought to the lost world of Atlantis. He knew more about the Mountain Sea sect than most other disciples and martial uncles at this point. He wasn't even fazed by the memories of powerful cultivators that surpassed the legendary and mythical rank, as he himself had traversed and touched upon mythical in the span just over 2 or 3 months. Thought acceleration worked in full force as his mind collected the abundant new information and he looked at ways of using it best, coming up with a few drastic ideas that could only be implemented in the future. His mind moved busily as he ignored the beasts that looked like victors coming back from hard battles and going to enjoy themselves as their bodies became smaller and they went towards the beautiful buildings Noah had been making from using the architecture function of the spiritual land management skill these past few days. The beasts enjoyed the colorful blue fruits from the snow vines as they entered the futuristic modern houses that they requested more of to be built. Another great thing happened this night, as the epic Arctic wolf also finally joined the ranks of beasts that broke through to the legendary rank after consuming many of the fruits from the snow vines. The numbers of beasts continued to change under the panel that Noah looked forward to the possibility of fulfilling the requirements for upgrading the spiritual land to the 4th tier in a few weeks or months. He looked at the many grandiose buildings that now populated the spiritual land as he went towards the first luxurious modern house he had built. He was now making a habit of cooking and roasting things in this house and relaxing in the bubbling hot pool on the 3rd floor while thinking. He moved across the house while twirling the many water crystals that dropped from the cultivators. He would absorb them slowly and watch as the percentages for anything water element related rose to crazy levels. While nearing the blue fireplace to absorb the gains in peace, he saw the miniaturized figure of the emperor penguin wrapping itself in a white towel as it climbed the steps towards the bubbling jacuzzi upstairs, an expression of arrogance and contentment in its face. Was he giving this penguin too much leeway nowadays? Its usefulness only seemed to increase, and it was one of the more talented beasts in the spiritual land and continued to be the highest in power. The special trait that allowed it to easily send out spatial attacks and teleport around with ease was the envy of many other beasts. This penguin was the only one brave enough to enter and use this house I normally used, with all the other ones enjoying the many other ones I built around the spiritual land. I turned my attention from this peculiar beast and focused on absorbing the water crystals, wanting to see just how big the percentage increase would be for taking down so many cultivators. Plans and hopes continued to bud and grow all around as Noah continued to move in the lost world, continuing to increase in power as he met more and more beings from the vast universe. One particular demon lord was visiting another, even more terrifying one. He had an apprehensive face as he looked towards the teenager surrounded by hundreds of thousands of green eyes all around. Empress, something unsolvable happened to one of the squadrons working under me. His voice rang out respectfully as he watched the teenager eating something unsavory. She was holding onto a large fried piece of meat that she bit into with enthusiasm, her abyssal eyes shifting to the lower-ranked ruler. They should have been at epic rank at most. Why worry so much about it? She asked nonchalantly as she continued to eat her meal. Beside her in the underwater cave was a brightly glowing fire that she used to continue roasting the meat in her hands. They disappeared silently, without even being able to send a word. Our enemies could be grouping up and targeting us in this world. The other rulers and I will be shifting our forces around and move even faster to locate the supreme treasure before the waters become any muddier with more enemies. Haha, don't worry about it too much. Even if it's a mythical rank moving around actively, look at what I did to this one. Her eyes shifted to the side where an Atlantean lay, barely letting out bated breaths as his right leg was missing in its entirety. Haha, isn't it funny? He looked at me in horror when I sawed his thigh and began roasting it, like it was the most unbelievable thing. Doesn't he realize he does the same thing to the poor little fishes? To me, he's just another poor little fish that I caught in my net. Haha. The apprehension in the lower-ranked demon lord only rose as the conversation continued. The being that was getting roasted was something at the same rank as him, the fear he felt towards this necromancer of chaos only increasing. Emperor Ball mentioned you would actively help us when you descended here. A sharp light passed through Barbados's eyes as a heavy pressure descended on the demon lord of the 29th rank. You think you can push me just by uttering his name? The voice was cold and emotionless, none of the playfulness and laughter that was there just a moment ago showing itself. The pressure Astaroth felt only increased as he let more words escape his lips. I meant no disrespect, Empress. There are just powerful enemies in the zones we're currently searching in, and it would be of huge help if we had your presence in the abyssal zone while we move around. The pressure and cold light did not leave the teenager's face as she looked coldly at the demon lord. Her bottomless eyes locked onto the eyes of the kneeling Astaroth. It felt as if the eyes saw through all of his thoughts and secrets, making Astaroth feel extremely vulnerable under the gaze. Barbados spat out the meat. She had been chewing on and tossed aside the large thigh she was holding in her hands. What are the coordinates of this abyssal zone? Her cold voice made the demon lord sink even lower as he replied in a small voice. Barbados looked at this kneeling figure and nodded. The green circles of light around them that spread out for miles began actively moving yet again. A half-eaten Atlantean lay broken and barely breathing as the necromancer of chaos began moving towards the abyssal zone. The kneeling demon lord looked at this figure of the same rank as him pitifully, a blazing flame leaving his hands to put it out of its misery as he looked fearfully towards the leaving Barbados. The effect that this small sequence of events would have on many powerful beings was yet to occur. Chapter 154, Absurd. After spending the entire night thinking and absorbing the water crystals that the cultivators ranging from mythical to rank S, a new percentage had appeared under the section of laws in the stat panel. Everything seemed to go well, yet the problem was the absurdity of numbers that Noah was seeing. Law of Water 5%, all water-based abilities and skills are boosted by 500%. It was a ludicrous set of numbers to see how much just 5% of understanding of the law of water translated to any water element skills being boosted by more than 5 times. Too ridiculous. Noah's mind was pounding as he imagined reaching just the halfway point of 50% in the law of water, which would translate to 50 times the boost to any water element skill. It was crazy to even imagine, but at the same time, how easy would it be to reach there? He had taken down 3 cultivators at the legendary rank, 1 at the mythical rank, 10s of the epic rank, and even more at rank S. The percentage has risen to 5% from all of those cultivators, so he had to work hard to continue bringing it higher. When he moved out of the spiritual land into the water once again, he felt as if he was in a whole different world. The 0.1% he received the first time didn't give changes that were too noticeable, but the 5% increase in the law of water caused a significant change that he noticed right away. He felt as if the sea around him was cradling and supporting him, and he could easily put the nearby water under his command. The feeling was new and fantastic to feel, making him look forward to obtaining even more water crystals, as well as crystals of other elements in the future. He didn't know when, but the world of cultivation would be on his list of goals sometime in the future. This concept of laws was too fantastic to pass up, especially when they augmented his skills and the rest of his strength so well. A system of power that took the skills of those he defeated from his homeworld, a unique treasure that had boundless potential with crazy features to unlock as he goes forward, and now, easily grasping something as abstruse as laws just by defeating cultivators that worked tens to hundreds of years just to grasp the tiniest bit of them. There were many worlds in the universe, with many more treasures he had yet to get his hands on. In the lost world was the supreme treasure, Trident of Neptune. If he could also get his hands on something like that, and continue collecting other powers and skills unique to different worlds, he soon realized that the concept of levels would become meaningless to him. Could he really be considered a being of a specific rank when he so seamlessly held and combined powers and skills from multiple worlds? Only time would tell, which meant he needed to fight opponents without becoming too arrogant and losing his life. There were many options to choose from as he neared Atlantis, and he knew just where to test out these spectacular boosts in water element skills, as well as the actual new skills gifted to him by the cultivators. There was a deep-sea creature that many reckless Atlanteans and merfolk lost their lives to over the years. It stayed in a specific region that was always known to be one of the danger zones to steer away from, as passing through it would almost always guarantee your death. It roamed in a zone that wasn't too far off from the city of Atlantis. It was the terrifying creature of the mythical rank, the anglerfish. There were very few of this species of fish found all over the lost world, yet any that were found always neared the top in strength. They lived in murky environments when sunlight could not reach, and enjoyed the bleak darkness around them as they had the one source of light that always lured their prey. It had a long fleshy growth atop its head that pointed out a distance from it, where at the end of this fleshy growth was a circular portion that could shine brightly in the dark waters. Any creature that was lured by this beautiful white-blue light would only find death at the next instant as this terrible beast moved fast to swallow them whole. In the bleak darkness below the sea, a powerfully large body was roaming around. An enticing flash of light would shine every now and then, seemingly pulling at the attention of anything nearby. The large creature roamed its territory as usual, and not a single bit of its aura could be discernible as it moved across the waters. A few minutes passed, and a change occurred as it senses some movements. Had it finally found a prey? The creature reigned in the deadly bloodle.u.s.t it was feeling as its body neared the signal it senses, the enticing blue light atop its head shining even more enticingly. The feeling of shock and horror when it illuminated the target that had swam to it was something it could never get tired of. Enough light was released to show a glowing circle of light, and not much more as the two figures neared one another. Only a circle of light was visible as they both closed in just a few meters near each other, and the creature shined out its light grandly as the entire surroundings were illuminated. How terrified would the creature it caught about to be? A wide smile revealed jaggedly sharp teeth as a tremendous force erupted from the anglerfish as the light expanded, and its prey was laid bare. An Atlantean man with golden hair stood calmly in front of this mythical creature, a light smile that shocked the anglerfish appearing on his face. "Hey big guy, I've spent a few days looking for you in this vast sea." It was a light tone like that of one friend talking to another as Noah finally found the powerful beast the Golden Commander at the city of Aquicatus warned him to avoid. A puzzling expression came onto the anglerfish's face before it returned malevolent, its ugly face stretched as it moved at a fast speed to swallow the creature in front of it whole. "Haha, good. I haven't gotten a chance to practice this on something truly strong, so don't disappoint me." A voice filled with enthusiasm erupted as multiple skills were cast. From the first to the fifth form of Mountain Sea Sect's 6 secret techniques, all were cast as a grandiose power sent out a shockwave that pushed back the rushing anglerfish. The first style, Water Sword. The second, Blue Fortress. The third, Healing Water. The fourth, Wings of the Sea. The fifth, Descent of the Emperor. Skills from the epic to mythical rank were all cast at once as they came together to form something spectacular. A resplendent blue light was shining out as an air of majesty spread across the waters, illuminating every single spot for more than a mile. Noah stood firm in front of the mythical sea creature that was thrumming with power, its body vibrating powerfully as it felt a threat coming from the being it thought to be a prey. Noah's body was encased in a regal form of a long-past emperor that had an impassive face as a blue crown imposingly appeared above his head. His body that was originally 2 meters long became encased as he now appeared twice as large. Brilliantly shining blue wings spread out from behind him as they made the descent of the Emperor feel even more seamless. 2 vibrating blue swords that seemed to be calling for blood were in both of his hands as a walled piece of armor seemed to form around the already powerful body, making descent of the Emperor become even more solid as the resplendent light increased. To top it all off, there was a distinct layer of water constantly moving across the shining body, covering any gaps as it made the fifth form of Mountain Sea Sect's 6 styles come even more alive. Apprehension filled the anglerfish's cold heart at this prey that turned out to be a predator, deciding whether to run or fight. It felt the 2 vibrating blue blades pointing towards it as a deadly voice entered its ear. "The water around us is actually leaking a smell of fear. That couldn't be coming from something as powerful as you, right?" The voice seemed to be taunting it, making the eyes of the mythical beast turn blood red as its apprehensions were let loose. Wrathful energies spread out as beside the anglerfish, multiple creatures just as ferocious as it began being summoned out. Chapter 155, Atlantis haha, come on. A thrilling battle was playing out in some of the deepest waters of the Lost World as Noah's figure enshrouded in the majesty of a powerful emperor seamlessly moved in the water. He was evading sharp teeth from sinking into his figure as the vibrating blue blades in his hands struck down the summoned creatures just slightly less powerful than the anglerfish that were swarming around him. Whenever his blade struck, flesh would wildly be ripped open as the vibrating blades split apart muscle and bone like it was nothing. Every single creature that the anglerfish summoned was being torn apart with ease as Noah moved closer to the powerful beast, his blue blades thrumming excitedly. The shining wings on his back made his speed swift in the water, and when any attacks landed on him, only a dent could be heard as he was wrapped around in the blue form of Mountain Sea Sect's first 5 styles. The form of Healing Water wasn't even given a chance to shine as not a single attack got through the outline of the blue armor. The mythical anglerfish let out wild power as it felt the threat of death approaching, the fleshy protrusion shining with a blinding light that began boiling the area around them as the intense battle continued. The water around them began boiling as the light continued to get brighter and brighter, and yet Noah continued to move as if nothing was wrong, his blades continuing to land on the slippery body of the ugly fish. It would continue to struggle as it summoned out more and more creatures, but its current opponent was too much of an anomaly as all of its efforts were in vain. It was a powerful beast of mythical rank that many Atlanteans and merfolk steered away from, and yet it continued to be pushed back by Noah's relentless attacks until the vibrating blades began causing heavy damage to it. A dense mass of muscle began being cut up as the wings on Noah's back shined, his figure becoming close to a blue streak of light as he seemed to have stopped playing and moved around the large body of the mythical beast while tearing it apart with the vibrating blades. It was a desolate sight as the beast struggled, its usual routine of going around its territory looking for prey going sideways this day as for the first time in its life, it experienced the feeling of something that was being preyed upon. OONG. A blast of blue light exploded out in the dark sea as the mythical beast was shredded into a mass of flesh and bones. The power Noah was showing was overwhelming for those on the same level as too many things elevated his power to a whole new stage. Only a blue light emanating from the majestic form of Descent of the Emperor remained in the depths where a powerful creature used to prowl as Noah collected cores, a mythical skill book, and a blue glowing item. Summon creatures of the deep. You've traversed the deep waters and become familiar with the terrifying creatures in it. Summons a maximum of 2 creatures. Pearl of Sea, an expansive space for the storage of all things lies within. A smile appeared on Noah's calm face as he collected his new gains. His eyes were already looking below the dark waters to a location calling out to him far below. The city at the center of the lost world. It couldn't even be called a city as it stood grandly at some of the deepest depths of the sea, acting like a beacon of light that stretched out for miles. Noah stood a few miles away from the city of Atlantis as he just observed it first. It felt like he was looking at the most technologically advanced magical city as resplendent blue and white lights could be seen everywhere he turned. Just in the surroundings of the city, there were growths of gorgeous-looking plants that pulsed in pink and purple light. There were crowds of merfolk and Atlanteans going around as he came across a sight he had only seen in other beings' memories. He saw an expansive set of what looked like illuminated roads that were stacked on multiple levels, all leading towards a large 20-meter triangular gate that was the entrance to Atlantis. Masses of exquisitely built sh.i.p.s and submarines were effortlessly moving around as even more floating vehicles that put the automotive industry in his homeworld to shame went back and forth on the illuminating roads separated by multiple levels. This wasn't the most stunning sight though, as groups of deep-sea fish that can be considered behemoths had reins and large saddles fastened on their backs. All sorts of fish could be seen being used as rides, ranging from huge whales to great white sharks, to stingrays that let out arcs of lightning. Near the blue glowing triangular gate, there were huge golden statues on either side standing grandly. One was a merfolk hoisting a golden trident, his face powerfully overlooking all those that entered. The other statue was an Atlantean decked in a powerful armor with the largest plasma gun, pointing out to the dark sea. Just the statues themselves let out an oppressive feeling of power for those seeing it for the first time. Noah calmed his beating heart as he watched this magnificent sight that was the center of a large world. He could only see outlines of shining buildings and skyscr.a.p.airs spreads out for miles behind a thin film of light that covered the entirety of Atlantis. His figure moved closer towards the throngs of Atlanteans and merfolk as he felt the champion's trident in his storage item begin to vibrate. He looked at the powerful inhabitants of Atlantis that ranged from rank S to epic, and even the 2 legendary guards standing beneath the 2 statues of their respective races. There were even more commanders at epic and S rank patrolling the entire area as the movements in and out of Atlantis looked to be heavily regulated. He began to take a closer look round the triangular gate as the expansive wall that was behind the statues made itself clear. There were things that seemed to be cannons lining up the wall all around. A blue light continued to circle through their exquisite exterior as they aimed their deadly ends to any intruders that would dare to cause troubles. Noah felt like he would only continue to be astounded by Atlantis as he neared the triangular gate, the vibrations of the champion's trident becoming stronger and stronger. A neon commander that was near the large gate seemed to have sensed something as she looked towards Noah's figure, taking the trident in her hands thereafter and smacking it towards the blue illuminated road below them. A shining blue light erupted out in a cylindrical fashion from her and a thin line stretched out to connect to Noah. Surprised and expectant gazes occurred over the throngs of Atlanteans and merfolk as the woman causing the scene voiced out in a chirpy voice. "Another champion has arrived. Woo!" Cheers rang out as the inhabitants of Atlantis in the small area Noah was in congregated and looked around him enthusiastically. The light identifying him died down as the mermaid that caused it came up to him and said cheerfully, "Champion. Welcome to the city that never sleeps, the center of technology and magic, the city of Atlantis." Chapter 156, Atlantis 2. The triangular gate that was more than 20 meters tall had a thin blue line that everyone had to pass through. If you didn't have something that identified you as an inhabitant of Atlantis, you wouldn't be able to get in. Noah followed the mermaid that had caused a commotion outside by grandly pronouncing his arrival as they crossed the thin film of light. It felt as if multiple unknown things were scanning him up and down, the champion's trident he had taken out blinking twice in his hands as he passed through with no problems. The mermaid looked back at him as behind her, the full grandiosity of Atlantis spread out before Noah's eyes. He thought there were a lot of golden sh.i.p.s and submarines outside, but he was hugely mistaken. The inside of the underwater city was even more spectacular as architecture of all sorts of styles and sizes could be seen. Pulsating lines of light that seemed to connect everything were spread throughout, making Atlantis seem very lively. Haha, the city always gives a shock to newcomers. Come this way, I'll show you the exciting place where you'll be spending some time in a few days. The mermaid was very bubbly and chirpy, making someone question the aura she held at legendary rank as she moved around. Her name was Ula, and she was the Neon Commander in charge of bringing in the new champions and preparing them for the things to come. They swam around the huge city that could be considered an empire by itself as she pointed out everything around her as if she was seeing it for the first time herself. The city seemed to be mostly underwater, with a few places having barriers that provided pockets of air where Atlanteans gathered. This is the gem of knowledge. She pointed to the extravagant building that seemed to be carved out of a large blue gem, where it had the outline of shining pages at its center. It holds all the knowledge about our world, the mysteries and unsolved phenomena, as well as the terrifying creatures prowling in the deepest waters. Give it a visit sometime to expand your knowledge. She pulled Noah to the next places she wanted to show as he followed along with an exasperated expression, finding the pace of this mermaid much too fast as he enjoyed the illuminated surroundings of Atlantis. It was the scene of innovation and life vibrantly budding as he was taken around for a tour that lasted more than an hour, and even then he had barely seen a percentage of Atlantis. The mermaid, Ula, knew how to read the mood as she smiled and pulled Noah along to one last place. It was a less congregated place where a few guards patrolled, and they were granted access with Ula in the lead. She brought him next to what seemed to be another blue road that extended for miles, though this one had what seemed to be train tracks running alongside it. They waited just for a moment as something zoomed near them, a beautifully sculpted tube that sprouted mechanical wings on each side opening its doors towards them. Haha, I'm sure you haven't used one of these before. Come in, our next place is the one you'll want to know about the most. Ula's chirpy voice enthusiastically rang out as she pulled Noah into the tube that blazed down the shining blue road at extreme speeds. Noah looked at the passing blurs of buildings, Atlanteans, and merfolk as the tube sn.a.k.e.d across the connected roads of Atlantis and brought them further inwards at an alarming pace. He couldn't help but ask. These roads run throughout all of Atlantis? He asked while he sat down on the seats of the futuristic little train as the mermaid beside him continued talking. Everything in this city is connected, and the roads with these mini high-speed hydro trains are just one way of that. As long as you know where to go, it won't take you too long to get there. We're going to the Aqua Tower that lies near the center of Atlantis. That's where new champions gather every week to see if they have what it takes to become the Seekers of Atlantis. Her eyes shined powerfully as she mentioned the word Seekers. This was the title that those who were considered champions could achieve in order to gain the knowledge and secrets that those in the upper echelons of Atlantis held on the supreme treasure that everyone was searching for. The treasure that the first ruler of Atlantis held, allowing him tremendous power that allowed him to establish dominion in some of the deepest parts of the sea and establish the city of magic and innovation that's existed until now. Yet, when the late king went missing some time back, so did the supreme treasure. Since then, there had only been a period of incessant searching, but nothing has been found. The blurs of light around them passed as the hydro train with mechanical wings came to a stop in a clear environment with very little noise. There were a few powerful auras congregated around the area as they surrounded a large golden tower that rose above the seas. The tower was meticulously built with an archaic design that seemed to be modified for the modern Atlantis as it stood grandly in front of them. Ula raised her trident as she stood proudly in front of Noah. This is the Aqua Tower, a treasure built by the first king of Atlantis. She turned towards Noah and looked him straight in the eyes, her trident pointing towards the aqua tower that was drawing in his eyes. In a few days, the selection to see just which champions can become Seekers of Atlantis will take place once again. What you see currently is just the outer look of the tower, and your goal lies below. Noah's eyesight moved towards the ground that the mermaid was pointing at, as he could see a thin outline of the same tower that seemed to be much larger going down into the ground. Those who wish to become Seekers have to descend at least to the 70th floor in order to obtain a treasure that will initiate them into their new role. Many Neon commanders have tried, with very few that stood at the peak of that level passing the 70th floor. It's mostly Golden commanders that usually make it through and obtain the most rewards. The Neon and Golden commanders she was mentioning were naturally legendary and mythical ranked individuals. Noah's power had already risen to the mythical level, and he wondered just how far down he could go in this tower where treasures lay waiting for him. This was one of his goals in coming to Atlantis. Past the 70th floor of the Aqua Tower was a treasure created from technology and magic, something that everybody holding the title of champion wanted to get their hands on. If you are strong enough to reach that level, the expertly synthesized golden serum will land in your hand. It was the pride and joy that granted such incredible strength to King Neptune. You must have heard of its effects to be standing where you are now, so the one advice I can give you is, go as deep as you can. The mermaid that was always speaking a chirpy enthusiastic voice turned serious as she said this. The deeper you go, the more concentrated the serum becomes, and the more power you will gain after taking it. Noah nodded at these words as many thoughts passed through his mind, and she continued, this time getting back to her cheerful self. The new selection will start in a few days, so you have some time to enjoy Atlantis as it should be enjoyed. I'll lead you to the lodging where you'll be staying. Noah followed closely behind the mermaid as he took in the expansive Aqua Tower one last time, his gaze lingering on a shining blue square on the right side of the tower that held multiple numbers with names in front of them. At the number 1 spot, which shone in a golden light, stood a name that would bring awe to any that looked. It was written, King Neptune. Chapter 157, World Connection. Noah spent the next hour after that being shown around even more places, even visiting one of her apparently favorite restaurants before the mermaid Ula dropped him off in an exquisite lodging for Atlanteans. The futuristic house was surrounded by a bubble of air, and inside it were multiple Atlanteans dressed in servant clothing that attended around the house. Noah gave his farewell to the mermaid that was extremely welcoming as he toured the lodging, looking forward to most likely finding all of the blueprints of these buildings and architecture he observed here appearing in his spiritual land. He let the attendants that were moving around the lodging know he wouldn't be needing them, and he finally let out a breath as he found himself alone once more. He looked around the house for a few more minutes before going into one of the rooms that held large soft bedding, where he closed the door and his figure disappeared. He had received a message some time back that something that needed some time to successfully occur would finally be happening. He had a few days before the next round of selection to see who was capable of becoming a Seeker of Atlantis occurred, so before that he planned to go back to a place he had promised to go back to frequently. It had already been over a week since then, and he wondered how things were going. He used Shapeshifter to change forms once again, and spatial travel was used as Noah's figure seamlessly traveled far distances yet again. A dazzling woman dressed in a light blue dress lined with fur was staring out from the terrace of a large manor atop a floating peak in the sky. It was a scene that would be a young man's dream as the fair woman looked with forlorn and a bit of frustration, her mind seemingly thinking of many things. It was late at night, so she let out a sigh as she turned around to head back into her room when something dazzling occurred. Her eyesight that was only looking at the darkness and a few lights leading further into the manor found the world in front of her turning a bright shade of gold. Her frustrated expression was instantly wiped away as the figure of the man she was thinking about appeared in front of her. She wanted to say many things, but before she even had the chance she found their two figures shifting locations and appearing in a unique place she hadn't been to in a while. They appeared inside the frozen plateau spiritual land as Noah moved in advance to escape prying ears. A light smile was on his face as he adopted an apologetic expression on his face. Hey dash. Pa. A light impact resounded beside the location just outside the futuristic modern house in the spiritual land. Adelaide had jumped onto Noah's body, tightly grabbing him and not letting go as her worries eased. Haha, sorry I didn't come back even sooner. How's everything? Noah pulled her from his chest as he wanted to check how things were developing so far, before preparing her for a big surprise that would be happening sometime soon. The Queen of the Frozen Kingdom looked up as she observed Noah and the exquisite architectures around them. She didn't reply as she grabbed his hand and led him into the futuristic manor in front of them, her face that of someone on a mission. The Frozen Kingdom had continued its rapid period of development with the boom in the agricultural sector that allowed them to establish trade with the mythical kingdoms of the Beast World. There were a variety of products they exported, but their most profitable ones were the products made by the sacred rye that was planted in the spiritual land. With no forces placing them at war, it was a period where everyone strengthened themselves while working harder to prepare for any similar scenarios in the future. The Frozen Kingdom traded for specialty products of other kingdoms as well as gaining an abundant inflow of cores that continued to strengthen their people. Expansion of the kingdom continued as more and more humans and beastmen came to establish themselves in the Frozen Kingdom, the policies of the old king of accepting people of all races still increasing the workforce of the kingdom. Adelaide was sitting on a fluffy couch with a thick book in her hands as she looked to be in a happier mood with all her frustrations gone. She had on light blue bloomers and a tank top as her abundant blue hair messily rolled down to below her shoulders. She was talking while looking over the many things written in the thick book, Noah's head resting on her thighs with his eyes peacefully closed as he listened. It was a calming scene to look at as the pitter-patter of little feet could be heard, and an arrogant miniaturized penguin appeared with a large tray of already matured and cut-up, pygmy melons, and the ice-blue fruits from the snow vines. Adelaide's fair hand reached out to grab some fruits as she continued to talk, the sleek penguin retreating to the side as it stared at the figure of Noah blissfully lying on the queen's lap with contempt. It seemed like the higher-ups of the mythical kingdom had already made contact with Adelaide, especially the powerhouse of the mythical Phoenix Kingdom that had visited to look for Noah. The expansion and advancement of the Frozen Kingdom was overall continuing to do well as the days passed, and it would only go faster from here. Noah's resting eyes snapped open as he received a message and then began feeling the area around him begin trembling. The project that two worlds were undertaking these past few days was finally coming to fruition. A significant amount of time was put in this time around to reduce risks as much as possible, and the final touches were being put in place now as the process finished. At that instant, a blinding white light briefly covered the Beast World, as well as Noah's homeworld. When the white light passed, surprising changes began to occur, even more so in the younger world that initiated the connection. The changes in the Beast World would be just as surprising though, because when things settled down, the inhabitants of the Beast World began seeing new things in their line of sight. Noah observed the settling of essence around them as he turned to the surprised Adelaide and said, "Do you see something in the corner of your eyes?" The queen thought she couldn't be any more surprised, but found her mouth opening blankly as she saw a status panel for the first time in her life. Her newly risen strength of epic rank was clearly shown with all of the skills she had been using, and even more new things as her eyes passed through the spectacular panel and she read things like, skill combination. The connection between the two worlds was successfully established, and the system of power that the inhabitants of Noah's blue planet enjoyed had now appeared in the Beast World as well. The ways that the inhabitants of the Beast World raised their strengths would also become accessible to the humans in Noah's world, and the spectacular feature of traveling across the two worlds would soon be established to become the norm sometime in the future. The two worlds were rapidly changing as a new age was being ushered in. Chapter 158, Advancing. The inhabitants of the two worlds felt that something had changed on a certain day. The differences were more obvious for the Beast World as something completely different from what they knew was introduced to them. The strength of the powerhouses at the peak of power could quantify their strength and even do fantastical things like combining the skills that they had been proficiently using over the years. A period of tremendous change would occur over the coming weeks. As for the effect this would cause on a grander scale, many had yet to realize or find out. Noah's next few days were a period of relaxing by viewing the sights of Atlantis by day and spending the nights in the Beast World and his homeworld while watching how others were adapting to the new changes around them. Spending the time in the Frozen Kingdom with the Icy Queen was fun while the time spent on the hidden village in his homeworld was very peaceful. It was a stark contrast for both of them when he got back to Atlantis that was filled with wonder and lights all around. Noah had many cores, items, and skill books that he didn't have any uses of. In his hands were many skill books of the different styles of Mountain Sea sect that the disciples he took down gifted. Many were given to Sophia as she handled distributing them to the chosen protectors that continued to rise in strength, their speed becoming even higher as many epic and legendary cores would soon start landing in their hands. A few of the loot he hadn't had any use for were left to Adelaide as her strength now neared the peak of epic rank, her body becoming used to consuming many of the icy blue fruits from the snow vines, as well as the cores Noah provided. In the spiritual land, 3 more beasts had fully advanced to the legendary rank after consuming many of the same fruits that were specially cultivated for them, and Noah was looking forward to the ripening of the ice-fire persimmon in less than 2 weeks to see just how much more rapidly the ranks of the beasts could be increased. His skills were continuing to grow as fast as usual, and he wasn't spending all of his time just slacking off, making sure to continue spamming and training with the beasts to rapidly increase his skills proficiency. This brought about some new skill combinations. Hellish Descent plus Absolute Zero, Epic plus Destructive Domain. Summon Holy Blight plus Life Steal, Epic plus Summon Saint of Death. The description under the newly synthesized Summon Saint of Death was particularly interesting, making one think how much this virulent abomination from long ago could continue to grow. Summon Saint of Death, having already had the capability of moving the dead to its whims, now it can steal away the life force of those it comes into contact with for its own amuse.e.m.e.nt. Among its tools are Defiler, Devouring Breath, Two-Faced, and Life Drain. Noah continued to look forward to the development of his first summon while also checking out the mythical summoning skill he received from the anglerfish a few days back. 2 mythical creatures came out with the use of the skill, their shapes similar to the disgusting anglerfish as they looked around menacingly. Their powers were amplified and stronger in the sea, but they were just as terrifying on land as they used their dense essence to float dangerously in the air, the lack of water not bothering them one bit. Adding on to Noah's unique skill, Primal Conjurer, which allowed him to now summon primal spirits at the mythical rank, it meant he could now summon 4 powerful allies on the same level as him. There were new additions to what creatures could be summoned with Primal Conjurer after he entered the mythic rank. Primal Conjurer, 2 primal spirits of the same level are called to your side. Currently available spirits: Troll, Manticore, Dullahan, Basilisk, Red Dragon. There were 2 new additions of available spirits, the Red Dragon out of the 2 of them seeming very enticing. Noah felt that his strength continued to break through more and more boundaries as he finished sorting everything out and neared the time where he would be descending the Aqua Tower for the treasures and information lying beneath it. The Golden Serum was something only the most powerful Atlanteans and merfolk had the luxury to receive, and he wanted to be among them. He finished moving rapidly across the 3 worlds and settled back in Atlantis once again, leaving the inhabitants of both the newly connected worlds to adapt to the new changes. His homeworld was undergoing the process where the essence in the surroundings continued to increase every hour as the feedback between the beast worlds stabilized more and more. With the connection of 2 worlds, it was something spectacular for Noah as he now had the reserves of 2 planets to use. He didn't feel any sort of boundless strength from it though, similarly to how when he first awakened he felt nothing with his focus remaining blank. All he did was access the abundant reserves to cast skills as much as he wished. There wasn't any feeling of using too much when he was connected to one world, and now that it was 2 he didn't think he would ever come across that feeling. The future looked grand as he made his way from the lodging and into the bright world of Atlantis. Today was particularly bustling as many Atlanteans and merfolk were headed towards the surroundings of Aqua Tower to watch the possible rise of new seekers of Atlantis. Noah found himself a hydro train and he soon arrived at the location that used to be quiet and serene, now being fully packed with colorful figures of mermaids and other interesting individuals. The Aqua Tower stood grandly as it was now surrounded on all sides by figures floating in the sea. The information on how the event would be going down was already given to Noah beforehand as he found other champions letting out waves of fearsome power standing in front of the doors of the tower. He swam across the masses and soon joined the group waiting below, drawing in their attention as their eyes briefly turned to look at the new arrival that would be competing with them. There were 2 Atlanteans boasting the same golden hair as he was, both decked in colorful pulsating suits that made them stand out. There were also 2 mermaids and a merman holding onto piercing tridents as they floated grandly near the entrance. Today, 6 champions would be descending the Aqua Tower, and new seekers would possibly be chosen. Merfolk and Atlanteans gathered as they looked at the 6 figures letting out waves of power at the center of all the attention. I see Judah is trying the challenge once again, but he can never seem to pass the 61st floor in the past year. Haha, you think it's that easy? This is a challenge where golden commanders shine, and he has yet to promote his strength to that level. Various discussions were occurring as Ula appeared in front of the 6 of them, the event about to begin. Who's that handsome lad on the side though? I don't think I've ever seen him before. Oh, that guy. I saw him arriving in the city a while back. It's fresh fish that might either surprise us or become another repeater for the months to come before he gives up. Don't count him out, it could be the dark horse of this race to the depths of the Aqua Tower. Noah's figure that wasn't seen before was drawing some attention from the floating merfolk and Atlanteans as the discussions and collections of more and more of them packed the surroundings of the tower. The challenge to become seekers of Atlantis, gaining the golden serum that gave huge advancements to the strength of the body, as well as the knowledge of the last remaining clues that would locate the treasure of the first king, would soon begin. Chapter 159, Overwhelming Pressure. The tower in front of them was massive, but the inside of it was even more spectacular. The 6 champions were entered through the wide doors of the tower as soon as the set time reached. Noah felt the changes around him as he felt slight pressure after he entered the first floor, with no other changes besides that. The first floor was an expansive room of brightly glowing fauna, giving the tower a calming look as the 6 champions looked among one another and then descended onto the wide black space at the center of the room that transferred them to the next floor. Outside of the Aqua Tower where Atlanteans and merfolk were congregated, a bright blue screen had appeared beside the large tower that showed 6 names. 3 were neon in color and 3 were golden, signifying 3 legendary and 3 mythical individuals taking this challenge today. The inhabitants of Atlantis watched the movement of names on the screen with rapt attention while discussing their movements. In a few minutes, all 6 names were on the 20th floor as they passed through them with ease, their powerful bodies withstanding the pressure as if it was nothing. Noah continued to feel the increasing pressure around him, but every time he entered another floor and increased pressure descended, his body would adapt and the pressure would be reduced. He wasn't forced to use any skills to take the pressure head-on so far. Another tens of minutes passed and the names in a golden shade that signified mythical individuals on the screen were leading ahead and had reached the 50th floor, with the ones at legendary stage still passing through the floors in the 40s. It's exciting so far, not a single dud that has suddenly dropped out has appeared below the 50th floor so far. I'm jealous just imagining what the one to reach the furthest floor today will receive. Can you imagine the enhancement that comes with a golden serum that is highly concentrated? Someone might even be able to gain the golden sea body that we've only heard about from history. Haha, that myth. There were very few in history that were able to reach the 100th floor. It's unlikely you'll see history write itself today. There were many discussions and arguments going around as the inhabitants of Atlantis watched the names continuing to descend down the Aqua Tower. Ula was closely watching the names, even more at the golden shining name of Noah. He was the Atlantean from the city of Liquinia that just arrived in Atlantis and was trying this for the first time, yet he followed the others with ease as his name remained in the top 3 of those descending down. The floors of the Aqua Tower were all similar in their designs, having resplendently glowing faunus growing amongst the pristine floors with pulsing blue lines running on the walls. The arduous journey down the tower continued as the Atlanteans and merfolk finally noticed a change. One name had pulled away from the others. Who is leading? Their sharp eyes saw the glowing name that read Noah, as he stepped on the 65th floor faster than the other 5 champions. The moment his feet landed onto the floor, he felt a crumbling pressure that he couldn't withstand with his body alone. His face hardened as he quickly activated the 5th style of Mountain Sea Sect, Descent of the Emperor. A shining light resounded out as the regal aura and outline of an emperor wrapped around Noah, a shining blue crown appearing above his head as his shoulders that were slumped raised again. He let out a deep breath as his body was raised, the pressure still palpitating but bearable. He glanced around the floor that didn't seem to have any sophisticated machines or items that continued to cause this increasing pressure, and even going down to a similar sea level on the outside shouldn't change the pressure by this much. Noah knew why he was here though, so he persevered. His advance was unhindered as he continued, his goal being the most concentrated serum at the lowest floor of the Aqua Tower, as well as the information he would gain from reaching the lowest floor. Surprised gasps and discussions continued outside as an unknown name took the lead for the challenge to select more seekers of Atlantis. In a location not too far from the Aqua Tower, an Atlantean with the usual golden hair stood atop a ferocious war shark as he observed the happenings of the tower below him. The rapidly moving name that continued to descend through the floors caught his eyes as his figure came closer to the Aqua Tower. The appearance of the war shark that moved closer to the Aqua Tower caught the attention of the surrounding Atlanteans and merfolk as the discussion quieted down somewhat. The person appearing was undoubtedly someone of high importance. He stood grandly atop the war shark as the masses parted, coming near the entrance of the tower where Ula, the mermaid that had been taking care of Noah, bowed down towards him. Prince. The men referred to as the prince nodded towards Ula as he asked. What do we know about him? He's an Atlantean that appeared in the city of Liquinia a while back. He passed through the trial of becoming a champion with ease, and now seems to be doing the same. The prince nodded as he continued. That's all we know. Yes, Prince. A sharp light passed through his eyes as he heard this and looked at the name that continued to rise higher in the ranks as it continued to descend. The 70th floor was soon reached as the watchers outside floated with bated breaths. Would a seeker be crowned just like this? They didn't have to wait long as a blue light was released from the tower, expanding outwards as cheers were released from the floating Atlanteans and merfolk. The release of blue light signified that the 71st floor was reached. The sharp light in the prince's eyes increased as a light smile appeared on his face. Finally, yet another seeker would join them. He was thinking of a way to give them a grand welcome, when his thoughts stopped as the light that was on the 71st floor quickly entered 72. Silence came to the surroundings as the people realized what had occurred. The contestant Noah had not taken the prize at the 71st floor, and continued further down. Excitement began to course through the bodies of those watching as a thought appeared in all of their minds. Were they about to witness something incredible? A few minutes back before Noah went further down the tower, a mechanical voice had resounded on the 71st floor as soon as he stepped in. Successfully cleared 70 floors, Grade 3 Golden Serum is available as a reward. The modification that will be carried out will grant you a body that will be as tough as neon battle suits. Will you claim the reward or continue? An elevated clear glass table magically rose from the ground as mechanical attachments with long needles appeared in the room. The tubes had golden liquid flowing through them as they waited for Noah's reply. He looked around at the astounding sight as his face remained firm and he replied, I will continue. Chapter 160, A Blue Dragon Adorned with a Crown. I will continue. The tone was steady and carried no doubts, the mechanical voice replying a second after. Good luck. The many mechanical arms holding golden liquid inside them and the long vacant table retracted as the expansive black space to the lower floors appeared. Noah did not take any chances for the lower floors as before he descended. He cast the first 5 forms of Mountain Sea Sect 6 styles as he felt his body continue to come under increasing pressure. The skills seamlessly mixed together as he felt the strain disappear. The Blue Fortress skill caused the outline of the Emperor to become even more solid as the Wings of the Sea and Healing Water continued to give support as his steps became easier and any fractures that formed were immediately covered. The Aqua Tower was a trial only those born in the depth of the seas could complete, with only the most talented of Atlanteans and merfolk having powerful bodies and abilities to withstand increased pressure to begin with. It weeded out those that were weak and only let the strong pass through to obtain the reward. Someone at the Neon Commander level, or really legendary rank, would have to be at the top of this rank to withstand and make it to the 71st floor where a Grade 3 Golden Serum would be administered for them to gain a boost that would make their bodies as tough as the battle armor they wore. If anybody had the skills to descend down more floors and obtain a serum of an even higher grade though. Noah disregarded the thoughts of the Grade 3 serum as his figure quickly went down the wide black space that would transfer him to the next floor, going down further below as he looked forward to discovering just how strong this pressure could become. The pressure only continued to increase on the next floor, and Noah's figure was transferred to the next floor instantly as he felt the pressure crushing down on him once more. His body encased in the Descent of the Emperor, and surrounded by the other 4 styles of techniques remained strong. A blue light shined out as his body adapted, and he continued to move forward. The heavy pressure seemed to cause cracks to form on the blue form that he was encased in. The style of Healing Water continued working at maximum capacity to repair and heal any cracks that formed. The Atlanteans and merfolk outside continued to watch with bated breaths as they saw the name shining in gold continue down from the 71st floor to the 75th floor in but an instant, and the name continued to go down unhindered. The person who Ula referred to as the prince had taken out a mechanical device and pressed a few buttons on it, a message being sent to a few people of high importance. Something spectacular would be happening in Atlantis today. He played within the mechanical device for only a few seconds, but when he looked back up again the golden name indicating Noah was already on the 79th floor. The other 5 contestants that were still descending seemed to be all but forgotten as all the attention was turned to one person. On the 79th floor, Noah really felt the strain on his already cast skill and body, as the pressure seemed to come on all sides. Even though he didn't want to do it yet, he was forced to cast the sixth style of the Mountain Sea sect's secret techniques, the dragon form. A tremendous blast of power erupted outwards as Noah was elevated and his body appeared 10 meters higher in the air. A blue outline of a ferocious regal dragon began to form all around him, his body placed at the forefront and the center of its head. The blue dragon that required a mythical cultivator, as well as multiple legendary and epic cultivators to power up, was cast in the hands of the lone Noah. The skill finished being cast as a blue dragon resplendently came to light. The pressure that was weighing down on Noah became completely ignored at the advent of this skill. This wasn't just the blue dragon by itself, it was the blue dragon that was cast while the rest of the 5 styles of the Mountain Sea sect were also cast. The outline of the blue dragon had an arrogant expression on its face as a blue crown laid on top of it. Besides the 2 resplendent blue wings on its back, even shinier white ones had appeared on it, giving the picture of a dragon that had 4 wings powerfully attached on its back. Its scales and figure that were somewhat transparent when it was cast by the cultivators was now much more solid, making the figure of the dragon look extremely real and indistinguishable from the real one. A roar of power escaped the jaws of the resplendent blue dragon as the crown on its head shined. The pressure was offset by a huge amount as the outline of the dragon went towards the black space that led towards the lower floors, its large claw just swiping downwards before its body was transported down to the 80th floor, and then quickly to the 81st. The moment that this was past, what appeared on the 71st floor occurred once more, a mechanical voice ringing out. Successfully descended 80 floors. Grade 2 Golden Serum is available as the reward. Will you take the reward or continue? A stentorian voice resounded from the head of the blue dragon as Noah replied. The empty table and mechanical arms that had called the liquids positing through them had briefly appeared and disappeared once again as another black space appeared on the ground of the 81st floor. With no period of waiting, Noah went down once again. 85th, 86th, 87th, 88th, 89th, 90th, 91st. The same scene and the same repetition occurred on the 91st floor. Successfully descended 90 floors. Grade 1 Golden Serum available for the reward. Will you take the reward or continue? The mechanical voice rang out as Noah stood protected inside the form of the blue dragon. He had already come this far, and if he stopped here and took the reward, he would be disqualified from proceeding forward. He felt confident to continue until he received the ultimate prize. The pressure that continued to increase had not been able to do a single thing to the powerful, dragon form that required to be powered up by many, many beings. Noah didn't even know the extent of its power as he continued his descent down the tower, which he knew should have increased pressure that would bring the most average mythical individuals to their knees. He replied with the same determined voice. I will continue. His actions didn't mean too much to him because he already planned to go all the way down until he got the most concentrated form of the golden serum and the most specific information on the whereabouts of the supreme treasure, the trident of Neptune. But his actions were causing shocking waves on the surrounding waters outside of the Aqua Tower. Be it merfolk or Atlantean, they were all staring in stupefaction as they watched the name Noah Osmont climb higher and higher on the board, observing the 6 champions. People soon noticed something on the separate leaderboard that was attached to the Aqua Tower different from the electronic screen that was showing these 6 contestants today. Another name had appeared as it climbed through the ranks that were established for a long time. The golden leaderboard that was attached to the Aqua Tower and holding the name King Neptune as the first to have reached the lowest floor of the tower. Everyone below that was either an astounding commander or the most powerful figures in Atlantis who held their positions either on the 90th floor, the 94th, or the 99th. There were only 50 names on this leaderboard, and Noah had gotten on it as his ranking continued to shoot up. Ula was glancing over in shock at this Atlantean that she brought around, not realizing they would produce this many surprises. A commotion was occurring throughout all of Atlantis as a powerful new seeker continued to descend down the tower. Chapter 161, Golden Sea Body. Noah's mind was all focused on continuing downwards. Ignoring the reward of the 91st floor where the mechanical voice that mentioned a grade 1 golden serum would be given as the reward. This was the first grade that only the strongest of the mythical ranked Atlanteans and merfolk could get a chance to enjoy. Those that had special abilities or skills to go against the overwhelming pressure of the Aqua Tower at these floors stood at the peak of the mythical rank and could make it this far. Noah's figure was unhindered as he continued. 95th, 96th, 97th, 98th, 99th. The splendid blue dragon let out a powerful roar as soon as it arrived on the 99th floor. The pressure being overwhelmingly high and coming from all sides as it tried to tear down the powerful form. But there seemed to be a strong resonance between all the cast 6 forms of the Mountain Sea Sect's secret techniques. As the Blue Fortress form kept the scales of the dragon and the form solid, the healing water continued to heal any cracks that appeared as everything remained standing strong. The wings of the sea vibrated in the tower as they allowed the large body to move with more ease. The addition of the 2 light wings that went on to create the form of a dragon with 4 wings gave him a fearsome look. The first style, Water Sword, sharpened the claws of the blue dragon and made them into the sharpest edges. Behind him was a sharp tail that had multiple spikes that resembled swords as they glistened powerfully in the light. The form was so strong and powerful that he couldn't wait to test it on more powerful enemies. The 99th floor that hadn't been passed in quite a while was cleared by a being that was activating multiple skills that would have required tens of people to burn their cores in order to generate enough energy just to keep active for a few seconds. Noah reached the 100th floor. When this floor was reached, a blue light shot out from the Aqua Tower and reached high into the seas above. The blue light acted as a notification, as a reminder to all beings that Atlantis remained strong, and it had gained yet another seeker. Powerful figures from all around were notified and alarmed as more attention congregated on the Aqua Tower. The 100th floor had no pressure. It was serene and beautiful, with fauna and flowers that you've never seen in the outside world being abundant. At the center of the floor, it was cleared out with a golden clear bed appearing. From the ceiling, long mechanical tubes and arms with extremely sharp and pointed needles were present. Inside of the tubes was a thick flowing golden liquid that had rays of shining purple light within them. This was not the 3rd grade nor the 1st grade golden serum. The mechanical voice that he had heard on the 71st, 81st and 91st floor rang out once again. You have successfully cleared all the floors of the Aqua Tower, gaining access to the supreme grade golden serum. Will you start the infusion process? A light smile appeared on Noah's face as he deactivated the 6 forms of the Mountain Sea Sect's secret techniques, and his Atlantean body appeared on the serene floor. I will start the process. The moment his voice gave the assertion, his body felt a strong force as it was pulled forward towards the pristine bed right below the long tubes with pointed needles. He quickly found himself attached to the bed at the center of the 100th floor. The bed changed to an outline of an Atlantean. As it matched his body and he was situated even more comfortably. He took off his armor and remained only with briefs as the process became even smoother, with straps coming in next to sternly attach him onto the bed as the many long tubes with the pointed needles began nearing his body. The mechanical voice rang out once again. Some time is required before the modification can be completed. Please persevere as it continues. Noah looked at the many needles coming towards his body, as well as the golden liquid with traces of purple that filled them. Even his fearsome demeanor somewhat faltered, as the many tubes and needles neared him and pierced the layers of his skin. A piercing pain was felt throughout all of his body as needles sunk into many sections of his body. One shot at the center of his chest, multiple of them shot in his hands and legs, and his head was elevated as another entered behind his neck. He let out a ragged breath as he felt a pulse come out of the long tubes and hot liquid began flowing into his body. The feeling brought about excruciating pain to say the least. The golden liquid felt like the hottest substance as it entered his body, seemingly burning him from inside out. This was the highest grade of the golden serum that only individuals at the mythical rank or above who had extreme abilities that boosted the strengths of their body would be able to reach the 100th floor and be rewarded with this treasure. They could handle its concentration as their bodies were already strong enough to pass through the floors to get here. Noah had used the form of the blue dragon to pass through the floors, his own body nowhere near as strong as the peak mythical ranked individuals. The pain he was experiencing was horrendous. It felt like lava was flowing all over his body as the golden serum entered and moved around without reservation. This was the creation of technology and magic that stood at the peak of Atlantis. The peak creation of genetic engineering that entered and fused into the cells themselves. The serum worked at a microscopic level as it attached itself to the cells of the person's body and strengthened them to extreme degrees. If you brought this concept to the world of modern science before the apocalypse in Noah's homeworld, you would be laughed at. Such an idea would be impossible and even laughable, but in this world of technology, fantasy, and magic, what was not possible? Noah's mind was fully occupied with keeping himself awake in the midst of all of this excruciating pain as he soon began feeling a warm calming sensation spread throughout his body. He watched as the serum in the tubes continued to be pumped into his body, not knowing how all of it continued to be entered without his body bursting. A tingling sensation gradually replaced the painful feeling. His body felt some minute changes as the golden hair common to all Atlanteans was shining and experiencing growth, growing long enough to nearly reach his shoulders. He thought the process was over when one last tube appeared. This one had a liquid that was completely purple and shining majestically as it neared his body. The needle on this one wasn't too large, but it was prominent. It came towards him and quickly entered at the center of his forehead, the most dangerous location that no other needles had come close to piercing. Ah! Another scream resounded as a few more minutes passed, before all the tubes were retracted into the ceiling of the last floor of the Aqua Tower, and the only thing that remained was the golden bed that Noah was lying on. He was letting out exhausted breaths as he looked at his body. It looked as it did normally, the pronounced abs and steeled muscles just seeming to have gained a shine of gold. A layer of gold specks of light was slowly moving across his skin. He felt an overabundance of physical strength that he could not wait to try out. Chapter 162, King Neptune. Noah's body didn't feel too strange, but the moment he put pressure on his legs, his figure shot up through the water like a blasted missile. He found himself knocking into the ceiling of the current floor, his body still seeming foreign to him. He looked at his body while trying to adjust to his strength. He gave a simple command for his body to move in the water, and he once again shot out at high speed towards the direction he was thinking of. The golden sheen never left his body and felt as if he had particles of gold light moving above his skin. It was very interesting to observe as he tried to test his new limits. He had tried and failed twice at controlling his body, and as he tried moving once more, the mechanical voice he had been hearing rang out again. Congratulations, Noah Osmond, for obtaining the golden sea body. It is something that very few will have the chance to obtain in Atlantis. A golden light shone down as the mechanical voice finished and disappeared, something else beginning to form in the center of the room. Noah stopped trying to adjust to his body for now as the golden light at the center of the floor formed into the shape of a merman that he had only seen in the memories. The merman had a powerful presence as he fully appeared in a transparent form at the center of the 100th floor of the Aqua Tower. The figure that seemed to be a hologram looked towards Noah, a slight smile appearing on its face. I see we have gained yet another strong fighter for the city of Atlantis. Noah looked at the appearance of this hologram as the memories in his head and the many statues he had seen of this merman matched in his mind, and he voiced out, King Neptune. His body bent slightly as he recalled the culture of Atlantis and paid his respects to the late king. Ah, none of that. I am but a relic of the past, long gone. This form that you see, this is the strand of consciousness that I left before I set out on my journey. It continued to be preserved by the Aqua Tower over the years. The translucent form of King Neptune looked over at Noah and seemed to be scanning him up and down. You are an Atlantean through and through, and now you have gained the golden sea body from the most concentrated form of the golden serum. Your body should be even stronger than the golden battle suits, with the commanders at that level having to put in quite some work just to injure you. The serum was one of my most innovative products. He looked forlorn as he continued talking. This was a product that I was able to work on with my many colleagues. I could produce stronger fighters from those who were already capable, but there was a very limited amount of this golden serum of this concentration. You were actually lucky enough to be infused with the last one. Noah listened with rapt attention at the ramblings of the old king as he waited for the other reward he had been looking forward to on this trip to Atlantis. The normal proceedings would be to receive the reward from the high-ranking individuals from Atlantis after passing the 71st floor and becoming a seeker, allowing you to learn the information about the trident of Neptune that every powerhouse in the lost world was currently looking for. But his clearing all the way until the 100th floor was monumental and had triggered the appearance of the strand of consciousness of King Neptune. This meant he would be receiving the highest level of information from the source itself. Ah, those are times of the past though, and we should be looking into the future. The future does indeed look grim. The blue form of King Neptune became grim as light exploded outwards, forming into blurry figures of three people. Two were completely unfamiliar to Noah, but their clothing resembled those of the cultivators he had come across before. One of them was an image that once gave him cold shivers when he viewed memories of it. It was the one that stood at the peak of the demon world, the oppressive tyrant, Baal. Let me tell you about my death, and how those like you can move quickly enough to reclaim my most prized creation, the Trident of the Sea. The Trident of the Sea. Also commonly known as the Supreme Treasure, the Trident of Neptune. Noah's body settled down as he listened closely to the information coming out from the legendary King Neptune himself. Before Atlantis began the game of cat and mouse, we were prospering and on our way to inventing things that would normally remain only far-fetched dreams and hopes. We had created a powerful weapon that could command the sea, and had a breakthrough in genetic engineering to learn how to improve the strength of our bodies. The voice of Neptune thundered throughout the last floor of the Aqua Tower, as information only those at the highest echelons of Atlantis were privy to was being given without hesitation to the recently advanced seeker. But things never go that smoothly. The era of innovation was halted with the invasion from two worlds, those from the world of cultivation and the demon world setting their sights on the many treasures of Atlantis. We were truly strong though, and defended against the advances of both forces, later on even managing to kick them out as I undertook the project that was my highest achievement, the creation of a world engine. It felt like thunder had echoed in Noah's brain as a brand new piece of information he had not come across before appeared now. He put forth the various information he held together as a piece of the puzzle connected. The lost world of Atlantis had gained the title of lost over the years because the geniuses of Atlantis had created something that allowed them to move their world and mask its location from those that sought them harm. The location would be found out in time as their enemies had many means, with the example of the unique skill that Aureus used to have that allowed her to simply locate the coordinates of the world by teleporting into it for the demon's side, while the cultivators had their own mysterious means to discover the world again. Noah only knew this, and never knew just what treasure the city of Atlantis had created to be able to do something like this. Now, he was hearing about it for the first time, and from the being that spearheaded the project too. Something called a world engine. What exactly was this innovation, and how could he take it for himself? Chapter 163, The Location of the Trident. Atlanteans and merfolk outside the Aqua Tower had gathered in solemnity as they watched the blue light shooting out of the tower signifying something spectacular. More, war sharks, and other powerful creatures of the sea that had important figures riding on their backs arrived near the tower to receive the seeker that had reached the 100th floor. The other 5 champions still struggling in the tower were all but forgotten, with the watchers not even paying attention when one of the Atlanteans at mythical rank descending the tower reached the 71st floor. He was happy with the grade 3 golden serum as he didn't trust himself to be strong enough to reach further below, and chose to take the rewards as his mind wondered about the grand welcome and applause he would receive after leaving the tower with the title of Seeker. This champion was bound to be disappointed as all the attention was already stolen by someone else. The mermaid Ula was swarmed with important figures that continued to question her about the Atlantean she had received, wanting to know as much as they could about Noah before he came out of the tower. This was someone that would support their goals of locating the supreme treasure that would guarantee their victory against the pesky vultures circling above the seas. What type of being was he? Meanwhile, on the last floor of the Aqua Tower, a story continued to be told from an ancient merman to an Atlantean whose body shone with gold light. The world engine was something that took the entirety of the resources of all the regions of the sea we commanded. But we were successful in creating it, and we gained the capability to affect the whole world. The transparent strand of consciousness that was King Neptune continued with a serious tone as he divulged secrets very few were privy to. Through communicating with the will of the world, we gained its cooperation as our creation that was the world engine was powered up by the world itself to allow for the displacement and masking. This only gave us a momentary period of peace though, as our enemies always followed us where we went. Their forces were not powerful enough to penetrate the defenses of my city, so they were always pushed back. But this was when they resorted to schemes, and I faced my doom because of it. The forces of the demon world and the world of cultivation that always worked against each other joined forces, launching prompt attacks that would have decimated many underwater cities and caused casualties in the millions. This was how they drew me out. I left Atlantis to go fight for the defense of those that could not defend themselves, and I paid dearly for it. The leaders of the two forces were waiting for me in ambush, with this coward in the lead. King Neptune pointed towards the blurry image of Baal as he called this powerful ruler a coward. I had the trident and the sea by my side, so even with the ambush, I was able to push them back against all odds, but I was heavily injured and could not keep my life. The ruler of demons held terrible strength while the cultivators used mysterious powers I hadn't come across before. The prompt attacks from the two forces were all just to bring out the king of Atlantis, and they had succeeded. The battle didn't end in their favor though, and even though Neptune retreated with threatening injuries that would later take his life, Baal and the forces from the world of cultivation received heavy injuries that caused them to retreat as well. This spoke about the power this old king held when he moved fearlessly in the seas. The battle was fought quite a distance away from Atlantis, and I would have never been able to make it back before I sucked out bed to my injuries. My only option was to find a safe haven near me that would be hard for my enemies to move around. I could not make it back to my home to entrust the Trident of the Sea to my successor, so I could only try to hide it in a location that would later be found by my own people. Thus, the last memories I have before everything became dark and foggy, was my main body moving with the goal of hiding in a nearby danger zone that very few will know how to survive in. From the little memories this strand of consciousness could piece together, my deathbed was most likely in the abyssal zone. It felt as if a strike of lightning passed through Noah's mind as the old king finally mentioned a possible location of the supreme treasure. The abyssal zone. One of the most dangerous zones in the wide seas that had terribly powerful creatures roaming freely. The lost world had vast bodies of water, with many dangerous locations of extreme environments and powerful creatures being present. The abyssal zone was one of the more terrifying ones. This strand of consciousness only has fragmented memories of darkness as soon as the battle finished, so even I am not sure if I achieved my goal in the end. If you want to reclaim the Trident of the Sea and be able to fight back against the forces of demons and cultivators that have no doubt healed and returned once more, start with the abyssal zone. The defenses of Atlantis are extremely tight and should hold strong against any invasion, but if the enemies get their hands on a weapon that can control the sea, the rest of my people might just face destruction. The strand of consciousness of the old king that remained in the Aqua Tower looked over at Noah's powerfully shining gold body as he finished his long story. This is information that those in the highest echelons of Atlantis should have figured out by now, but here is something else that only those that have reached the 100th floor of the Aqua Tower will be privy to. My main body had traveled across the many dangerous zones of the seas and saw all the dangers there. The one thing I am certain I would have done before possibly sucked out Bing to the injuries in the abyssal zone, is to find an old friend to entrust the supreme treasure to. Noah continued to listen to these words as his thoughts wandered. An old friend that had the abyssal zone as its home. His heart was pounding as he realized getting his hands on the Trident of the Sea might not be that easy. So what was it? Who knew of the final location of the supreme treasure in the abyssal zone? What being did he have to face in the future for the possibility of obtaining this treasure? The one you should be paying attention to while conducting your search is someone that matched me in my prime and gained my respect. One of the calamities of the sea, the Kraken. Chapter 164, Sea King. Expletives were thrown out of Noah's mouth as he watched the mirage of King Neptune disappear. As soon as the story was finished, a white door appearing on the bottom of the floor that would lead to the outside world. The new information he gained couldn't help but make him curse as he realized just how arduous it would be to get his hands on the supreme treasure that King Neptune left behind. The Kraken. This was a legend that young Atlanteans and merfolk were told to scare them into submission. One of the calamities that roamed the seas. A creature of destructive power that could swallow cities whole if it wished. He had to come face to face with such a beast just to see if it held the Trident of the Sea that the dying king left behind. Noah breathed out as he calmed his mind and thought about his next moves. Thought acceleration worked in the background as he focused on the main problem at hand first, getting used to his body that continued to let out a golden sheen. In the next 10 minutes, explosive sounds continued to resound in the last floor of the Aqua Tower as Noah exerted his strength slowly and tried to rein in the large boost of power under his control. The smallest contractions and flexions of his muscles would send him shooting out with high speed, and it took him a few minutes to get it under control. After some time, he felt his body vibrating as he observed the gold light being drawn in under his skin, things seeming to finally be settling down. He looked at his achieved goal that granted him a powerful body as he checked off one of the aims in his checklist. His naked body became Dr. A.P.Ed with the deep sea armor, as he prepared to head towards the white space that would take him out of the Aqua Tower and put him into the outside world where his commotion should have drawn in a few key figures. His body passed through the white space as he flashed out, appearing on the same clearing beside the tower. The illuminated sea around him had the same quietness that he felt when he came to the Aqua Tower with Ula for the first time. This was a huge mismatch as the area was surrounded by even more figures than when he first entered the tower. Magnificent, war sharks, and killer whales, with exquisite saddles and reins on their backs floated in the sea carrying powerful auras that looked towards him. Noah found the Atlanteans and merfolk floating in the surrounding waters bow towards him as a thrumming wave resonated outwards with their voices. Sea King. Sea King. This was a title granted only to those that stood at the peak of power in Atlantis. Someone who had made their way to the lowest floor of the Aqua Tower was naturally granted this title, as they were put in the category of some of the strongest warriors Atlantis had to offer. On the leaderboard attached to the tower, the name Noah Osmond had reached the 5th position, meaning only 4 other beings had reached the 100th floor of the Aqua Tower along with King Neptune. This didn't mean that Noah was more powerful than the beings that ranked in the top 10 of this leaderboard. Many of them had their names etched into the rankings when they were younger, and left with the rewards of different grades of the golden serum before rising in strength over the years. Since they had already gone down the tower and achieved the infusion of the serum, they would not descend again in the future as there was nothing to gain for those who had already received a reward. Noah looked around him and felt the vibrations explode out as he received a welcome unlike any other as soon as he came out of the Aqua Tower. Merfolk raised their tridents up as they began to glow in colorful lights while Atlanteans raised their plasma guns that glowed bright blue as the cheers continued. All right, order. A strong voice reverberated outwards, originating from a humongous golden whale that looked to be carrying the most luxurious seats around. The cheering Atlanteans and merfolk heard this voice and were shocked, turning around to find a figure that they rarely saw. Ocean Master. Shocked voices resounded out as the identity of an Atlantean in a purple armor was ascertained. This was the current ruler of Atlantis, a being holding immense power that continued to push back against the invading enemies and taking the title of Ocean Master, King Zaon. The Ocean Master sat atop the golden whale letting out waves of mythical power as he looked interestingly at Noah's figure. He gave a slight nod to his son in the distance while his deep blue eyes shone brightly as they scanned Noah up and down before a bright smile appeared on his face. Young hero, come with me. While huge events were occurring in the Lost World, even more monumentous ones were taking place between 2 worlds far away. It had only been a few days since expansive changes began to occur on both worlds as the concentration of essence in the surrounding environments were elevated to high degrees. For the Beast World, something foreign appeared in front of their eyes as their strengths were quantified into observable numbers and they gained the power to strengthen themselves even more from the many possibilities the new system provided. Skills that would take them years to learn and master could be obtained with ease from enemies they defeated, and they could combine skills they had been using all these years to elevate them to a higher level. The day after this change began, the leaders of the remaining kingdoms in the Beast World as well as the leaders in Noah's blue planet received similar messages from the wills of their worlds, and that was to prepare for an even larger change where gateways would appear between their worlds. The dark sword, Kazuhiko, was floating valiantly on a sharp sword as he felt the congregation of essence in the air, his heart thumping as he waited for the door that would lead to a world he had only heard about from an envious guy. He, as well as that boring mountain of a man from the Blessed Empire, had both met with Sophia some time ago, learning of a few of the mysteries surrounding them and the reason they led in power in their world. They had received messages for them to go to a hidden village where this meeting occurred. Besides the abundant amount of information and how they would be moving from now on, they were also granted with many skill books and cores that allowed for their strengths to increase rapidly, both of them nearing the peak of epic rank currently. There were many things to plan for and observe as the planetary cores of the 2 worlds set the stage for a peaceful and mutual cooperation between the 2 sides while the construction of the gateways continued. Chapter 165, Gates appear between 2 worlds. Far from the United Federation, the man who considered himself the protector stood proudly at the center of the Blessed Empire as he observed the changes as well. He knew a bit more about Noah's arduous journey that made way for them to get where they were now, and could not wait to take center stage as well. After spending a significant amount of time talking to the innocent-looking Sophia, he set his personal goal for the Beast World about to open its doors to be the treasures called spiritual lands. The image of a floating landmass appearing above the Empire was still burned into his mind as his own sense of adventure had begun wildly burning one more. This was his own personal goal, and the Blessed Empire, as well as the United Federation as a whole, would have their own goals. Just like finding a route to a new land that held tons of riches, both worlds were now being connected, leading to a potential trade of goods, skills, and many more things at a much grander scale. Proper people were already notified of the impending establishment of gateways as plans went underway to prepare for something rarely seen in the universe, the creation of a budding economy between 2 worlds. The remaining mythical beasts in the Beast World watched the formation of large white gates that settled on easy-to-access locations near their mythical kingdoms. The Imperial Phoenix was puzzled to hear the will of the world that rarely made its appearance over the years come with a message and a huge surprise thereafter. She looked over the stat panel that showed all her spectacular skills in a unique fashion as she shook her head incredulously, still not fully believing it. She had discussed with the blue tortoise and white tiger as they put their heads together, combining their skills and watching the results with fiery eyes. They knew the implications of being able to strengthen their power like this. Reaching the rank above mythical would not be an issue for them, and all they would need would be time. The Phoenix watched as the large white gate near her kingdom stabilized, a resonation of essence ringing out as it now stood grandly. A hazy white light covered it as the Imperial Phoenix wanted to be the first to test it out. Her powerful figure drifted across the skies as it passed through the layer of light that surrounded the gate. A brief period of darkness, and then she observed a whole new world in front of her. Her senses spread out as she observed throngs of human figures near the gate, a collection of many weirdly shaped carriages and goods that were lined up for miles already in place. Further from here, she could see structures and buildings much different than she was used to as she felt a movement close to the gate she just came through. Her powerful gaze landed on a stout human that carried a spear, his power only at epic rank, but the conviction in his eyes was clear. She recalled the message from the will of the beast world as she nodded towards this human. "You're the representative of this land." The human she addressed, Steel Mikhail, withstood the waves of power as he forced his knees to stand straight and replied, "Yes, let's talk." Scenes like this were playing out all over the world as multiple gates that appeared with individuals already set in place for the welcome and discussion of the people from both sides. Noah had spent the 3 days before the descent into the Aqua Tower moving across the two worlds and setting things in place, with the planetary cores doing more of the work as they relayed messages of peace to their inhabitants. The two worlds were now inexplicably connected, and proper figureheads were set up to make sure the mixing of the two worlds would be that of peace and benefit. 2 gates appeared in the Blessed Empire that connected to the mythical Phoenix Kingdom and the mythical White Tiger Kingdom. Another 2 gates appeared in the United Federation that connected to the mythical Blue Tortoise Kingdom and to the Frozen Kingdom. The Dark Sword, Kazuhiko, had already gone past the gate in front of him as he appeared in the snowy lands of the Frozen Kingdom, his eyes shining at the people also waiting on the other side. He saw a beautifully composed blue-haired woman with an icy expression surrounded by many figures. Among these figures he could see both the humans he had always known, as well as the beastmen he had only heard about from Noah. His heart felt excitement as he wanted to get over the diplomatic talks and start adventuring in this world with his own party of cute demi-humans, but the boring talks and technicalities always came first. He looked towards the woman that had an aura screaming out that she was royalty as he slightly bowed towards her. "Hello, I'm one of the representatives of the United Federation. I look forward to working with you." The icy woman nodded as a figure stepped up to talk to him. "This is the miraculous Queen Adelaide Belmont, the ruler of the Frozen Kingdom." A person shrouded in a black garb from head to toe replied to his welcome. The voice that replied was very precise and strong, making Kazuhiko look favorably towards this person in front of him. It looked like the talks of technicalities would end fast. He beckoned the government officials that entered the gate after him as the process of the two worlds getting to know each other went underway. The dynamics of power were very different, with those in the Beast world being much stronger than those in the Blessed Empire or the United Federation. It would be a period of learning and adjusting for both sides as the singular purpose of growing was what the wills of their worlds had expressed to the leaders set in place. The two worlds had an abundance of differences in strength and culture, but they were united by a singular goal through all of this. Beings had invaded their world, killed millions of their people, and then simply left. Their hearts were burning with anger, and it looked like they had a chance to get back to those that left behind those terrible scars, and fantastical things were now occurring. The 4 mythical beasts of the Beast world were now reduced to 3, and nothing could be done to bring back their fallen friend. The blue planet was reduced to a collection of cities and countries as they lost millions of loved ones with the advent of the apocalypse. These 2 unlikely worlds were now connected, their common goal being revenge and destruction of a singular enemy. They would learn about the differences and similarities of their worlds as they shared their knowledge and sources of power. They would increase their strength as they aimed their swords towards the enemy that caused them tremendous pain. The wrath of 2 worlds was budding as they prepared to return the favor to the demon world. Chapter 166, The Ocean Master. Noah was seated in the back of a large golden killer whale that serenely swam towards an extravagant castle that shone with lights in the distance. The one that had been referred to as Ocean Master sat in front of him, surrounded by two Atlanteans letting out waves of power at the mythical rank. This was the current ruler of Atlantis, an Atlantean one rank higher than the beings Noah had come across with before. The Ocean Master in front of him let out a wide smile as comfortably sat and let out waves of power at the phantasmal rank. This was the level of power that Noah set as a goal before he finished his journey in the Lost World. He still didn't have even the slightest idea of just how hard it would be to achieve it though. You must have met the late King Neptune when you finished your procedure on the last floor, so I'm assuming you've heard the secrets that even many higher-ups in Atlantis aren't yet aware of. Noah nodded as he continued the conversation with King Zaon. The king talked in a fairly light tone that reduced any tension in the sea and made everyone feel comfortable. The large whale they were on came to a stop close to the grandiose underwater castle as they got off and swam towards it. A tremendous amount of guards and advanced weaponry surrounded the luxurious castle on all sides. I know you must have your own goals and aspirations, and I just wanted to get to know you before understanding how you will move from now on. King Zaon kept a smile on his face the entire time as he pried more information. Noah thought for a bit before replying. I came across a group of cultivators in the city of Aquicatus some time back who were prepared to murder everybody in sight with no remorse. His body turned around from the castle they were going into as he looked at the many buildings of light below him before continuing. I want to make sure that groups like that do not stand a chance to bully us even more. I want to make sure they can never even come close to the Trident of the Sea. His words were those of conviction as he finished and looked back at the Ocean Master that had shining light shooting out of his eyes. Haha, good, good. Those elected as seekers always make their way to the dangerous locations where King Neptune's trident might be hidden as soon as they undergo the infusion of the golden serum. Before you go, let me give you more information and things that would be of benefit to you, and ultimately to Atlantis if you are successful. The Ocean Master was very laid back as he led Noah into a neat room inside the castle. The room had a bubble that blocked any water from going in surrounding it, the inside filled with .U.ments and what looked like blue screens as the king brought him in and closed the door behind them. Come, let's enjoy ourselves first and get to know each other a little bit more. I'll fill you in on the current state of affairs later, and the positions of the main enemies to look out for before you head out. He clapped his hands twice as Atlanteans dressed in suits brought in a wide variety of food while he began debriefing Noah. The forces of demons had spread out wide, their legions concentrated in the danger zones around the sea as they searched for the Trident of the Sea. Squadrons would occasionally come across underwater cities and cause conflict, but unless both sides wanted to face heavy damages, they would not start an all-out battle. When the ruler of demons, Baal, schemed to corner King Neptune with the aid of cultivators, they were all heavily injured and had to retreat to heal for years. Because of it. Now that they have returned, they only played the game of looking for the treasure as they spread their forces outwards from where the battle with King Neptune took place. A few months back, 2 underwater cities had been completely destroyed just for Baal to get the confirmation that the trident was not in the hands of Atlantis. This led to a period of extreme tension and anger as Atlantis increased their progress of finding seekers powerful enough to survive the dangers of the sea while looking for the old king's trident. Many seekers have been crowned until now. A few made it back alive with no positive results in their search, but even more faced destruction and were never heard from again. The Ocean Master gulped down the red drink in his cup as he said this. Our cities are protected by the sea's blessing, and the creatures of the deep do not ever come near us to attack. Even the demons and cultivators will think twice before launching an all-out attack on Atlantis, our defense systems here being highly developed. But out there, in the dark waters, we lose that protection. He finished his drink as he looked at Noah closely. You are one of the finest seekers I have seen, being able to descend all the way down to the last floor of the Aqua Tower. I hope you find success and regain our honor, bringing the treasure of the sea back to the rightful hands of the children of Atlantis. Noah nodded with a serious expression, even though he had plans of his own. The Ocean Master stood up and went towards a stack of thick files as he looked through them. Will you be starting with the most dangerous zone first? Yes, the information makes it likely that I will find even more clues in the abyssal zone. It should have been one of the last regions that King Neptune could have gone to. The abyssal zone. Lying in the depths of the sea and filled with atrocious creatures. What exactly waited for him in this location? Be careful. Here is the map that those who have gone there and back have been able to put together, it should prove useful. And before you go, let's have you visit the armory. We have the latest versions of plasma guns and golden battle suits for you to choose from. The world continued to move, with many beings moving towards their own goals. In one of the darkest zones of the sea where many would be terrified to be alone, a girl that didn't look to be older than 18 was floating in the dark sea while humming. She had on a dark gothic dress as she swam along the dangerous waters without care. She floated like this for a few minutes before movement could be felt near her, causing her to open her eyes while yawning and look for the source of the movement. A few meters away from her, a humongous figure of megalodon had appeared. Rows of sharp teeth that seemed to form into a smile broke out of the meg that was releasing an oppressive air of power. This was a beast that struck terror onto many Atlanteans and merfolk that ever visited waters of these depths, a fearsome creature that loved to torture its prey before ultimately swallowing them whole. The girl in the gothic dress looked at the appearance of this megalodon that was tens of times her size as her eyes shone with fascination. "Well, hello, little fish." Her eyes that were darker than the waters around her smiled, as hundreds of thousands of shining green lights appeared and began to eclipse the waters all around them, the terrifying smile of the megalodon's face becoming wiped off entirely. Chapter 167, The Abyssal Zone. Noah spent the next day in Atlantis as he toured even more exclusive locations after gaining his new title. Before he finished his meeting with the Ocean Master, he was taken to the armory where shining piles of weapons and armors were beautifully placed. He found himself a powerful, plasma gun that could convert the water around him to shoot out blasts of plasma, its damage powerful enough to even injure someone at the legendary rank were they to take it head-on. The other thing that was of use that he received was the golden battle suit that Atlanteans and merfolk in the mythical rank usually wore. It had golden runic lines traveling all over the battle suit, making it release a pulse of gold every few seconds. The suit was even better than the deep-sea armor that dropped as loot from the anglerfish as it provided a more robust defense. He wanted to use his newly found authority to tour some of the facilities where the even more important things like the world engine were protected, but he couldn't easily do that even now. He would plan to obtain more information and find out exactly how the city of Atlantis was able to create something like this later. The Ocean Master went all out with festivities after the trip to the armory, and Noah found himself spending the rest of the night eating and drinking as he associated with the king and a few high-profile Atlanteans and merfolk. His journey to the Abyssal Zone would begin tomorrow. The Sea of the Lost World was wide and vast, with many beings holding differing goals spread throughout. In some of the deepest waters that led to one of the danger zones of the sea, Noah was situated on top of a war shark that menacingly swam forward. He left the grandiose city of Atlantis as he began his job as its seeker, heading out to search for the missing supreme treasure that many wanted to get their hands on. The Ocean Master had given him many gifts, this war shark, at legendary rank just being one of them. He was carefully looking at the map of the Abyssal Zone that he was given, making sure to note which locations to be even more careful in as he moved forward. There were terrible creatures of mythical rank and even more powerful ones like the Kraken that he still hadn't formulated a full plan on how to deal with it. Would something as simple as mentioning its old friend, King Neptune, do the trick, or would it be a scene of carnage he had to overcome? Currently, one path was to continue defeating and farming mythical creatures, amassing enough strength before going deeper into the Abyssal Zone to see if he could repeat the scene of overcoming something of higher rank with his constant spam of extremely powerful skills just a rank below. He would have to over-prepare for this route though, as the creature he would clash with is one of the calamities of the sea. He let out an excited sigh as even with the apprehension the idea of the Kraken brought, there was still a sense of thrill as he looked forward to matching such a beast in the future. He would take it slow as usual, farm on the outer fringes of the Abyssal Zone before getting deeper and deeper after he amasses more skills of legendary and mythical rank. There were many things happening around him, and he was only a moving portion as time went forward. By this time, gates connecting two worlds should have stabilized as an exchange of information and goods began to take place. His homeworld had collected many skill books and items over the time since the first awakened, while the beast world had beings at even higher levels of power that they could obtain even more skill books and cores for their quick rise in strength. The end goal for connecting the inhabitants of the two worlds together was to promote the rapid rise in strength for both sides before the anger simmering in their hearts could be let out on one particular world that targeted them. They would need a large boost in strength before they could even begin to entertain this idea though, so time was needed. The remaining rulers of the demon world were powerful, their levels of power being legendary at the lowest. Some time and effort was required before the two connected worlds could make huge movements. Noah kept this in the back of his mind as he swam deeper into the dark waters, killing any creatures he found as he added new skills and collected even more loot into his collection. The lowest level creatures he came across as he entered the outer fringes of the abyssal zone were of epic rank, and he had come across 2 legendary deep-sea creatures in just a few hours. This time around, he tried battling using just the physical force of his body, and he found himself ripping apart the slippery fish with his bare hands. The strength of his body had legitimately reached an extremely high level that neared the peak of mythical rank with the infusion of the supreme-grade golden serum. He looked through the skills he'd obtained so far from farming the creatures in the abyssal zone these past few hours. Epic, Water Blast, a powerful blast of pressurized water hones in on your enemies. Epic, Bombastic, highly pressurized pockets of water will form and explode on command. Legendary, Hydrothermokinesis, chosen areas can be superheated to extreme levels. Legendary, Hydrosyrokinesis, chosen areas can be frozen below absolute zero. Noah was enjoying the new additions as he looked forward to delving deeper into the abyssal zone. He ushered the war shark he was riding on to go forward when something disastrous happened. Reeing. A blaring sound unlike any he'd heard before was ringing into his mind as Crisis Avoidance released the largest warning he'd ever received. His mind worked at high speeds as he didn't even bother to see what threat was coming towards him as he cast the unique skill, Spatial Travel, right away. The skill did not activate as Noah felt the sea constrict around him, any movements or skills that allowed for teleportation or spatial movements all blocked. Now this is curious, you tried running so fast that you almost slipped by me. Let's have a look at you. A playful voice rang out as Noah found the figure of a girl that seemed slightly younger than he was, yet floating in the waters of the abyssal zone without any level of care. His eyes grew wide with apprehension as he recognized the girl he was looking at from certain memories he had plundered before. Well, hello there, little fish. Chapter 168, An Unstoppable Force. The moment Noah recognized the face of the ruler of the demon world innocently coming towards him, blinding blue light erupted from his body as he activated his skills rapidly. Thought acceleration worked in overdrive as a sense of fear struggled to erupt from Noah's mind. He had accidentally met a terrible enemy much too early. Well, what's this? You can actually struggle from a spatial lock that I set up. The girl oozing out maddening levels of power was still coming towards him nonchalantly as hundreds of thousands of green lights began appearing. The scene in front of Noah was one of the worst possible things happening as he watched the legion of undead that was controlled by the necromancer of chaos, Barbados. Damn. Too early, much too early. He howled out as all the 6 forms of Mountain Sea Sect's 6 secret techniques were activated, a humongous dragon with a shining blue crown beginning to form as it lit up the dark sea now surrounded by hundreds of thousands of burning green eyes. If he couldn't quickly escape, he would fight back as he used the few seconds he bought himself to think of a way out of this. Summon Creatures of the Deep, and Primal Conjurer, was cast as 2 terrifying figures of anglerfish erupted out from a dark runic circle while another 2 primal spirits were summoned from the unique skill, Primal Conjurer. The primal spirits summoned out were red dragons that instantly elevated the cold temperatures around them, their eyes staring menacingly at the enemies around them. In but an instant, 4 mythical summons were at Noah's side. The legendary skills, Whirlpool, and Corrupted Sigil of Hegemony, were cast next as the sea around them became destabilized by a forming whirlpool. The blue runic circle that would only last 30 seconds spread out with Noah at the center as he gave the command to the 4 mythical summons beside him. Attack! His mind worked at high speeds as he continued trying to cast, teleport, and spatial travel, to no avail, the frustration in his heart increasing as he tried to find a way from this terrible calamity. His body encased in the blue dragon form roared out as a signature move of all dragons erupted out from his jaws, a deadly blast of blue light shooting out from the dragon with the blue crown. The anglerfish summoned from the Summon Creatures of the Deep rushed forward with their deadly fanged teeth as they bit down towards the figure of the girl. The red dragons followed Noah's lead as roiling breaths of flames appeared under the sea against all odds heading towards the being that locked the entire area around them. The response as this girl faced all of these attacks. Haha, now you are the most interesting Atlantean I have ever come across. Let's see if you can keep up. Death's Domain. Light words escaped her lips as dark light erupted from her and went to cover every nook and cranny of the sea for miles. The light covered Noah and all of his summons as they felt a sluggish feeling, their skin beginning to tingle as a burning sensation appeared. Noah roared out as he cast more attacks, Every single attack skill from epic to mythical being cast and flying out as roiling flames, lightning, and storms of ice and bones wildly flew towards Barbados. Healing Water went to full drive as any injuries and cracks that the blue dragon form suffered were quickly healed. Even though his summons were heavily injured and bleeding from the area of effect attack from Barbados, he himself had healed up in the next second as he moved with even more attacks. You know, I have little pets too. Why don't you try a few of them? Barbados let out light words as a few of the shining green lights surrounding them came forward with powerful auras. Noah's eyes moved rapidly as he ascertained the auras of multiple mythical ranked beasts surrounding him and his summons. Preposterous-looking creatures of horrid sizes neared as their shapes became clear. A deathly aura surrounded them as they ranged from deep-sea creatures to huge skeletons wielding bone swords. Most ridiculous of all was a massive creature that Noah could only connect to a famous creature of the deep, a megalodon. The undead creatures attacked in their own ways as rays of dark lights rushed towards them, with a huge skeleton warrior smashing down their bone swords that split apart the waters of the sea. Noah looked at these coming enemies as a ray of light seemed to appear in his mind and split apart every speck of darkness. Yes, he had met an insanely powerful enemy much too early, but he could still somewhat withstand her for the time being as she wasn't acting too seriously. But most amazing of all, the enemy commanded forces of beasts at mythical rank to swarm him. This was dangerous, but also provided a tremendous opportunity. If he could take down these creatures and take their loot for himself before their terrible master decides to finally become serious, he might just find a way out of this. Noah moved decisively as he summoned yet another beast from his skills, this time one that was more special to him, and one that could possibly play a huge hand in this fight. Summon Saint of Death was cast as a deathly aura erupted from Noah, a mass of flesh and bones, coming together to form into the figure of a man with a similar face to his. The Saint of Death was only an epic plus skill, but it had many skills that were geared towards the undead. It looked at the many moving corpses surrounding it as the fair white hands rose out and snapped. Paw. Only a light snap that released low vibrations, but the moving undead mythical creatures came to a halt halfway through their attacks. Noah's eyes shined as he read the thoughts of the summon, realizing that because of its lower rank, it could not control these powerful creatures under the command of another master, and could only hold them in place for a few seconds. But these few seconds would be enough for Noah. His large blue figure of the dragon moved out as it aimed for the mythical creatures that had their movements still halted, ignoring the face of the chuckling Barbados that looked at the scene of her frozen undead in amazement and nothing else. His heart sank just a bit as he continued to observe the nonchalant expression of this ruler that made it seem whatever plan he had would have no way of working. But he still had to try any possible avenues to preserve his life. He couldn't die. It wasn't even an option. Now you've definitely captured my attention, little fish. Chapter 169, An Immovable Object. The figure of the large blue dragon shining resplendently in the dark waters moved like a blur of light as its sharp claws that were enhanced by the water sword style glistened dangerously. The target was a large megalodon that was rushing towards them with spears of darkness around it. The two red dragons summoned from Primal Conjurer, and the two anglerfish summoned from Creatures of the Deep, moved in conjunction with Noah, their thoughts in sync as deadly attacks landed on the humongous undead that was halted for a few seconds. These were attacks from 5 mythical beings, with Noah being boosted by a large number of skills at the same time. The seconds were passing down as the hands of the Saint of Death began trembling with cracks spreading throughout. Even keeping the undead still for a few seconds took a huge toll. The targeted megalodon had its remaining bones and muscle torn apart as attacks from multiple mythical figures landed on it, with Noah finishing it off by blasting another destructive dragon's breath. In a few seconds, one of the mythical undead creatures was dead as 2 skill books appeared in Noah's largest storage item, the Sea Pearl. Noah used another skill on the undead figure's corpse as he grasped for straws. It was Memory Plunderer. He kept Barbados's amused glance in his sight as he moved towards the nearest undead creature while learning and absorbing the 2 skill books that appeared and keeping another portion of his attention for the memories of Barbados' undead creature. Gigantification, you can increase the size of your body up to 3 times. Physical damage, defense, and elemental resistances are increased by 500%. Hydrokinesis, you touch upon a high domain of water, being able to exert a tremendous amount of control over it. The skills appeared in his stat panel as he activated them right away while heading towards an undead skeleton warrior who had already broken out of the momentary control from the Saint of Death. He cast the new skills he gained right away while using hydrothermokinesis and hydrosyrokinesis to rapidly heat up and cool the sea around his target, watching the tough bones break apart by the rapid cooling and heating. The newly gained hydrokinesis allowed him to exert even more control over the sea around him as he felt the restrictions placed by Barbatos begin loosening the moment it was activated. He was able to breathe easier as gigantification finished casting, a stupendous change occurring to his blue dragon form. The resplendently shining dragon wearing a striking crown was now 3 times as large as before, the figure approaching more than 30 meters. This was such a ridiculous size that vortexes of water began forming as Noah's figure moved across, eclipsing everything around him. The figure of the small Barbatos had her mouth spread wide open as she looked forward with surprise. Noah reached the mythical skeleton warrior hoisting a large blade that was now less than half his own size as he used his tremendously sharp claws to grasp the head of the undead, and squeezed down. Squelch. Sounds of bones breaking rang out as the stupendously large blue dragon used its claws to rapidly tear apart the mythical undead in a few seconds. 2 more skill books appearing in his sea pearl as Memory Plunderer was used on this skeleton warrior too. His eyes that were always watching Barbatos found this dangerous ruler clicking her lips and snapping her fingers as yet another one of her pets fell to Noah. Now it's no fun if you keep on taking down my little babies. Since you seem so fond of bullying others, let's see how you like it. Noah began to feel a tremendous force rush out of the figure that was barely 2 meters, the area around them constricting even more as his mythical summons began to feel their bodies crack under the pressure. The Saint of Death was long ago ground into dust as the skill Barbatos cast, Death's Domain, remained in effect. The pressure surrounding Barbatos increased as she pointed her fair hands in the air, and a force erupted out from the space in front of her. Noah watched as a blazing ball of golden mass began forming and expanding rapidly, soon reaching 10 meters as its size continued to increase. Noah watched in surprise as he saw a sun forming in the sea. The water was bubbling and being evaporated rapidly as the entire sea churned, the golden mass of heat and flames becoming larger and larger until it soon surpassed Noah in size. Here's a little something for you to enjoy, little fish. The tremendously hot mass of golden flames began moving towards Noah and his summons locations as the sea around them constricted even more, his hydrokinesis skill barely alleviating the pressure that this peak phantasmal demon ruler was letting out. He found himself unable to move as an encompassing sun went towards his way. His mind moved at high speeds as he tried to find alternative ways to defend himself, and he made a drastic choice to use something he hadn't tried too many times before as he found a possible avenue to follow. The unique skill, Spiritual Land Management, was used as the frozen plateau spiritual land that was always anchored to his body pushed out the seawater, and grandly appeared beneath his feet. The spiritual land covered him and his summons as they escaped the sea and found themselves in the skies of the frozen plateau, the many legendary beasts residing in the spiritual land looking in the air as a tremendous source of energy rushed towards them. An emperor penguin had crackles of silver light around its body as it itched to go out and fight itself. Noah didn't even think of letting the legendary ranked beasts that now neared more than 15 out, as they would be killed the moment the attacks of Barbatos or her minion landed on them. His mind worked fast as he used a feature of the spiritual land that hadn't had much usage before, Frozen Barrier. Runic sigils quickly erupted around the spiritual land as they connected and formed into a huge net, soon wrapping the entire land in its entirety as a blue shield covered the floating landmass that just expanded below the sea. The frozen plateau spiritual land stood grandly in the dark waters, the freezing blue shield encompassing it seeming stronger than anything in the world. The attack that was a literal blazing sun neared the protected spiritual land, and an impact occurred. Chapter 170, Barbatos. The feature of Frozen Barrier that came with the spiritual land being upgraded to the 3rd tier provided absolute defense for any attacks of the legendary rank and below. It didn't matter if it was a single legendary individual or hundreds attacking the spiritual land, as long as the 1 minute of defense did not run out, no attacks would bypass into the spiritual land. This was because the energy the spiritual land could provide to keep up this barrier exceeded any damage that legendary ranked individuals could inflict, thus it could be called an absolute defense. But in the case of being at the mythical or phantasmal rank was raining down attacks on the frozen barrier, what would happen? The energy that the spiritual land could provide would not be able to keep up with the damage being dealt, and naturally, not even a minute would need to pass before the frozen barrier would be broken through. But then came an anomaly. What if the concept of energy was trivial to the master of the spiritual land? What if enough energy could continue to be provided to the frozen barrier, as it continued to defend against the attacks of a phantasmal ranked monster? Noah's draconic figure shone resplendently as the blue crown atop its head released airs of majesty. His figure was anchored to the ground of the spiritual land as he used his authority as its master to reinforce its energy reserves that it was using to keep the frozen barrier active. More than half of the essence that would normally be allocated to casting and maintaining frozen barrier for the 1 minute was gone the instant the blazing sun landed on the spiritual land. Noah was like an endless spring though, as this energy was soon filled up again a second later, with the frozen barrier holding strong. Yes. This was Noah's biggest gain that he had not needed to explore or use before. A barrier that provided absolute defense when faced with anything in the legendary rank, but the energy reserves to keep it active for its full 1 minute would be drained if attacks from higher-ranked beings came. With the problem being mana, Noah was the perfect solution. This meant that with the usage of Frozen Barrier, a feature of the spiritual land that could be used once every 24 hours and only lasted 1 minute, it was 1 minute where absolutely no attacks would come through into the spiritual land. The only possibility for it to be broken through was if an insanely powerful attack of multiple higher ranks came which instantly shattered the barrier, unlike Barbados's attack that drained more than half of the allocated energy. But this weakness would also be fixed as the spiritual land was upgraded into the next tier. If its container continued to increase, it would be able to better handle attacks that drained even more energy. Noah looked at the blazing ball of fire that had exploded out and formed into snakes of fire that surrounded the spiritual land. Mana was leaving from his body and into the spiritual land like water flowing down a waterfall, the frozen barrier continuing to be kept reinforced as the 1 minute was now 50 seconds. 50 seconds, and he had to figure out how to escape this ordeal within this time. He didn't know if Barbados would get serious and rain down attacks that could break through his defense the moment that the 50 seconds ended. Even now, he could pick up her playful voice that seemed to have found the most curious thing in the world. Whoa, you have your own isolated space treasure. Those are rare. Her voice was nonchalant, but her attacks weren't, another blazing sun appearing in the quickly boiling and evaporating seawater as it went towards the spiritual land once more. Noah kept the seconds counting down in the back of his mind as he thought of ways to get past this. The memories he had plundered from the Megalodon and the other mythical undead skeleton warrior he took down flowed in his mind rapidly as he focused all his attention on putting, though acceleration, on overdrive. He already knew Barbados from Oria's and Gremry's memories, understanding a little bit about her and her powers. He knew her unique and ultimate skills, which made him even more apprehensive towards her as he tried to keep fear from bursting through. The blazing sun she was throwing towards the spiritual land was just one of her unique skills, this one being called Hellish Enforcer. Noah continued to peruse through all the memories from the 2 rulers he had killed, as well as the mythical undead he had just taken down to see if there was anything he could use to get out of this. Space continued to be locked down, and he still could not teleport away. 30 seconds remained as another blazing sun exploded and a new one took its place. Wow, how much longer can you hide in there, little fishy? I'm sure your energy should be close to empty by now. Or will you surprise me some more? It was a playful voice that didn't seem to have a care in the world, like it feared nothing and nobody. It feared nothing and nobody. A blinding light seemed to explode in Noah's brain as this thought came, and he breathed heavily while looking towards the small figure of Barbados outside. No, that wasn't right. There was somebody that this powerful ruler feared. Somebody she hated in her bones, and yet she couldn't go against. Noah went back to his memories as he looked at the interactions of the rulers of the demon world and Barbados. Among the many hundreds of years of memory from the 2 demon kings, the ones involving Barbados were many. The other rulers feared her, and there was only one person that she feared. The oppressive tyrant, Baal. Barbados was a character that craved destruction and mayhem, earning her the title of World Destroyer. She was unruly and wild, but she was reined in after a significant battle a few hundred years ago. The one known as the Necromancer of Chaos was beaten down into submission by the most powerful ruler of the demon world, Baal. Ever since then, she could only grit her teeth and follow the commands of Baal like every other ruler. And from the memories of her mythical skeleton warrior that had been with her for years, Noah knew even more of her thoughts and habits. He knew exactly what this powerful demon empress felt about the ruler standing above her. He had obtained the memories of the only beings Barbados surrounded herself with, and putting together these memories as well as the previous ones from the two demon kings caused a plan to form in Noah's mind. It was a plan that he would never pursue if it wasn't the last possible way. He had gone through many things and perused through hundreds of years of memories from multiple beings. The one thing he was confident of was that every single person wanted something. He now possibly had an idea of what Barbados wanted, and if he could successfully use it to his advantage, this terrible meeting today might not just end with him keeping his life, but with a possibility of something much greater. 10 seconds remained in the activated, frozen barrier, as Noah looked at Barbados, who was creating another blazing sun with a surprised expression, as if it was unbelievable that Noah could still keep up his defense against her attacks. With just a few seconds remaining, Noah spoke towards Barbados for the first time as he grasped at yet another straw to keep his life after frozen barrier ended. It was a straw that went directly against his goal of the destruction of demons, while at the same time going towards accomplishing this goal by allowing him to keep his life and even possibly set himself up in a better position. Are you still planning to heal under the great Baal's feet, O Barbados? He spoke in a mystifying manner as his voice resounded out calm and collected, and as it reached Barbados, he found her smiling expression becoming completely wiped away as her face scrunched up like she had just swallowed the worst food. Chapter 171, Scheming Using Stolen Memories. Her playful tone completely changed as beside the blazing sun already in place, another one began to erupt right after, a deadly cold voice coming out of her fair mouth. You just had to go and fucking ruin my day while I was having fun. I'm gonna rip your limbs and cook them in front of your dying face, little fish. Her voice was now laced with poison as the blinking green lights around the sea surrounded the spiritual land. Her figure carrying 2 golden suns neared as a terrible aura spread out. The 7th ruler of the demon world had now gotten serious. I didn't mean any disrespect, and just wondered why you still choose to be under his heel with a power of this level. Barbados's figure stopped at these words as the barrier that covered the spiritual land began fading away. Noah looked at this as his heart palpitated, and he used size regulation to return the spiritual land to a miniature size while using anchor to attach it on his body yet again. His large draconic figure appeared in the open waters again as he stared at the now wrathful Barbados that was carrying 2 suns. He kept his apprehension inside as he spoke again. I can understand your compliance after he thoroughly thrashed you 437 years ago. Yet I don't recall you challenging him ever again after that. The necromancer of chaos that I know should have definitely fought for her freedom after all these years. So I was wondering why you would be on his treasure hunt in the lost world and not relaxing back in the world of the dead you've been creating. Noah calmly weaved information that not a single soul besides the rulers and Barbados herself should know as he became more and more convinced about the possible success of his plan. He continued to look through the memories of the demon kings as he grasped for any more information he could weave into the bullshit he was spouting out, as well as a way to make the things he said valid. Barbados heard his words as her power erupted out even more powerfully, the 2 suns she had summoned that were boiling and evaporating, all the seawater around them disappearing as her aura became more condensed. Who the fuck are you? Noah looked at this as his heart pounded. He observed the violent expression on Barbados's face as he replied. My identity is somewhat special, but it wouldn't matter to the subject at hand. I'll speak more clearly so we can communicate better. What do you think about the idea of taking down the oppressive tyrant who has had you underneath his feet for the past 437 years? The oppressive air that Barbados released stopped as her face became impassive again. You're either batshit crazy or just plain insane to be saying the words you're saying after you've barely survived against my attacks. You think someone like you can even talk to me about that bastard ball? Noah's adrenaline was spiking as it seemed to be going in the direction he wanted. Thought acceleration continued to churn as he grabbed details from more and more memories, especially memories of Barbados who always spoke to her undead creatures over the years. They were the only beings that she honestly talked to, and Noah gained the biggest boon from the mythical skeleton warrior that had been with her for years. He hadn't even gotten the chance to look over and learn the 2 mythical skill books that dropped from the skeleton warrior as he rapidly shifted through the many memories. I'm sure you've gathered that I am only at the mythical rank. How do you think it is possible for someone of my level to be standing against you right now? Standing. You will barely be on your feet if I get serious. I'll ask one last time, who the fuck are you? What world, no, what power do you belong to? Barbados replied quickly as it seemed her patience was running thin, making Noah's mind race as he thought of what bullshit identity he should give out that would give him some standing while using the memories that only her and rulers of the demon world were privy to, and put them to his advantage. His mind perused through the many memories as he looked at the larger worlds and powers of the universe, and his eyes shone as he found a perfect one. I am but a small disciple of the Celestials. The words themselves seemed to carry power as Barbados showed a surprised and unbelievable expression. The Celestials. This was something at the corner of Oria's and Gremry's memories, a secretive power in the universe that was the fear of many worlds. Every single one of their members was a powerhouse that struck terror to the hearts of many world leaders, and their powers were too terrible to battle against. Very little was known about them or their aims, which was why Noah claimed this identity. Barbados continued to stare at him unbelievably as he continued speaking. Yes. I barely qualify as a member, and was sent out on a mission that would have granted me even higher access, as well as a huge boost in power were I to succeed. Barbados heard this as she snorted and said, "Oh really? And what mission, pray tell, did you receive to be here right now?" Noah looked at this figure that seemed to be disregarding him, but he became even more convinced his plan was working as she hadn't tried killing him again. "Oh, my mission is simple. While the lost world of Atlantis has beings like Baal and multiple sects from the world of cultivation running rampant looking for a treasure, I have to steal it right under their eyes and present it as proof for my mission to be complete. It's a fairly normal test to meet the qualification of the Celestials, don't you think?" Barbados was looking at him closely as he uttered these words. The things he was saying were crazy, and could be something that only the secretive force that was the Celestials would do. Send in a mythical ranked being to fight for a treasure in a world where even someone like her who was at the phantasmal level could not confidently call herself the top powerhouse. Who else but the mysteriously powerful Celestials would give such a mission to their new members? Barbados still wasn't fully convinced as she eyed Noah with caution and suspicion. There was only silence as two people looked at one another. One was claiming boastful things with a few circumstantial evidence to back up his claims, the other was carefully listening as she was led around. Which turn would the results take though? Barbados thought carefully as she took a bite. What could an Atlantean of mythical rank claiming to be a member of one of the most secretive forces in the universe possibly do against Baal? Barbados looked towards the figure of the blue dragon that encased an Atlantean that should in no way have the information that he held. She still treated his words like nothing, but what if there was an ounce of truth in them? What if her dream actually had a way to be achieved? Her sharp eyes looked at this interesting enemy as she waited to see just how they would reply. Noah smiled brightly at this as he felt he could almost see the end of the shining path he was building just from talking. "Well, for starters, how about you turn off your unique skill, Death's Domain? It's putting quite a strain on me while I continue talking to you." The pressure around Noah increased as Barbados's voice came out even colder. "You even know about my abilities." Noah's body encased in the large blue dragon still continued to feel the stifling pressure that threatened to break the form into pieces as he calmly replied his last hook that should tie this demon empress and give credibility to his words. "Why of course, aside from Death's Domain, you have Hellish Enforcer, that you were using to throw suns at me, and let's not forget your ultimate skill, a dance of life and death, that allowed you to amass 21 mythical undead creatures, tens of legendary, and uncountable numbers below that, making you the one that should be the most powerful ruler, and yet you are still under Baal." Shock. Barbados was shocked as she heard this now mysterious figure describe and talk about things he had no business knowing. The only plausible explanation was his identity as a member of the Celestials, the beings that always held too much power and information. Was there actually truthfulness in his words? She thought carefully as she made up her mind and said, "Since you seem to be so knowledgeable, what makes you think you could possibly say that would turn one ruler of the demon world against another?" Noah's figure that was hidden at the head of the blue dragon smiled wildly as he finished his pitch. "Nothing big, just making your dream of getting out of Baal's shadow a reality, with the promise of Baal's death in less than 2 months. Grand and unbelievable words resounded throughout the dark sea as two figures stared intently at one another. Noah went through the years of memories from Barbados's own undead and the experiences from Oria's and Gremry as he was confident of one thing: the quality of hatred and cruelty that was ingrained in Barbados by the oppressive tyrant would be his lifeboat today. Chapter 172, Unknown Consequences. Barbados was known as the Necromancer of Chaos, but that wasn't all there was to her. Noah looked through the memories of the undead skeleton warrior as he watched the habits that Barbados kept for years. When she was angry, playful, or even hopeful, she only had her undead to talk to. She expressed to their lifeless company her inner thoughts, and Noah was going through them right now as he began getting a better understanding of Barbados. He was certain of one thing as he watched her crazy life, and that was her hatred towards the one person that she could not defy. He was confident in using this against her, and possibly getting out of this predicament with many more victories than just a few mythical skills. The period of silence was broken as a light laugh escaped Barbados's lips. "You've been saying a great deal of many things, Atlantean. Do you truly know the power ball wields for you to speak such words?" The blue dragon encasing Noah began disappearing as he deactivated the skills, his Atlantean body with a slight gold sheen appearing magnificently in the dark waters again as he stared at Barbados calmly. He would act instantly if he saw any changes to defend himself, but he could already see the finish line. Naturally. I know the unique and ultimate skills he holds as well as how to counter them. If I add you to the mix, my mission will become even easier. I have many more secrets I can share with you if you want to come to an agreement first. An impassive look remained on the cold face of Barbados as she pondering looked toward this Atlantean. The next words he voiced out sealed the nail of her now indecisive mindset. "Oh, and if you're worried about the fact that if you kill him he would just be revived by the will of the demon world in a few months, you can comfortably leave that to me. I have many tools that would make it so he never has the chance to revive." The eyes of the demon empress widened at these words as a sense of apprehension and caution grew. The being in front of her knew too much information to be a nobody, and even the biggest secrets that pertained to the powers of rulers of the demon world were known to him. His words that she looked at unbelievably before were gaining a sense of credibility in her mind. She thought about the command from Baal that she couldn't defy to come to the lost world and help him on this search for a treasure he would pocket himself. She thought of her dream of freedom as she created her world of the dead that was always cut short because commands like these as she took a leap of faith. "All right, little fish. How do you want to start?" A brilliant smile spread across Noah's face as he tried to keep his emotions down and replied. "I know a lot about you, and I know you still don't fully trust me. So how about you use abyss magic to bind us both to a contract for the duration of our cooperation?" "Who? Little fish, you really do know too much." Barbados's body began shining red as a golden page and a blood-red pen appeared in the water. Her powerful essence entered the pen as it moved on the surface of the page and carved out a few words. The process finished fairly quickly as the page and pen flew toward Noah's position. He looked at the page that Barbados wrote on and became surprised at the demands she listed on the contract that was created using abyss magic. This was one of the abilities that rulers ranked 10 and below could use, a contract ritual that bound two beings. The two parties would choose their terms and restrictions before the contract could be established. There was only one condition and restriction that Barbados wrote of the golden page. The little fish will erase Baal's life in 2 months. If the condition isn't met, he forfeits his life. The condition was fine, but the restriction was not. Noah's face became cloudly as he used his essence to push the golden page and pen back. "The restriction involving my life is too big. I won't ask for your life, you do not ask for mine." A cold aura spread out as it looked like Barbados would soon explode with power yet again, but Noah remained firm. She looked at him coldly while putting more essence into the pen and rewriting the restriction. The golden page came back as Noah read it once more. If the condition isn't met, he will lose his manhood and never again be able to copulate. The restriction wasn't as extreme as the first one, but it was terrifying to think about. Noah nodded his head as he put his own mana into the pen and wrote his own conditions and restrictions. Barbados will aid Noah Osmont the 2 months before Baal's true death. Barbados will not lay claim to or destroy Noah Osmont's belongings. If the condition isn't met, she will release the souls of all the undead she has collected. Her face scrunched up as she read the restriction and looked dangerously at Noah, but she folded the golden page nonetheless and then performed the final portion of the abyss magic to finalize the contract. A golden light shone out as the folded page broke into 2 pieces, one staying with Barbados and the other going towards Noah. He caught the half-page in his hands as he brought it close to his mouth and observed Barbados doing the same. The both of them then swallowed the pages as a red light covered both of their bodies briefly, and the contract was complete. "Wow, I really didn't think you would do it. This means you aren't actually full of shit and can actually take down that monster." Noah let out a breath of relief as soon as the contract was finished, finally coming to the conclusion that his life was not in any more danger. For the duration of this contract, until he achieved his original goal of taking down Baal as he already planned, he would also have the peak phantasmal ranked Barbados to help him. This was one of the traits of demons that he loathed, the fact that they would betray their own people the moment it was to their benefit and granted them what they wanted. He calmly looked at the figure of Barbados that neared him and floated just a few inches away, her abyssal eyes looking at every part of his body. "All right, I don't give a shit if you really are a member of the Celestials or not, or how you know so much information. Now that you've signed that contract, either Baal dies, or you lose your DICK. If Baal doesn't die, you'll still lose your DICK, but I'll just kill you right after as well. If everything goes wrong, then he will just kill me for my betrayal once or twice before he believes I'm reined in again, so I won't really lose much, you know." Her voice had become playful again as the cold and disastrous power she let out had all but disappeared. The blinking green lights of hundreds of thousands of undead were still surrounding all the miles of the sea around them as two completely opposite beings entered into a contract that would have colossal consequences across worlds. Noah looked at this dangerous individual that would have caused his death if he hadn't found a solution as he did, and began planning how to move with her in the picture. How do you best put to use a phantasmal ranked individual who surrounded herself with the undead as her only company and was a little crazy and messed up in the head? Well, little fish, I will aid you up until we put your shitty words to the test in a few weeks. What do you want to do first? Chapter 173, A Demon Empress in Tow. An Atlantean and a demon were floating through the dark waters. The Atlantean had a calm face while the demon continued to swim around him, constantly talking. "We're going deeper and deeper into this abyssal zone. Is that little trident over here? What's your true form really, little fish? Since you said this world is just your mission, you should be a rare species I haven't come across before. Oh yeah, what was that isolated treasure you used to defend against my full attacks? Let me see it again. Are you already worried about your manhood and aren't as talkative anymore?" After the contract had been made and Noah guaranteed his life against this powerful demon empress, he had gone back to his loner ways and kept the conversation to a minimum, but Barbados with her warped mind could not stop talking. She only ever had undead for companionship over the years as she continued to build up her world of the dead, and they were the only ones she would crazily talk to aside from the other rulers of the demon world. Noah looked with annoyance at this phantasmal ranked being that had to aid him now as he said, "All you need to do is aid me, and I'll keep my end of the deal in 2 months. For now, we'll explore the abyssal zone while I take down some of the deep-sea creatures here." A light passed through the dark eyes of Barbados as she replied, Yes, you seem very interested in killing things, and I've noticed their origins quickly being drawn to you when they die. Is this an ability of yours?" The hundreds of years old demon continued to pry secrets from Noah as time passed, wanting to know more about this interesting being. Noah thought for a moment as he knew his movements and skills would be under a lot of scrutiny for the next few days and planned accordingly to make sure Barbados didn't learn too much about him. "I'm actually a connoisseur of sorts, and enjoy trying new things for the worlds I visit. I've found the meat of the sea creatures to be delectable, and that's why I'm collecting them." Barbados swam near him as she nodded. Her head rapidly, the air of the terrible ruler of the demon world all but gone as she seemed like an innocent 18 or 19-year-old, though she didn't believe any of the things Noah was saying. It was this rapid change of personality that many people fell to as they had no idea of the destruction they would face when the personality suddenly changed to a cruel one. "Wow, you enjoy eating as well." "Me too. I just had a little fish a while ago, it made a lot of sounds, and the dinner was interrupted in the end, but I see what you mean." Noah felt cold sweat trickling down as he recalled the memories of the skeleton warrior that showed Barbados eating a mythical Atlantean that was most likely a seeker of Atlantis whole. She had tortured and then ate a mythical being while he was still alive. It was actions like these that made Noah act all the more carefully around this demon empress. He focused on the task at hand as he kept her rapid questions in the back of his mind, delving deeper into the abyssal zone to farm for more higher-ranked skills. He had gained 2 more mythical skills from the death of Barbados's skeleton warrior that he now learned. Aura of Death. When active, all attacks gain the death attribute. Damage will be heavily increased as defenses are ignored and the origin of enemies is targeted. An undead stamina. The dead do not tire as easily. When active, exhaustion is completely removed as the body can work for days without feeling the strain. The skills had fairly simple explanations, but the fact that they were mythical skills made their effects ridiculous. Noah's attacks held a thin layer of black smoke that caused terrible damage to those he attacked, while his body now felt as if he had just woken up and was full of energy 100% of the time. He always enjoyed sleeping because it kept him refreshed, but with this skill, he could go on for days without worrying about feeling exhausted. He moved across the abyssal zone with a demon empress in tow as he took down yet another mythical sea creature, this one being a terrifying, killer whale. The legendary whale he had received from the king of Atlantis as a gift had died the moment Barbados appeared earlier, and Noah found himself taking down another one of its species not too long after. His body that was now boosted by many mythical rank skills easily tore apart the hard muscles of the killer whale, as he only used the secret techniques of the mountain sea sect to the fifth form, Descent of the Emperor, along with using hydrokinesis to heavily restrict the enemy in its home turf. His figure was that of a hazy outline of a regal emperor as he had wings sprouting from his back and two vibrating swords on both his hands, his damage becoming further boosted as he kept active, Aura of Death, and caused the defeat of the mythical killer whale in just a minute. Barbados was looking at the large body of the whale that disappeared in front of Noah as she said, "You're collecting them to eat them, right? So let's eat." Her words carried a playful tone while also being serious, making Noah look towards this demon empress that he couldn't ignore for too long lest she change to her other terrible personality yet again. He thought for a bit and nodded his head towards her, the conditions in the contract they were both under not allowing her to do many things against him. "Don't resist, I'll bring you to the isolated treasure you're so curious about." A light twinkled in Barbados's eyes as she nodded, and their figures disappeared from the dark sea and appeared in the skies of the spiritual land. Barbados looked around the frozen plateau and found the few legendary beasts looking up to their figures with caution as she let out a sound. "Wow, look at how cute your little pets are. Can we see how tasty they are too?" Dangerous words came out of the demon empress as soon as they arrived in the spiritual land, making the emperor penguin fearlessly come forward as his body crackled with silver light. Noah's face remained impassive as he said, "Remember the contract. You don't want to lose all the undead you've collected over the years, right?" "Umph." The mention of the contract reigned in the fearsome ruler as they moved down towards the first modern house that Noah had built. The large body of the killer whale appeared outside as a set of knives appeared in Noah's hands. The golden battlesuit he wore came off his body as a small apron appeared, and he began cutting up the large body of the whale while keeping watch on the wandering Barbados that was moving around the surrounding area. He was about to cook for this powerful monster at the peak of phantasmal rank as he continued to plan and ponder how to move from here. He would keep her entertained long enough until he amassed enough skills to be confident to stand against the being that even she couldn't defeat. The oppressive tyrant, Baal. His rank was also peak phantasmal, but it was his unique and ultimate skills that made him nearly unbeatable. The thought of this brought about new apprehensions to Noah as he thought of ways to increase his strength even more rapidly while using his contract with Barbados to the fullest. Chapter 174, The Ruler of the Demon World. A large humanoid figure that looked to be the size of a giant stood serenely atop an island that was blazing with flames. His skin had a tinge of red as three golden horns powerfully stretched out on his head. A red robe was all that covered him as he seemed to be pondering, a light passing through his eyes every now and then. Behind him were multiple rulers of the demon world that commanded their own demon legions as they moved across one of the dangerous zones of the Lost World, the Volcanic Islands, in search of the Trident of Neptune. The land around them was in flames as from a distance, volcanic eruptions were occurring. They weren't simple eruptions, as it seemed something else besides the molten flames was rising from the deep. Boom. Essence wildly congregated amongst the flowing lava as the head of the humongous figure began rising from the opening of the largest erupting mountain. The head alone was more than 5 meters as blazing red eyes opened to the world. Wings that dripped with lava erupted outwards as more of its body became visible, its terrifying face looking like a mixture of a dragon and dinosaur from the Triassic period. This was one of the calamities of the sea, the kaiju, molten razor. Roar. It let out a wild roar as it looked menacingly towards Baal and his forces, letting out maddening levels of power at the phantasmal rank. Baal looked at the appearance of this terrifying creature as he spoke lightly, his voice thundering out to be heard by the demon kings and demon lords behind him. "Pull back while I match this beast. There is no need for casualties to occur during this trip." The forces of the demon world were spread throughout the Lost World, but they had not yet come across the calamities of the sea. Baal's words were obeyed as the legions of demons stopped moving, getting into defensive formations while slowly pulling back. There was only one being left to face the kaiju that was coming out of the blazing volcano. The robe on his body flattered around and had wisps of flames appear on it every now and then as lava and molten flames were flowing beneath his feet. Not an ounce of discomfort was felt as Baal stood calmly and faced the coming kaiju. I suppose if I ask you whether an extremely powerful trident is in your possession, you would only howl at me in anger. Roar. All right, then let's see just how tough the so-called calamities of the Lost World are. A simple exchange had started a significant battle between two powerhouses of the phantasmal level. One was a calamity from a dangerous zone in the Lost World, the other was the first-ranked ruler of the demon world holding powerful unique and ultimate skills. The kaiju attacked first as simmering balls of molten flames rained down from the skies towards Baal's location. Baal's figure still had his hands wrapped behind him as his figure flickered around the area and evaded the blobs of molten flames. His lips lightly moved as essence began to erupt. The unique skill, Parallel Thought, was kept active as Baal cast multiple skills to evade while also attacking, and at the same time thinking about future plans. The kaiju's body flew into the air, spirals of lava being thrown all over the ground as its figure lunged towards Baal. The air was palpitating with extreme heat as the impact was imminent. A mournful howl erupted out from the kaiju as it found its claw mangled, its eyes looking forward at the small figure that caused this in surprise. The attack that bewildered this powerful being was yet another unique skill that was cast from Baal, Space Destruction. During the impact, a portion of space had cracked as if a mirror was being broken. The claw of the kaiju that was near the area found its muscle and bones shattered. A red light erupted out as flames appeared on the mangled claw, and a few seconds later it became as good as new. The kaiju looked carefully towards the floating figure that injured it first as it began fighting even more ferociously. The battle between the two phantasmal ranked beings would continue for another hour before a clear victor could be decided. Lands quaked and lava flowed. The battle continued as those watching from the distance apprehensively looked forward. Sometime later, the area had become horrendously destroyed as one figure still floated in the air with his hands behind his back. His regal robe had rips throughout as patches of his skin seemed burnt against all odds. His enemy was in a worse stage as it breathed heavily, its head barely being able to lift off the ground. Its body was filled with dark flames that did not seem to be letting up. They continued to burn endlessly as they gnawed more of its life force. This was a calamity of the sea that was raised in the depths of volcanoes, and yet its body was sucked out to perilous flames that could not be put out. A deep sense of terror was ingrained in its bones as a weak voice came out of its mouth. You will not succeed in your quest, demon. Baal looked at this dying calamity calmly, the wounds inflicted on his body slowly healing as he neared its large body. Maybe, maybe not. You are not the one to decide. He came close to the flaming mouth of the kaiju as he placed his hands on the creature's head. You should be one of the protectors designated by this world, and even influenced by it as you rose to this level of power. A dark aura began to erupt out of Baal's hands as the terror the kaiju felt only intensified. So before you die, transmit these last messages to this lost world, and the city of Atlantis that it so desperately wants to protect. I have grown impatient of searching for what I want by moving across its wide seas. I will now be heading directly to the heart of its prized city. The dark aura from his hands went on to fully cover the large body of the kaiju that was more than 30 meters large. This was the casting of the ultimate skill, one of the 7 deadly sins, gluttony. Let the world know that salvation still remains for it, all it has to do is to deliver me the trident of the sea before I utterly destroy its people. My forces will face heavy casualties, but it will be nothing compared to what I will do to the inhabitants of this world. A decision has to be made before I reach Atlantis, or you will have an all-out war. The words were coming out in a calm manner as the kaiju felt a terrifying feeling from the dark smoke that covered the entirety of its body. The death of one of your protectors now is only a taste for what is to come. The ultimate skill, gluttony, was cast as a piercing scream resounded out. The rulers listening in the far distance had dark faces filled with fear as they heard the scream of the kaiju that was getting its origin pulled out of its body. A few seconds later, there was only silence as nothing remained of the large body of the kaiju. The area in front of Baal was empty as he let out a light burp and patted his stomach. He turned around from the area of erupting flames and looked back towards the rulers and the legions of demons behind him, his clear voice ringing out and reaching them the miles away from where they were. Contact those arrogant cultivators. We make way for the city of Atlantis. Chapter 175, Adamania I. While momentous events were occurring in different corners of the world, in the frozen plateau spiritual land, a scene that would surprise any knowledgeable beings was taking place. The terrifying demon empress that seemed to have multiple personalities was sitting on a table salivating at the dishes placed in front of her. It was a sautéed mythical, killer whale that Noah himself cooked while activating the skill that always guaranteed the best-tasting meals. The powerful ruler dug in the moment the plates landed on the table as she devoured bountiful meat from a mythical ranked creature in large bites. "Little fish, what the hell did you do to make it taste like this?" Amidst her mouthfuls, she was letting out compliments to the chef freely as she enjoyed herself. Noah looked at this figure that was threatening to kill him not too long ago but was now nonchalantly eating without a care in the world, as even he found this contrast a bit difficult to accept. He was lost in thought when he found his hand being pulled down, and saw a miniaturized, emperor penguin that was tugging on his sleeve while looking suspiciously at Barbados. The penguin's eyes shifted from Barbados onto the many plates of cut-up, killer whale, as he looked at Noah with his beady silvery eyes. Noah sighed and nodded as he watched multiple plates disappear from the table with a silvery light as the emperor penguin grabbed some for himself and the other beasts of the spiritual land. This was the meat of a mythical ranked being, the essence collected in its meat and bones being extremely thick and would be a great source of strength. Barbados noticed a few plates of the killer whale disappearing when she lifted her face up, and a stifling pressure erupted out as her gaze landed on the emperor penguin. "Little bird, the fuck are you doing?" The emperor penguin was pushed to its knees at the stifling pressure Barbados released as Noah jumped in between them and looked sternly at her. "There's tons of meat just from just that one whale. I'll continue to make some more, so don't do things like that. If you accidentally kill any of my forces, the deal will be off." The pressure was lifted as the terrifying demon empress only heard that there would be more of the glistening meat she was eating, and she went back to enjoying herself. The penguin she had pressured down rose up with an arrogant expression as it stared fearlessly at this phantasmal ranked individual and used its ability to take a few more plates before its body flashed away. They were in the futuristic house that held a wide kitchen for Noah to work with as he spent the next few hours cooking and enjoying the meat of a mythical ranked being. When Barbados was on her 20-something plate, her face of bliss and contentment stopped as it quickly turned wrathful and sour. Noah wondered what had caused her to change now as shocking words came out of her still chewing mouth. "Baal has grown impatient and is collecting all forces towards the city of Atlantis. He'll be striking up another deal with the cultivators once more to besiege Atlantis." The demon empress released horrendous information as she went back to eating the glistening meat while her face looked towards Noah impassively. Noah's eyes turned into piercing slits as he heard this new information and asked the nonchalant demon empress in front of him, "How long till their forces group up and arrive?" "Well, he's coming from some dangerous zone in some corner of this world while the cultivators are spread throughout. I give the little fishes of Atlantis 2 weeks before the full force of 2 large worlds knocks at their door." She was licking her fingers and grabbing yet another plate as she talked, treating the food in front of her more important than the disastrous information she was letting out. "Oh, since you aren't even a native here, do you care what happens to the fishes in Atlantis? You seem to have many unique tools and skills, which makes me believe that your promise of taking down that asshole Baal in 2 months might be a possibility, but I doubt you will be anywhere close to matching him when he attacks Atlantis and grabs that trident for himself." The mouthful Barbados made Noah think some more as plans rapidly shifted in his mind. He still had plans for Atlantis, and couldn't have Baal raze it to the ground so soon. "Well, I guess I will be depending on you now." He thought this as he looked down towards the spiritual land. The numbers of legendary beasts passed more than 15, and he was already bolstering the strength of talented beasts like the Emperor Penguin, and a few others that had reached the realm first as he prepared to upgrade the spiritual land to the next rank. Yes. This was another path of a rapid increase in strength that he could take on top of obtaining the Trident of the Sea. If he met the requirement of rising 5 beasts to the mythical rank, as well as meeting the ridiculous requirement of having enough mana to catalyze the transformation, he could upgrade the spiritual land to the 4th tier. He looked at the panel accessible through Spiritual Land Management, as the ideas came together. Spiritual Land Management. Beasts, FXXX, EXXX, D45, 342, C14, 322, B8, 323, A1, 234, S 499, Epic 125, Legendary 17. Features: size regulation, unlocked, movement, unlocked, anchor, unlocked, boost surroundings, unlocked, architecture, unlocked, frozen barrier, unlocked, offensive maneuvers, locked, time dilation, locked, add hashtag, email protected, %, locked, email protected, hashtag $, locked. The fourth tier had many things that Noah looked forward to. Most of all were the features of offensive maneuvers and time dilation. He wanted to see just what surprises these two features held. The Icefire Persimmon that had been growing abundantly in many fields across the spiritual land would be maturing by the next day at the latest, and these were the resources specifically cultivated to help the beasts born in the spiritual land advance through the ranks. For the talented ones like the Emperor Penguin, they should break through without a hitch. For the others, they just needed a little push. Noah had been making this process even faster by leaving behind legendary cores and skills for the beasts to learn and propel them to the peak of that rank, where only a slight force would be needed for them to break through. As of now though, he had many mythical cores, as well as 2 skill books from the mythical Killer Whale he was roasting that he had not yet used. If he gave these, as well as the consumption of Icefire Persimmons, he should have 5 mythical beasts. In no time. After that, the upgrade to a 4th-tier spiritual land would be a breeze. He would then find out just what spectacular things he could accomplish with the new features, especially time dilation. The one thing he needed was time, so what if he actually had a lot of it to spare? A confident smile crept up Noah's face as a demon empress stuffed her face with a mythical whale while looking at him quizzically. Chapter 176, Adamonia 2. A few paths were laid out in Noah's mind as he turned to look at the powerful Barbados. The city of Atlantis would be alerted as soon as large movements of forces begin to move in the sea, so he didn't have anything to worry about there. What he would focus on now is the spiritual land upgrade while heading towards the calamity, possibly holding the trident of the sea in this abyssal zone. We'll make our movements too. Why don't we start with a little aid from you? The apron he had on disappeared as a golden battle suit covered his body once again, looking to Barbados for a reply. She looked up at him between her mouthfuls and said, "What do you want, little fish? You have hundreds of thousands of undead moving across the depths. I want you to move seriously for a bit and use them to look for and capture at least 2 mythical creatures." Noah was preparing to boost the strength of 5 beasts to the mythical rank, and having them absorb cores as well as learn the skills of the mythical rank will do just that. While he prepared to move around the spiritual land for the maturing of the Icefire Persimmon, he could have Barbados go out to collect even more cores for him to use. What's in it for me? The demon empress looked down towards Noah impassively as she licked her fingers clean, making him rub his temples as he looked towards her. Besides it being on the contract, I'll cook any of the deep-sea creatures you manage to bring. They might taste even better than this killer whale, if they are rarer and more exotic. These words caused a light to shine on the cruel face of the demon empress as her small figure stood up. I'll be back. Noah calmly watched a red light erupt out from Barbados as her figure began to fade away into nothingness. He let out a breath as he appeared on top of the spiritual land and sent a command to the legendary beasts that were either eating or training. The message was very clear: the time for their advancement had come. Beasts clamored in the spiritual land as they congregated together for this event, looking forward to seeing who among them would lead the way once more. One particularly arrogant penguin didn't have any worries as it watched Noah bring out mythical cores and skill books. In a few hours, the Icefire Persimmon, specifically cultivated for the advancement of beasts in the spiritual land, would be matured, and then a world-defying process of mass advancement would occur. Barbados was moving across the dark seas as hundreds of thousands of green lights were surrounding her. She had a face devoid of emotions as she sent commands for her pets to spread out and look for any signatures of life as she actively looked for mythical sea creatures. Her endeavor with the Atlantean was simply one of curiosity and for the possibility, but it was turning out better than expected. She was still only 50% sure of the Atlantean's words based on the abundant amount of information and unique tools he held, but she was sure of Baal's strength even more that even now she expected this endeavor to fail. Well, I will at least enjoy myself before then. If it failed, Baal would definitely extend his wrath towards her and even possibly kill her 1 or 2 times, but so what? It was nothing new. This was done before multiple times when she didn't want to be compliant. The only thing she would remotely care about would be her pets, as they would lose the energy anchoring them down when she died. She hated recalling how many times she had to build up her army of the dead from scratch after reviving in the demon world. The oppressive tyrant did not get his name for nothing. If things did not go his way, he would take them by force, and he had the strength to do it. If the little fish's words are true though. Her eyes twinkled at the possibility of freedom that she never believed she would come across, before they soon became deep circles of abyss. Her gaze turned to the side a few nautical miles from her as a small smile crept up. The undead that she had spread to cover a wide net had caught something big. Barbados moved in large strides as her figure appeared and disappeared, moving yet again to another target. An emperor penguin looked towards the brothers he had known all his life as he prepared for a breakthrough yet again. The master that had taken over the spiritual land wasn't bad at all, and had helped them immensely while introducing surprising new things. Never in his wildest dreams did the penguin expect the treasures used for the catalyst of their strength be grown at such unbelievable speeds. It shocked many of the beasts when they first saw it with their own 2 eyes, but now it seemed like the norm. He was currently watching a few of his brothers consume mythical cores for the chance to break through from the legendary rank and advance forward. His talent was much higher, and should be able to break through as soon as he consumed a few ice-fire persimmon, so he told the spiritual land master to start with the advancement of his brothers and sisters first. The shining flippers on his body tightened as he yearned for more strength, never wanting to be pushed down again. His thoughts moved towards the arrogant figure of a demoness that had made him kneel just with a glare as silver light erupted from his eyes. He would show them all just why there was such arrogance ingrained in the bones of the emperor penguin. The first beast to be born in the spiritual land, as well as its strongest, looked forward into the future. Chapter 177, Upgrade the Spiritual Land. Noah was overseeing the advancing of multiple legendary beasts in the spiritual land as he provided cores of the mythical rank for the advancement. He was saving and stockpiling more cores and skill books to boost the strength of Steel Mikhail and Kazuhiko, but he could always obtain more later. The powerful Barbados should even come back with 2 or 3 mythical creatures that would add even more to his collection. It had been a few hours since she left and the process started, some of the fields holding an abundant amount of ice-fire persimmon, shining a blue and red light as the fruits fully matured. There was a resplendence of light as it seemed 2 opposing forces were trying to occupy the same thing, but they melded together to form into glistening blue-red fruit handing off large trees. The surrounding beasts were roused by the allure of the fruits as they looked towards Noah, where he nodded to the emperor penguin, as he took the lead in absorbing them, with the beasts absorbing the cores already having their auras changing to become mythical. The beasts were full of enthusiasm as the process went on in full swing, with Noah monitoring any changes as more and more fields where ice-fire persimmon was growing became resplendently covered in mystical lights as they matured. During this process, a hazy red light formed into the figure of Barbados as she returned into the spiritual land that Noah had anchored into the area of the sea they were fighting in before. Her appearance came with a mischievous laugh as her dangerous aura ran about unbounded, around her appearing 2 creatures that were covered in transparent dark chains with barely any signs of life remaining. Noah's eyes turned up at the appearance of 2 mythical deep-sea creatures that were near death as he affirmed the abundant usefulness Barbados would have from now on. She could spread her army for miles to look for enemies, leaving and finding these 2 creatures after just 2 hours. It was another, Megalodon, and a golden shining, sting ray, that were tied up in the deathly chains as they continued to struggle. Here are 2 fishes for you to make something good later. Now, what more surprises am I gonna be seeing from you, little fish? Barbados's eyes were wandering around as she looked at the figures of the emperor penguin, and other beasts absorbing essence from the ice-fire persimmon fruits. The resplendently shining fields of produce that felt enticing even to her made her give surprised every few seconds. Light passed through her eyes as she tried to pry the secrets of this figure that claimed to be from a powerful organization. Noah felt her piercing gaze as he activated the first 5 forms of Mountain Sea Sect's secret techniques and went towards the bound mythical beasts beside her, the 2 vibrating blue blades in his hands carrying the deathly glow of aura of death, as they struck down towards the non-moving targets. He wasn't worried about Barbados looking at the process about to occur as he understood her personality after looking over the plundered memories. She was a cruel being who had very few interests, with the recent things he introduced to her being new and foreign piquing her attention. But to her, they would just be that, interesting things. As long as she didn't stand to benefit from him or her trust wavered, he would find himself faced with the cruel demon empress that ate a mythical Atlantean while he was still alive without batting an eye, because to her, he was just another one of the little fishes she saw in the sea. His mind wandered off from Barbados as he felt more mythical ranked skill books and cores appear in the Sea Pearl, and he nodded towards Barbados, keeping the bodies of the creatures in his storage space as well. His attention was focused on the rapid breakthroughs taking place, where he could feel 2 auras at the mythical rank spread out from 2 beasts, the winged spider and Arctic fox. The arrogant penguin wasn't far behind as his body began shining with a radiant silver light, the essence of the spiritual land seemingly congregating around him as he continued to absorb many, ice fire persimmon, fruits. Barbados looked at this sight in stupefaction, as she felt like she was watching this Atlantean growth mythical ranked beings as if it was nothing. Her surprise only increased as a 3rd aura that pulsed at the mythical rank spread out, with a 4th and a 5th one soon after. This didn't stop as Noah had inadvertently appeared next to a few more legendary beasts and had them absorb more mythical cores on top of the ice fire persimmon fruits. He could feel his blood boiling as something exciting was in front of him yet again. An arrogant howl could be heard where a penguin glowing in silver could be seen floating in the skies, its body letting out crackles of power at the mythical rank. A glossier sheen had appeared on its sleek fur as its beak could be seen pointing towards the skies. Noah looked at the progress of everything as he confirmed more than 5 beasts had crossed the boundary to the next rank as he pulled up Spiritual Land Management, and saw the conditions to upgrade to the next rank had been fulfilled. All he had to do now as the master of the spiritual land was put in the required energy to catalyze the reaction. Energy was not a problem for him. A bright smile spread out as a blue glow released from Noah, spreading out to cover the frozen plateau. Spiritual land as he began pumping mana to push forward the process of upgrading to the 4th tier. Barbados was looking at this sight with a serious expression as her gaze landed on the brilliantly shining Noah. He looked like the center point that was causing a huge change as the isolated space treasure they were in began shaking. The beasts around them were howling as if calling forth the advent of something new. The land around them was vibrating, seemingly resonating with the mana that Noah released as a change began to occur. The water around the spiritual land in the abyssal zone was churning as the upgrade caused a significant disturbance, releasing waves of power that spread out for miles. Powerful creatures of the deep quite a distance away felt this tremendous surge of energy as their attention was captured in a certain location. Chapter 178, Time. Resplendent lights were shining in the spiritual land and outside it, as a hazy shield that was isolating everything in the floating landmass became more and more distinct. An excited howl erupted from Noah's mouth as he poured out more and more mana without reservation, feeling the amount required for the master of the spiritual land to provide reaching the maximum capacity in a few minutes as the process was about to finish. A blinding light erupted out with the frozen plateau spiritual land at the center and spread out in the dark waters of the abyss, almost as if signifying the birth of something wondrous. There were all sorts of colors still shining inside the spiritual land as the beasts howled excitedly, feeling the changes as dense essence congregated around and was raised to even higher levels around them. Grandiosity was spread out from the spiritual land as Noah checked the changes under Spiritual Land Management. Frozen Plateau 4. Beasts, FXXX, EXXX, D47, 342, C15, 322, B9, 453, A1634, S540, Epic, 150, Legendary, 15, Mythical, 7. Plants, whitefall trees, snow vine, sacred rye, pygmy melon, icefire persimmon. Available for planting, ice phoenix fruits, spirit of the Arctic. Features, size regulation, unlocked, movement, unlocked, anchor, unlocked, boost surroundings, unlocked, architecture, unlocked, frozen barrier, unlocked, offensive maneuvers, unlocked, time dilation, unlocked, treasure hunter, locked, at $%, locked. His mind was fully locked into the singular feature that he was looking forward to the most. Time dilation, the abstract concept of time can be manipulated in a small area. 1:5 ratio, unlocked, 1:10 ratio, locked, 1:20 ratio, locked. There were amazing words listed under the description of time dilation that made Noah's heart palpitate. New information was sent to his mind from the spiritual land about the new changes, and the one that dealt with time dilation was the rise of runic monoliths in the underground area of the spiritual land. The many runic monoliths surrounded an area of 2 acres, forming into what looked like a circular enclosure. Thin blue lines spread out from each of the monoliths as they connected to one another. This was the area where time dilation could be applied. This was the newly created time-space. An area of more than 2 acres where whoever entered and stayed in 5 hours in that area would be equivalent to 1 hour outside of it. Noah's eyes shined with excitement as he couldn't wait to begin his training regiment in this location. He could spend a bit over a month in the time-space to raise the proficiency and spam skills as much as he wished, combining them continuously with ease thereafter. This was a plan he had in the back of his mind, but never expected to be implementing it so soon. The main way he rapidly increased his strength was to kill enemies of the next rank and absorb their cores and skills to attain their rank. He always lagged behind in his combinations as he had to spend a significant amount of time to raise the proficiency of his skills before he could combine them. His highest combined skill was currently Epic Plus, while he has amassed many more skills at the mythical rank through defeating enemies. But, with the use of this time-space, he might be able to rise up even faster with skill combination, achieving a phantasmal rank skill that would put him far ahead. Since awakening from rank F, he had only been active for a little over 2 months to achieve mythical rank. If he spent 1 month in the time-space, which would be equivalent to less than a week in the outside world, that would be more than 1/3 of all the time he spent since awakening. The rapid rise in strength during that time, his eyes shined as he thought of the ridiculous things he was about to do. He wanted to quickly get started with his training before he went searching for the Kraken, when he felt a few oppressive auras gathering outside the spiritual land. Hey little fish, while you were there spacing out, a few more fishes surrounded your isolated space treasure. The nonchalant voice of Barbados rang out from the fantastic modern house Noah had built first as the Demon Empress had her feet up while relaxing at the same fluffy couches that a certain arrogant beast enjoyed as well. Noah turned his attention to the outside world where he found 3 large deep-sea creatures surrounding the spiritual land menacingly as they were attracted by the abundant explosion of energy during the upgrade. His eyes shined as he turned towards the other unlocked feature after the upgrade, wanting to try it out on these newly appearing mythical deep-sea creatures. Offensive maneuvers, the spiritual land becomes a tool for destruction. Features include beast armament and falling meteor. The feature was straightforward, giving 2 possibilities of attack. Noah looked at the newly advanced mythical beasts as his eyes shined. He would try the beast armament first. His thoughts were delivered into the spiritual land management, unique skill as a blue and white light began to shine on the bodies of the emperor penguin and the other 6 newly advanced mythical beasts. A tremendous amount of mana left Noah's body as one of the moves of the offensive maneuvers feature was used. On the body of the arrogant penguin began to appear a snowy blue suit of armor. The material of the armor couldn't be discerned, only looking extremely resplendent and powerful as it went to fit his body like it was made for him. The winged spider also had its own specialized armor wrapping around its body, its many legs gaining jagged blades that shone with a red light. This scene repeated for all of the mythical beasts as powerful pieces of armor that let out maddening pressure appeared on their bodies. Excited howls were let out from the beasts as Noah gave the command to attack. The arrogant penguin led the charge as its body flashed with silver light and appeared outside the bubble of the spiritual land. Its flippers were now modified to have long serrated blades as they struck towards one of the mythical deep-sea creatures. A terrifying, winged spider, with fitted metal wings and sharp legs, a gloriously armored, Arctic fox, and all the other beasts rushed outside the spiritual land and pounced on the surrounding deep-sea creatures as the beasts were finally let out of the frozen plateau to battle their master's enemies. Chapter 179, Skill Combination at its Best, I. Barbados kept her awareness on the figures of 7 mythical ranked beasties that had just advanced to that rank through the hands of this increasingly mysterious Atlantean. Her interest only continued to be piqued as she wandered around the exquisite houses seen all over the isolated treasure and all the luxuries they held. She didn't know how, but she continued to be surprised by the things the little fish continued to pull out. The battle in the water was particularly disastrous for the 3 deep-sea creatures that had neared the isolated space treasure, with the newly advanced beasties that the Atlantean sent out actually having power at the peak of the mythical rank with the appearance of the new armor. The little bird shining with silver light was the most eye-catching one, as it teleported across the waters and shredded the bodies of the large sea creatures with surprise attacks. Never would it be in one position for longer than 1 second as the battle was nearing its end just as it had begun. The sea creature facing the penguin let out a deathly howl as it fell under the oppressive strength, while the other 2 mythical creatures that were swarmed by 3 other armored beasts found themselves in the same situation. Just as it had begun, the battle quickly ended. Barbados looked at these now powerful beasts that could barely withstand her aura before but were now seemingly fully established in the mythical rank. Her expectations for the Atlantean were further increased by every second she continued to watch him. Just what else did he have up his sleeves? The use of beast armament was particularly powerful, giving the beasts power at the peak of mythical rank as Noah provided the mana to keep the transformation of the beasts active. This was just one of the ways to use the offensive maneuvers of the spiritual land. There was one more he could still use now, and even more to be unlocked in the future. He stopped providing energy as the grandiose pieces of armor began to fade from the bodies of the beasts as they carried the dead sea creatures back into the spiritual land. The arrogant penguin flashed by Noah's side with the bodies of the dead fish, making it 5 mythical creatures that came into Noah's possession just in the past few hours. Multiple skill books, cores, and items were brought by the Emperor Penguin, as Noah came to now hold 6 more skill books as well, 4 items of the mythical rank. He placed them in the Sea Pearl as soon as the penguin teleported them in front of him, looking forward to observing their details in a few minutes as he got started with using the 2-acre-long time-space. The beasts and this unique treasure were originally from the beast world, and they now held the same system of power from Noah's homeworld. This combination, as well as the uniqueness of the spiritual land, would allow for something rarely seen across worlds. They could upgrade their strength with cores and skill books just like Noah, and as long as their strength rose to the next level, he could upgrade the spiritual land once again. This made Noah excited and apprehensive at the same time, as he felt like he was breaking a tremendous amount of rules with the things he was about to do. It was unnatural and scary even as his mind mixed together the possibilities of the quick rise in the beast's strength, the usage of skill combination, and time dilation, and the many other features of the spiritual land. His heart palpitated just at the thought of it. His gaze landed towards Barbados that was nonchalantly going through the section of the spiritual land where he built Atlantean-style houses after going past the modern and ancient architecture he had been experimenting with during his downtime. His voice traveled towards her as he continued to observe her piqued interest. "I'll be improving my strength a little in the next few days. I can trust you to not destroy and kill anything if you become bored." Her ears twitched as she turned towards him from quite a distance below, before a nonchalant reply came. "I don't think I'll be bored for quite a while, little fish. Just provide me with some of that amazing food you made before every day until we get to the time limit of the contract, and I'll be your best friend, you know." Noah listened to these words and he believed them, as they lined up with the personality he had watched in the many stolen memories. He nodded towards her and prepared to move to the underground section of the spiritual land while giving directions to the Emperor Penguin and other beasts to follow him. The beasts had more of a connection to the spiritual land and had a sense of what Noah was now trying to do as they moved excitedly. The figures flashed in a silver light that spread from the Emperor Penguin, as they all appeared outside the area of many erected monoliths that were connected to each other with thin blue lines. The monoliths encircled an area of 2 acres as they stood imposingly, a source of power that they hadn't come across before being felt. The 2 acres was a huge section of land where the manipulation of time would occur. Noah nodded his head with enthusiasm as his figure flashed into the middle of the large acres. The mana of the spiritual land master was required to activate and keep active the time dilation in this space, so Noah's nigh-infinite mana broke the rules once again by allowing him to keep it active at all times. The beasts entered the large field of the time-space as Noah closed his eyes and activated the long-awaited time dilation. A burst of blue light released from him as the thin lines connecting the many risen monoliths around the 2 circular acres of land equivalent to 871,000 square feet lit up. The area, larger than 2 football fields, was briefly covered with a blinding silver light as those in it felt something change, but they couldn't grasp what. Noah's mind that was connected to the spiritual land felt the distinct differences as it felt everything outside of the field they were in was going at 5 times slower speed. 5 hours here would be just an hour outside. His smile became wider as he confirmed this time difference, realizing he was about to do something world-breaking once more. Chapter 180, Skill Combination at its Best, 2. For someone that had been able to rapidly increase in strength every few days, time was the only enemy in becoming even stronger. Now, if time was something that they had plenty of, the results would be astounding. Noah continued to be a special case in this new environment as he could continue to spam and raise the proficiency of his skills at an insane degree. The beasts that were raising their skill proficiencies in the time-space, just as him, would never be able to match his speed. In the time-space, an entire week had passed as Noah raised the proficiencies and combined multiple skills. He used a variety of ways to escape boredom as his own body was filled with energy while also having and undead stamina, that made the idea of tiredness even further away from him. He first battled with the newly advanced mythical beasts until they were spent. The beasts found themselves not being able to match Noah even after they advanced to the same rank as him, the arrogant Emperor Penguin, hanging its head just a little lower as none of its surprise attacks went through. After they were about to run dry of energy, Noah activated the Beast Armament feature as the powers of the beasts instantly became boosted with terrifyingly fitted armor appearing on their bodies. When they fought with their armored forms, Noah had to activate all the 6 styles of the Mountain Sea Sect's secret techniques just to keep up with the ferocious attacks of the beasts. But the results were spectacular. His skills continued to increase at a rapid rate while he gained more combat experience with them. There was also no sense of boredom as he battled the enthusiastic beasts who were raising their proficiencies just like him. The beasts were becoming more and more used to the boost provided by the Beast Armament feature of the spiritual land as they began to work in conjunction to deliver deadly blows. As for Noah, the skill combinations he was looking at were abundant, and his strength had begun its first phase of skyrocketing like never before. It was about to get plain ridiculous. First off were the 6 mythical skills that he learned for himself from the deaths of the mythical sea creatures that were lured by the burst of energy from the upgrade of the spiritual land as well as the ones Barbados brought in. The 6 skills that were already learned and had risen past 60 in proficiency in the past 7 days were Adamantine Skin, Titan's Regeneration, Metamorphosis, Thunder Distortion, Megalodon Transformation. Aside from the new skills that had already been risen past 60, his old mythical skills had already reached the required 100 proficiency, with a few of them already becoming combined. Mountain Sea Sect's 5th style, Descent of the Emperor plus Mountain Sea Sect's 6th style, Dragon Form, Mythical plus, Descent of the Dragon Emperor. Summon Creatures of the Deep plus Gigantification, Mythical plus, Summon Destructive Titans. Aside from the rapid and spectacular appearance of these new Mythical plus skills, there were also many Legendary plus combinations. Mountain Sea Sect's 3rd style, Healing Water plus Mountain Sea Sect's 4th style, Wings of the Sea, Legendary plus, Healing Wings. Whirlpool plus Hydrosyrokinesis, Legendary plus, Whirling Frozen Death. Corrupted Sigil of Hegemony plus Demon King's Hockey, Legendary plus, Demon King's Banner. There were also the skills that graduated from Epic plus to become Legendary, as the spectacular efficiency of Skill Combination, added to Time Dilation, continued to exceed all expectations. Fiendish Sword Beast Transformation plus Summon Saint of Death, Legendary, Summon Death Reaper. Destructive Domain plus Storm of Ice and Bones, Legendary, Devastation. This was just in one continuous week of training and spamming of skills. This 1 week was only equivalent to a day and a half in the outside world. One of the things he did run into for the first time was not having equivalent skills to combine for the lower-ranked skills. There were many skills ranked epic and lower that would be considered null in any helpfulness towards Noah's level, but there were a few that he still used and continued to be crucial. Examples of these were the rank A, Language Comprehension, Recorder, Cook, as well as the rank S, Thought Acceleration, and Crisis Avoidance. They were skills that were not combat-related, but boosted his power and/or had their own usefulness. Noah continued to spend the days in the time-space as the proficiencies of skills continued to spike at a fast rate, coming out for an hour or 2 a day to entertain Barbados as he felt the thrill of visibly growing in power every day once more. In the first week he spent in the space affected by Time Dilation, which was equivalent to a day and a half in the outside world, he had gained 2 Mythical plus skills and 3 Legendary plus through combinations. The week after that, the 6 mythical skills that were more than halfway maxed during the first week had reached 100 and were also combined, producing another 3 mythical plus skills. Noah stopped spreading his focus to lower-ranked skills as he focused on achieving a phantasmal ranked skill as soon as possible. Only legendary skills and higher continued to receive his attention and combination as during the 3rd week, after 21 days, he had multiple mythical plus ranked skills that were maxed in proficiency. 21 days. This was equivalent to 4 days in the outside world, and he had achieved the conditions to obtain a phantasmal ranked skill through skill combinations. For Noah, it did not matter if he had the strength of phantasmal rank, as long as he had a skill of that rank that required mana, he would dominate any average being in that rank. The beasts practicing with him in the time-space had only been able to raise 1 or 2 skills to mythical plus rank, and weren't anywhere near ready to combine skills to reach the phantasmal rank. They could not replicate his horrendous cheat of spamming skills continuously and simply watch as the proficiency rose every hour, and they were about to be left behind in rank once again. Noah looked at the additions of Mythical Plus skills that were now already maxed in proficiency as he chose carefully what his first phantasmal skill should be. Megaladen Transformation plus Metamorphosis, Mythical plus Deep Sea Terror. Adamantine Skin plus Titan's Regeneration, Mythical plus Titanium Body. Thunder Distortion plus Aura of Death, Mythical plus a Rain of Death and Lightning. Besides these three, he already held Descent of the Dragon Emperor and Summon Destructive Titan. Between these, which ones were compatible and would come together to form his first phantasmal skill? Chapter 181, Phantasmal. A terrifying sight was occurring in the underground area of the Frozen Plateau spiritual land as powerful mythical beasts found their bodies sinking lower into the ground at the pressure that their master released. The arrogant penguin that normally had its beak raised high was looking towards the ground with clouded silvery eyes as it felt a hit to its confidence once more. Its beady eyes peered at the sight in front of it once more as the oppressive feeling was enforced. In the large space where time dilation was kept active, a ferocious kaiju was swiftly moving its three heads around the area as it acclimated to its new form. The body of the kaiju shone with a black metallic sheen as it looked extremely real, its power pressing down on everything around it. This was the phantasmal rank skill combined from Descent of the Dragon Emperor and Deep Sea Terror. The first phantasmal skill that Noah grasped was called the Dictatorial Kaiju Hydra. The form of a pinnacle three-headed dragon is activated. The first head releases toxic poison that melts all it touches, the second head releases destructive lightning that shreds apart enemies, and the third head is blessed with the pinnacle control of the water element. The cast skill allowed Noah to feel a tremendous amount of power in the body of an enormous kaiju that felt like his own flesh and blood. It wasn't just a hazy outline of a dragon while he remained in his Atlantean form inside the body, but a completely transformational change when the skill was cast. It was extremely painful the first few seconds as his body expanded and changed forms, but after the transformation was complete, the power he felt could not be denied. He had to get used to the feeling of three heads as each of them had their own vision and could move independently. The skill, Thought Acceleration, granting him a huge help that allowed him to quickly adjust. He was about to continue testing the powers this new skill held when he felt a movement with his expanded senses that caused him to look in a certain direction. In the ceiling of the underground area of the spiritual land, a hazy red light had appeared as something looked to be drilling through the frozen ground. The figure of Barbados appeared grandly as her eyes piercingly looked for the tremendous pressure she felt when she was relaxing in a bubbling jacuzzi. Her eyes expanded to become even bigger as she saw the huge formation of monoliths surrounding a large area that pulsed with a mysterious power. She felt her heart beat faster as she recognized the type of power she was feeling in the area on top of the powerful aura of a three-headed dragon. Her mind worked quickly as she came to multiple conclusions. Fucking hell, are you really some big-shot member of the Celestials? You were playing with the power of time down here this entire time. You jumped to Phantasmal in the span of a few days, and that's actually the least surprising thing. Just who the hell are you, little fish? Her figure was floating confidently in the air without a single thread of clothing as she showed off her full figure without any reservations. She didn't even bother placing anything on her body after coming out of the jacuzzi, her powerful body drilling through the layers of the spiritual land to reach the underground portion. Noah's tremendously large body that was the dictatorial Kaiju Hydra, looked at this questionable figure he had entertained these past few days as his voice thundered out from his three draconic heads, the vibrations sending out waves of power that caused the sky to tremble. My identity remains the same as I told you, whether you believed me then or now doesn't matter. At this moment in time though, it means we can continue to move forward with the next phase of plans. His three heads were focused on different parts of the Demon Empress's body as he watched a gothic-dressed Dr. A.P.E over her as she moved closer to the field where Noah had deactivated, time dilation, her eyes shining with interest as she looked over his body that was larger than 20 meters. This is genuine phantasmal power, and extremely powerful at that. With this type of ability, your words might actually not be bullshit, little fish. She floated across the skies as she went around Noah and observed the pulsating monoliths around the large field. Hey, why don't we battle again so I can see just how powerful you've gotten? You could stand against me before, but if you can defeat me now, I'll even allow you to have a taste of the body of a demon empress your eyes feasted on just now. What do you say, little fish? Why don't we have another bout? Barbados's body was crackling with death energy as a red light expanded, her power bubbling and ready to go. Noah's ears perked up at her ridiculous words as his power pulsed out just as powerfully, her provocation riling up his own interest to test the power of his first phantasmal skill. We can test things again in the sea. After we're done we will head towards the location of the Trident of the Sea right away. Noah's thundering voice reverberated again as a silver light covered his large body, teleporting himself out of the spiritual land and into the dark waters of the abyssal zone. The powerful figure of the demon empress appeared right after and the waters around them began to vibrate. Noah activated the size regulation and anchor feature of the unique skill, spiritual land management, as the vibrant spiritual land reduced in size rapidly until it could barely be seen before it attached itself silently to his body. The battle intent from Barbados was high as she stopped being surprised by the things this Atlantean did and focused more on the contract that seemed to have more and more credibility as she observed more of this interesting being's strength. Haha, come on little fish, let's see just how much more of my interest you'll capture. Blazing red suns began appearing around her as destruction and mayhem began around them. Deathly energy was in the air as transparent figures began forming around her as well. These were the dread spirits that Barbados could summon and control under the usage of her ultimate skill. Their power was palpitating as Noah faced these attacks without fear this time. His body that was that of a kaiju roared with its 3 heads as a green poisonous light came from one head, purple lightning began to roar out from another, while a blue light shone powerfully in the other. Waves of destruction spread out in the dark waters as 2 powers of phantasmal rank clashed. Chapter 182, Kraken Eye. Damn, little fish, what kind of messed up stamina is that? Sheesh. Words that the 8th ruler of the demon world never expected to say to another being of the same rank as her came out of her mouth. The problem was that this wasn't the first time these words were said in the past few hours. The first time these words were uttered from Barbados's mouth was after an entire hour of deadly skills clashing against one another in the dark waters of the abyssal zone as Noah adapted to his terrific new phantasmal skill. The body of the kaiju had extreme defenses while its heads let out terrible attacks. Noah was able to withstand the blazing suns that Barbados threw as well as the dreadful spirits she continued to summon. This continued until a sense of exhaustion filled the body of the demon empress and she was looking towards Noah with a frightening light in her eyes. He did not seem to have any sense of tiredness as the large 3 heads looked down at her menacingly. After this came the second battle where the demon empress acted on her earlier words of letting the Atlantean have a taste of something he had been feasting his eyes on earlier that day. This battle took even longer than the first one. This battle too, she had lost. Noah looked at the exhausted figure of Barbados lying on the bed as he moved out once again. He breathed out as he felt better after cooping himself in the time-space for the past 21 days of constant training. He had never entertained the idea of Barbados before, and just went along with the flow after he tested his phantasmal strength for the first time. Even now he didn't feel any sense of attachment, just slight guilt as he thought about a certain queen that was leading a kingdom and a portion of the smooth establishment of relations with his homeworld. He shook his head as his figure began to disappear in a silver light, his voice coming across before he disappeared from the spiritual land. I'll move first. I'll call you out if your aid is needed. Yeah, I'm more interested to play around in this isolated space treasure than go searching for ugly fish in the bottom of the sea anyways. Noah fully disappeared as he heard the reply and found himself in the dark waters of the abyssal zone once more. His mind continued to think about the future as he considered which of the other maxed mythical plus skills could be combined to make another extremely powerful phantasmal skill. The spiritual land was shrunk down and anchored to him once more as he moved deeper into the abyssal zone, this time confident of his chances if he met the terrible beast that most likely knew the whereabouts of the Trident of the Sea. The oceans were vast and wild, with many species running rampant in the deeper waters. The figure of an Atlantean Noah was currently facing a large swarm of fearsome-looking, dark piranhas that always moved in large groups. He had been moving across the waters of the abyssal zone for the past few days, coming across various deep-sea creatures that only went further to add more skill books, items, and cores into his collection. He was saving many of them for a few figures that popped into his mind, and he planned to do something big after he got his hands on the Trident of the Sea. Only a week remained before the forces that were led by the first-ranked ruler of the demon world, Baal, would reach Atlantis. This was a force comprised of demons and their arrogant allies, the cultivators. Noah's mind moved fast, thinking about all of these things as he cut down the legendary ranked piranhas around him using Mythical Plus skills and his new additions of mythical skills over the past few days. He had come across 2 mythical beasts that provided him with an additional 3 skills, cores, and some items. The additional skills were great to look at. Defiance, a ring full of baleful energy surrounds you. Your defenses cannot be penetrated as long as the ring is active. Resplendent speed, a streak of light is all that can be observed by the untrained eye as your movements chase after the most supreme speed possible. Phasing, damage from physical attacks are reduced by 90% while the phase state is active. The skills only served to make him want to seclude himself into the time-space so he could max their proficiencies and combine once more, but he focused on continuing to search for the beast at the bottom of the abyssal zone. He was now entering a depth where he found fewer and fewer creatures, indicating that he was going in the right direction. Those weaker would steer clear of the home of one of the calamities of the sea. The further down he went, the more careful he became as his crisis avoidance had already become active with a slight ringing. The ringing was very light and never increased, which put him in an alert state as he felt something would soon occur. He stopped in the depth of the sea as the dark waters moved around him, a slight blue sheen making his Atlantean body visible in the darkness. The Kraken was something that the old King Neptune had befriended. If Noah did not have to fight such a beast, he wouldn't actively look for a fight. But his skills were ready at a second's notice if anything dangerous were to occur. The waters around him were slightly vibrating as they seemed to signal the arrival of something. No, not the arrival, just the appearance. Because it was already there. A sharp light flashed through Noah's eyes as he began seeing the form of something huge make itself visible all around him. His crisis avoidance was still only letting out a faint signal, meaning no heavy malicious intent was being thrown towards him, but the appearance of dark shining skin almost seemed to say otherwise. Like a never-ending wall was blooming in front of his eyes, the shining skin of a tremendous behemoth that was melded with the environment was becoming visible. The body covered the entire region in front of Noah as behind him appeared tremendously long arms that could only be tentacles. They appeared and seemed to wriggle endlessly as they looked both slippery and sharp, waving along the waters as they covered the entire area. What looked to be a wall in front of Noah suddenly had 2 maddeningly powerful red eyes snap wide open as an oppressive force finally spread out in the dark waters. It was a terrifying sight in the depths of the abyssal zone as one of the calamities of the sea, the Kraken, appeared. It wasn't just powerful, it could also completely erase its entire aura and become invisible at a moment's notice. A booming voice roiled out in the dark waters as the red eyes shone with a dangerous light. What kind of worthless seeker has to be sought out? Chapter 183, Kraken 2. The voice was strong and seemed to cover everything around the dark waters, the vibrations causing the sea to tremble as the power of one of the calamities of the sea registered. Noah actually felt relieved inside at these words as they affirmed the connection between Atlantis and this beast. Only a second passed before he replied. Per the will of King Neptune, I've been searching the entirety of the abyssal zone for the friend he mentioned. A moment passed as Noah's words rang out. The booming voice came out right after. A friend. Humph, that dumbass wouldn't know a friend from an enemy. But it matters not right now. Enemies are circling in all directions, and the favored children of the sea are dumb and weak enough to not be able to defend their own homes. There was a trace of wrath and disappointment in the calamity's voice as the many tentacles wriggled powerfully around them. So weak and helpless that I had to leave my dwelling where I should have been waiting for a worthy seeker to start moving out myself, such a fucking joke. What does the world see in such weak creatures? You could all die for all I care. Noah felt a slight trembling around him as the red eyes of the calamity became slightly cloudy, sensing another tremendous energy appear just for an instant. Humph, whatever. The Kraken's eyes focused on Noah as they looked through every corner, seemingly trying to pierce through all the secrets. All right, Atlantean, prove your worthiness. The words boomed out in the dark waters as Noah felt his blood pumping. The attitude of the disgruntled calamity that seemed to be acting under the will of the world showed many possibilities as Noah moved, casting the second phantasmal skill he combined while he was moving across the abyssal zone these past few days. Through the combination of the mythical plus skills, Summon Destructive Titan, and a Rain of Death and Lightning, a new terrifying skill was born. Summon Titans of the Abyss, a calamity filled with death is accompanied by another filled with wrathful lightning. Those that stand in their master's path will only face death and destruction. The sea trembled as Noah provided the obscene amount of energy required to activate this skill, allowing for the appearance of two tremendously large behemoths that pushed away the swirling tentacles of the calamity of the sea. The dark waters roiled and became murky as dark energy pulsed out from one, while thunderous purple lightning spread out into the waters from the other. Their appearance was that of Triassic monstrosities that were just slightly smaller than those considered kaijus in this world. The one filled with lightning had three purple glowing tails stretching out sharply, with a square head that had piercing horns stretching from both ends. The Abyss Titan filled with death energy looked even more terrifying, exhibiting a face that systematically opened like a blooming flower after every second, inside of it resting poisonous blue eyes that appeared and disappeared. Oh! A nonchalant voice thundered out from the Kraken as Noah summoned out two phantasmal ranked Abyss Titans that were only half its size. Noah wasn't done though, as his own body began bubbling, something seemingly wanting to break out. The dictatorial Kaiju Hydra was initiated as the dark waters churned, the tight tentacles surrounding the area being pushed back even further as the three-headed dragon larger than 20 meters made its appearance. The three heads cracked with power as what seemed to be three tremendously powerful beasts appeared in the abyssal zone. The wriggling tentacles came to a standstill as the huge kraken that was still a few meters larger than Noah's Hydra form and even the maddeningly powerful figures of the two summoned Abyss Titans stood against them. It seemed like a tremendously powerful battle was imminent as the waters in the dark sea trembled, various colorful destructive lights appearing in each of the three heads that Noah sported when a snort rang out from the calamity of the sea. "Humph, that's enough, little Atlantean." Noah, who was about to pounce, was startled at these words as the attacks he was preparing were stopped. "You can summon pets that seem to hold 1/3 of my power while your ability to change into this form gives you even greater strength than them. That's good enough for me." Noah was surprised at the turn of events as a blue light spread out from the Kraken and lit up the surrounding area. "What, did you actually want to fight?" The abyssal eyes of the Kraken shone with a deathly light at Noah's surprised faces as an overwhelming pressure crushed down around the sea once again. Noah felt a slight tingle from this as he replied. "No, I just never thought the requirements set up by King Neptune would be so easy." There was a period of silence as the pressure from the calamity of the sea faded and the dangerous light died down, a less thundering voice coming out. "Humph, he was a fool in life and the same in death. At his deathbed, all he requested was for another child of the sea who could handle the power of the trident. Now, the requirements are even lesser as all of you are about to die anyways." "Ha, all right, come here." A completely different image of the powerful beast dwelling in the sea was broken in Noah's mind as he found the attitude of the Kraken to be pessimistic and tired. He released his transformation and unsummoned the Abyss Titans as another startling sight played itself in front of him. The dark waters trembled as the calamity of the sea in front of Noah began shining in a dark light, its body beginning to shrink down until it reached less than 2 meters. It was a surprising sight as it now looked like a normal squid with 8 arms and 2 tentacles that were much longer floating around. The 2 longer tentacles came together as a blue light began shining, forming into the shape of a door that stood radiantly in the dark waters. The thunderous voice of the Kraken had changed into a squeaky one as it ushered Noah toward the newly created door. "Hurry up, we have to go save your little city as soon as you finish inheriting that shining fork." Noah followed the now miniaturized calamity of the sea into the glowing blue door as the task of finding the trident of the sea managed to be much easier than he expected. Chapter 184, Trident of the Sea. The scene changed as the moment the figures of Noah and the miniature Kraken passed through the door. They appeared in a sparkling underwater cave that shone with resplendent light. "Don't touch a single thing and just follow me." The Kraken continued in a gruff but squeaky voice from its smaller body as they floated through what looked to be many treasures below them towards the peak, where a blinding blue and gold light sat majestically. It seemed like they were ascending a gold mountain as Noah found luxurious gems, exquisite armors, and golden glowing items spread across all around the underwater cave. At the peak of this cave was a golden trident that shone in a blinding light, making one only able to see its outline but not its shape in its entirety. The miniature Kraken that now looked like a dark large squid stopped near the trident as it turned towards Noah. "The little fork is supposed to have many mysteries, where I'm supposed to tell you a story about how only those that are worthy will be able to lay their hands on it and use its power, but it's all bullshit." Flat words continued to come out of the Kraken's mouth as it utterly disregarded the trident of the sea, letting out tremendous waves of power in front of them. It had nothing to do with being worthy. It just needs someone with an abundant amount of energy as its master in order to exhibit its powers to the fullest. "Go on now, let's see if you have the minimum required energy to wield it." The tentacles pushed Noah forward as he squinted his eyes and carefully looked at the golden shining trident floating in front of him. A sense of adrenaline was coursing through him as he was able to get his hands on something this powerful so easily. He steadied his heart as his hand reached out towards the gorgeously floating trident. When his hands wrapped around it, a change occurred. A blinding circular light spread out as he felt mana draining from his body into the trident his hand clasped. An absurd amount of mana that reminded him when he was continuously activating and replenishing the time dilation feature of the spiritual land was going into the trident endlessly. Only after an entire few seconds passed did the trident stop releasing the golden light as it began pulsing with a blue hue. The kraken floating behind Noah looked at this with sharp eyes as its now squeaky voice rang out again. Is it broken? I expected it to drain you to your knees before it accept dash. Before the words could even finish, the pulsating blue hue mixed with gold and went on to cover the entire treasure cave they were in as the trident of the sea accepted a new master. It did not have any large requirements, only for its user to have enough energy to be able to use it. Noah opened his eyes to feel the golden trident that felt weightless in his hands as a set of words began to appear in his field of vision. Trident of the sea, a pinnacle treasure in the sea that allows its user to remain unrivaled against all enemies. Attack and defensive capabilities are quintupled while equipped. Usable abilities include Heart Piercer, Plasma Beam, Command of the Sea, Loved by Water, and Spatial Lock. Heart Piercer, the trident moves like a flash of light, targeting the origin of the enemy. Plasma Beam, a highly conductive and concentrated beam of plasma that only leaves destruction in its wake. Command of the Sea, the water surrounding you can be influenced by a huge extent. Loved by Water, the veil of secrecy between the master of the trident and the element of water becomes thin. Spatial Lock, space becomes hindered and locked as no enemies can escape your grasp. A sense of exhilaration filled Noah as he read through the features of the treasure that many people were chasing. He swung it around him. Practice with that for the next few days before we set off for Atlantis. If they manage to be destroyed before we get there, they deserve it for being so damn weak. The kraken voiced out as it watched Noah swinging the powerful trident around. Waves of gold and blue were spreading out as Noah became more and more used to swinging the trident of the sea around the water. In another location, a group of powerful people letting out maddening auras of power moved silently. One group was from the Mountain Sea sect with the martial Uncle Dylan in the lead. His robes were fluttering in the water as he looked towards the second group of cultivators he was traveling with. This group of cultivators was a shadowy force that didn't make themselves visible to the outside world for too long. Martial Uncle Dylan had been pondering these past weeks why they made this trip to the lost world of Atlantis, but did not come up with any leads. A huge battle was about to occur, so he became straightforward and simply brought himself to ask the one leading the second group of cultivators in the lost world, Sect Master Inuit. Your sect does not in any way use the techniques related to the law of water. Why exactly did you come to the lost world of Atlantis? Because I am sure the supreme treasure is not your goal. They were quite a distance away, but his voice traveled from his lips into the ears of Sect Master Inuit in a matter of seconds. The sect master that he was addressing was a middle-aged man with a calm expression and an otherworldly aura. He seemed to not have a single worry in his life as he moved with the group of cultivators behind him who adopted similar expressions of calmness and strength. A delightful smile covered his face as this sect master Inuit replied. You are right, my friend, it is not the supreme treasure that I'm here for. I am here for something else, or rather someone else. This reply made Martial Uncle Dylan close his eyes and squint towards this sect master. His words did not make anything clear and just added another layer of mystery. Sect Master Inuit was the leader of one of the most powerful and hidden sects in the world of cultivation. It was a sect that focused on and pondered the laws of karma. Cultivators that mysteriously searched for cause and effect. What exactly had they found out? What had their techniques told them that made them come to search the lost world of Atlantis not for the supreme treasure, but instead look for a being? Who exactly was this sect master of the karmic sect looking for? There were many questions that were swimming in Martial Uncle Dylan's mind, but Sect Master Inuit didn't offer any more guidance as the two forces from the world of cultivation moved forward to meet the forces of the demon world. Their aims were the same, and they might even become enemies after the location of the treasure was found, but for now, they moved with a singular purpose, to rain down destruction on the city at the center of the lost world. Chapter 185, Meeting. As Noah was adapting to the trident of the sea, he turned towards the miniaturized kraken and said, I actually have a treasure that will give us some more time to prepare before we head out for Atlantis, as well as a way to get us to the city whenever we wish. The Kraken put on a surprised expression as it replied. Oh, you actually have more that I haven't seen, little Atlantean. Noah smiled while he removed the spiritual land from his body and anchored it onto the top of the hill where many treasures lay in the underground cave. It is an isolated space treasure that I came upon when I was traveling. It holds all sorts of marvels, but I have yet to fully figure all of them out. I'll bring you in now, don't resist. There was a flash of light passing through the red eyes of the Kraken as a silver light covered both his body and Noah's, and they both disappeared from the underground treasure cave and into the spiritual land. They appeared in the skies of the frozen plateau spiritual land as a weird image played out where a 2-meter-tall squid was floating in the air with no problems. It looked around the respondent lights and the fields of white. The many cries of beasts that could be heard in the distance, as well as the powerful auras that could be felt around the spiritual land. Before the beast could continue observing the spiritual land any further, Noah's voice came out once again. I also wanted to introduce to you one of my trump cards against invaders that are heading for Atlantis. Don't be too surprised or act irrationally when you meet them. Noah was planning many things in his mind, and for the success of the battle to come, he would make sure there were no uncertainties and all the usable pieces were known beforehand. But his voice didn't even finish registering before the red figure of Barbados appeared in the skies. Wow wow, little fish. Did you bring yet another meal for you to cook and enjoy? The playfulness was apparent in Barbados's tone as she looked interestingly at the Kraken and licked her lips. Instantly, a maddeningly powerful pressure descended onto the spiritual land as the Kraken looked carefully towards the newly appeared figure and then turned towards Noah. You have a wench with a similar scent as the invaders in your so-called isolated space treasure. You better explain yourself, and it will have to be very quick. Otherwise, I'll be killing the next successor of the Trident of the Sea just a few minutes after he inherits it. Noah remained with a calm expression as he looked between the Kraken and Barbados as their auras clashed against one another, their power palpitating. The mocking voice of Barbados came out first. Oh, this little squid is actually talking about me. Does it really think it has what it takes to stand on the same level as me? Noah didn't let any more exchange of words continue as he voiced out. Yes, I was able to come to an agreement with this invader as a tool for us to take down the leaders of demons that are leading the charge against Atlantis. She had important information and skill sets that will go a long way for the coming battle. I have her under an unbreakable contract, which means I also have her under control. He said these words towards the Kraken while he sent another set of words towards Barbados. Be good. If you do well enough, then I'll make you more food today. Otherwise, I'm never going to cook for you again. A shocked face appeared on Barbados as this silent communication reached her ears. Her playful face soon changed to that of pouting as she seemed to struggle in her mind. Her face turned serious right after and she nodded her head. She looked towards the Kraken. As she bowed and said with an impassive face. Nice to meet you, dear squid. I am the 7th ruler of the demon world, the necromancer of chaos. The one kept under the rule of Baal for hundreds of years, the one that is seeking freedom and going to the great lengths of betrayal to obtain it. A wretch, perfidious, and a rotten woman. I am Barbados. A shining light passed through the Kraken's eyes as its power searched through Barbados's words and then turned to look at Noah with an unusual expression. A period of silence passed as the oppressive pressure was lifted and the squeaky voice of the Kraken rang out. I don't give a damn as long as those aiming their sword at Atlantis dies. It matters not to me how it is done or who is involved in their downfall. All I need to do is accomplish my mission of making sure you worthless children of the sea that apparently have enough time to be forming relations with invaders do not die wretched deaths. He turned to Noah as he continued. Now, you mentioned you had something that would give us more time and an instant path towards Atlantis. What exactly were you talking about? Noah smiled at the de-escalating of the situation as a silver light spread out, covering the three of them as they all disappeared and then appeared in the middle of the large field surrounded by many monoliths. This is one of the most unique things I've come across in this isolated space treasure. There is this location that actually allows me to manipulate time to a certain extent. I can train with the Trident as well as boost any of my powers here, and during this time you can tell us more about your purpose and what you planned for the defense of Atlantis before we head out. Noah looked at the faces of the two beings that were looking around the field of time-space as he thought of his own ambitions. He continued to voice out his thoughts as he observed the figures of two peak phantasmal ranked beings. We can understand each other's strengths and share the knowledge we have about the enemy so we are prepared for the coming battle. We have a singular goal beside the defense of Atlantis, and that is the complete and utter downfall of the one calling himself the oppressive tyrant, the ruler of the demon world, Baal. A nod came from the head of the Kraken as it observed the surroundings with interest, while Barbados was floating in the skies with a bored expression as she looked far in the distance towards the white layer that covered this underground portion of the isolated space treasure, her mind on the comfortable jacuzzi in the upper layer that she regretted leaving. The squeaky voice of the Kraken came out as three phantasmal ranked individuals held a meeting that would decide the fate of Atlantis. First off are the other calamities of the sea beside me that will be making their way to that shiny city of yours. Movements, meetings, and plans were underway as multiple forces prepared to clash against each other. Neither side had yet to know just how catastrophic the result of everything would be. Chapter 186, A Coming War. The establishment of relations between two worlds was going at an accelerated pace as individuals from the Beast World and Noah's homeworld worked in conjunction to increase their knowledge and power. There was a smooth transition as the governments and ruling parties of the two worlds put aside their differences to work together for a greater goal. Of course, it was not all smooth sailing and there were still a few hiccups here and there, but the majority of things remained in a positive direction. It was much easier to keep people in line when you had a few specific people much more powerful than them to use force if needed. Power was the only thing that was respected at this moment in time, as it was what was required in order for everyone to continue living in peace. There were still many crooked and nasty people in the two worlds, but they did not find themselves in the highest positions of power in this new advancing era. Thus, the two worlds continued their sharing of knowledge and trading of skill books, items, and cores as they advanced their power. Things became even more hectic a few days ago as the wills of the worlds relayed the message that they would soon be actively moving. This came as a shock to even the highest echelons of strength in the beast world as the three remaining mythical beasts found a hard task placed on their shoulders. They knew the strength their enemies held, but they trusted the world they were born in even more. Even though there was some slight hesitation, they followed the directions while knowing their own homes would not lead them to destruction. In the Frozen Kingdom, the Dark Sword, Kazuhiko was moving busily as he tried to form a party of powerful beast girls unsuccessfully. He was only able to find one fox-eared girl who worked as a mercenary, with the rest of the people who offered to help him being burly human mercenaries or beastmen that wanted to serve their new queen as best as they could. The main goal in his mind was still clear though, and it was the acquisitions of a spiritual land. He learned of the secrets and intricacies from Noah, and his goal of obtaining a spiritual land for himself was achieved a week after his arrival in the Frozen Kingdom. There were still 2 nests in the surroundings of the Frozen Kingdom that were actually spiritual lands without owners. Kazuhiko targeted one of these nests as he used the knowledge Noah gave him to quickly take down an epic ranked beast and become a contender for the trial of supremacy of the spiritual land. The process thereafter was not too complicated as all he had to do was to face a similar battle as Noah where he had to fight multiple beasts and show that he was unrivaled in the epic rank. Kazuhiko was one of the human beings that received special attention from the planetary core in Noah's homeworld, and he had his own boosted strength that allowed him to exhibit strength much higher than average when in the same rank. In a bit over a week, it marked the second human being in history to receive ownership of a spiritual sand. A unique skill similar to the one that Noah received had appeared under Kazuhiko's attribute panel, although he would not be able to use it as effectively as Noah. He had a huge headache as he looked at the number of energy that was required just to do the simplest of things. As for the way to upgrade the rank of the spiritual land, well, he would call upon Noah when the time comes to get some help. Many more events were occurring all over the beast world as the incoming humans and beasts worked together to increase their strength. Steel Mikhail was advancing in the mythical kingdoms with the help of the Imperial Phoenix. He was able to achieve ownership of his own spiritual land in a similar time frame as Kazuhiko. Not too long after, they received the grandiose gift of legendary cores from Noah, who was performing the task of traveling across worlds as if it was nothing. It wouldn't take him even a minute to activate the unique skill, spatial travel, before he arrived in a different world to leave behind cores, skill books, and items. With the advent of these gifts, their strength that remained stagnant in the epic rank was able to be propelled forward at a quick pace after the acquisition of their spiritual lands, breaking through into the legendary rank in no time. As for the 3 remaining mythical beasts, they continued to increase their knowledge of the new system of power that allowed their strength to shoot up explosively by combining the many skills that they had been using over the years. An even more interesting sight opened itself in the beast world as its inhabitants normally formed their own skills after years of learning how to manipulate mana in specific ways. This made it so that those who were extremely talented were able to see a new skill appear in their attribute panel out of their own making. Manipulating mana in complex ways to create a skill was easy to do for lower-ranked skills, but became exponentially harder when trying to create anything legendary or above. Many beings in the beast world shook their heads in exasperation after they found the ease of gaining skills simply by absorbing a skill book, without going through days or months of hard work just to create a single skill, but those at the peak of power thought much differently. The three remaining mythical beasts looked at the ease of this new system of power while also looking back to how they created skills of their own at the stage they were at. If they were to use their skill of manipulating mana to create extremely compatible skills to use in conjunction with skill combination, a scary thought came when looking at the possibilities of this endeavor. They had achieved multiple mythical plus rank skills and were trying their hardest to raise the proficiency of these skills in order to combine them for the possibility of attaining the phantasmal rank. They wanted to raise their strength quickly because the message that their worlds had released to them was very clear. Within the next few weeks, another gate that connected to a foreign world would be created. But this gateway would not lead to a friendly world, this gateway would lead to the enemy they held huge hatred of, this gateway would lead to the demon world. Just as the inhabitants of the demon world were able to establish a connection with the beast world to send down its rulers, it served to also build a connection that allowed the planetary core of the beast world to know the location of the demon world. Through the use of a tremendous amount of essence, recreating the channel that would lead to the demon world could be done with ease. To prepare for this possible future, many events were occurring in the background, with a large number of moving pieces. The planetary cores of the beast world and Noah's homeworld were receiving all the knowledge that Noah came across as he moved in the lost world of Atlantis. The possible sequence of future events was planned from here. At this moment in time, one of the more crucial events that was being looked at was the result of the clash between Baal and Atlantis. There was a tremendous amount of confidence that the two worlds had when it came to Noah and the incoming battle between him and the ruler of the demon world. The results of this battle could provide a huge disruption that would give a prime opportunity to attack the demon world. They would be getting ready to move as soon as the results of the battle were clear, and Noah would lead the way for a glorious charge towards the home of their enemies. Schemes and plans were put in place as pieces were moved here and there, but would things really go as planned? Chapter 187, Opposing Forces Near. In the dark waters of the lost world, the oppressive tyrant, Baal, had met with the forces of the cultivators as they made their way towards the city of technology and magic. It was an oppressive force that was spreading throughout the sea as they came across empty underwater cities with the merfolk and the Atlanteans already evacuated. Anything of value like weaponry or any advanced technology was already taken along with the evacuated inhabitants. The demon legions left nothing in their wake as they destroyed anything they came across and searched the cities in the entirety. Their goal remained the same as they looked like a sharp spear that was aimed towards Atlantis. With their movements getting closer, those facing their assault in Atlantis were moving even faster. The Ocean Master was sending out many commands and looking at the defensive lines around the city. Many more hydro cannons were implanted in the walls as military warsh.I.P.S and submarines were positioned and ready. At the entrance of the city were tremendously large golden statues that protected the glowing road that led through the heavily fortified triangular gate that pulsed with an energy barrier. The statues had not moved an inch for years, with only a few older Atlanteans and merfolk knowing a few secrets about them. One was a green merfolk that stood strongly looking forward with a golden trident in hand that was eerily similar to a treasure that many people had been looking for. The other was an Atlantean equipped with a battle armor shining purple and gold as he held the largest plasma gun pointing out into the sea. These were the same statues that Noah had seen when he first arrived in Atlantis, but there was a slight change in these statues today. A pulse of light seemed to be appearing and disappearing in their blank eyes as they continued to stand motionlessly beside the gate. Past the gates, legions of Atlanteans and merfolk riding golden, killer whales, menacing, great white sharks, were prepared as Atlanteans and merfolk got ready for the fight of their lives. The Ocean Master's mind drifted to one exceptional Atlantean that had recently become a seeker. Would he be able to succeed in the quest of bringing back the Trident of the Sea into the hands of its children? The body of the Ocean Master crackled with phantasmal power as he showed no ounce of weakness, his figure floating grandly atop the underwater palace as he oversaw the moving figures of the city and the many advanced weaponry they were carrying. The incoming flow of Atlanteans and merfolk from surrounding cities was occurring in a calm and collected manner as they went through an orderly process to obtain temporary lodgings in Atlantis. Everything seemed to be taken care of as they waited for the arrival of their enemies. A rumbling sound could be heard at this instant as the Ocean Master's face turned hard and he looked towards one direction. Above the city of Atlantis, a tremendously large figure of a kaiju had appeared. This one had a weird shape, looking more like a mixture of an eel and an iguana. Its body sparkled with blue lightning as it looked down towards Atlantis and let out a snort. Nothing thereafter was said as it took its position in a corner of the large glowing city of Atlantis, looking in one direction at the enemy that will be coming soon. Not long after, another kaiju appeared and nodded towards the one that had just arrived, taking a position in another corner of the city after the acknowledgement. This was the terrifying, cassiterite shark that put the megalodon to shame, as its body was more than 30 meters with teeth that were the same size as some buildings. Its body sparkled with crystalline armor as it swam majestically around Atlantis. These were the calamities of the sea that the will of the lost world had called upon for help after one of their brothers was killed by the demon emperor that was leading his forces here. The words of Baal had been relayed to all of them as they learned of the being's ruthlessness firsthand. They would make their stand against the invaders aiming for Atlantis so that the threat of this enemy could be taken care of for good. The arrival of two calamities of the sea that many Atlanteans and merfolk had heard about as a child put the Ocean Master on edge, before he calmed down as he saw their movements were for the protection of Atlantis. He recalled the old legends of these calamities being the defenders of the world. He had never realized just how true these legends were. After the two more calamities of the sea continued to arrive after a few hours, and even more after a day. On the day when it was the most tense as the force of demons and cultivators neared, 5 calamities had arrived. In the surroundings of the city of Atlantis, the one singular feature of the 5 powerful beings of phantasmal rank they had across the board was their extremely enormous sizes. One of the calamities was a large stingray that had the longest tail, seeming even bigger than the length of his entire body as it wrapped around the surrounding sea as a net. Another calamity had lava bubbling out of its body as the seawater around it became heated just from its appearance. The 5th one was something rarely seen for its size, something that was enormous but at the same time seemed very harmless. It was a being covered in gold and blue colors. It was a commonly seen goldfish. It had streaks of blue and gold running across its body as it floated majestically in the waters. Its body was more than 25 meters large, giving a grandiose look of a shining beacon of gold and blue light that moved above the city of Atlantis. 5 calamities of the sea had arrived to make the final stand against the incoming invaders. One of their brothers was killed by the terrible ruler of the demon world that only left destruction in his wake. The other calamity that was yet to be seen was the one that took the title of the oldest calamity, that was the Kraken. Chapter 188, Demon and Cultivators at the Gates. There was a sense of apprehension and uncertainty in the waters as 5 calamities of the sea swam in the waters above the shining city of magic and technology that was Atlantis. The Ocean Master was at the forefront with legions of Atlanteans and merfolk commanders riding, killer whales, and battle sharks, as well as many other deep-sea creatures. Gloriously shining hydro cannons lined the entirety of the walls of the city of Atlantis with many Atlanteans carrying plasma guns spread throughout. An oppressive feeling had begun to appear from a distance not too far away as the people wishing them harm neared. The area surrounding Atlantis that was normally lit up by a gorgeous blue color from the advanced weapons and barriers that surrounded the entire city was gradually being pervaded by a shade of red as powerful figures drew closer and closer to the city. The first one to become visible to the inhabitants of Atlantis was a powerful demon wearing an exquisite suit of armor. It let out a glorious red light that seemed to be pushing away the normal blue colors of the sea. Not a single weapon was in his hands as he stood grandly in the sea overlooking the 5 phantasmal ranked beings floating above the waters of Atlantis. His eyes seemed to show great interest towards the 5 calamities, as a devouring light passed through his eyes. More and more figures began to appear around him as his eyes wandered over his target today. Rulers of the demon world of various ranks started to line up behind him with their demon legions filled with orcs, goblins, trolls, and many other ferocious-looking creatures. The pervading red light from the forces of demons continued to intrude the area as the dark sea seemed to be clashing with 2 opposing forces. Some of the demon legions were riding on creatures commonly known in the demon world. It was the fearsome behemoths that were larger than 10 meters. Behemoths were capable of flight and were normally the perfect beasts to ride into battle. Their bodies were shining red and looking extremely disfigured and bloated, but the flat surface on their back was being occupied by many powerful demons. Aside from Baal, there were other rulers at the phantasmal rank that were in the lost world with him. There was the fearsome-looking giant that was the Orc Emperor, and rank third, it was Prince Basago. Riding on another behemoth was the ruler at the 9th rank that was known as Empress Paimon. She had a tremendously bountiful figure that would cause the envy of many women as she stood on a chair made of bones. Baal had pulled all the stops as besides them, 2 more rulers of the phantasmal rank had recently left their missions on other worlds to descend into the lost world of Atlantis. Ranked 4th and 12th, it was respectively the cruel monarch, Samigina, and the seductress, Citri. The lineup of the rulers of the demon world was unexpectedly 5 phantasmal-ranked individuals, with many other rulers in the mythical and legendary ranks filling up the ranks of their army. More than half of the power of one world was congregated in the lost world for Baal's purposes. It did not take long before hundreds of thousands of figures different from the demons also began to appear in the dark waters. The other group of invaders were the ones that studied the laws of the world at a very young age and had arrogance ingrained in their bones. It was the cultivators. Martial Uncle Dylan and Sect Master Inuit had also arrived at the scene. From the Mountain Sea Sect, Martial Uncle Dylan brought 2 other martial uncles at the Golden Transformation realm that was equivalent to the phantasmal rank. Although their mysterious use of laws made them much more formidable opponents of the same level. There were also lower-ranked martial uncles at the Rebirth realm, mythical, and their disciples that were surrounded by colorful bubbles of air that pushed out the dark waters. The other group of cultivators were more mysterious, having calm expressions as they looked over the many beings congregating here today. This was the group of cultivators from the Karmic sect. Their bodies had thin barriers of transparent light that made them stand out even more in the dark waters as they stood orderly behind their sect master. Sect Master Inuit had a calm smile on his face as his eyes wandered across the many beings in front of him. A white light occasionally passed through his eyes as he seemed to be using a mysterious skill to look for something or someone. After a few seconds, he shook his head in slight frustration and regained his usual calm as he went back to his normal expression. He had not found what he was looking for. Something interesting to understand was the title of the 2 leaders of cultivators in the Lost World. From the Mountain Sea Sect, there was a prominent martial uncle leading divisions of the sect, while from the Karmic sect, someone with the title of Sect Master was leading their forces. A being with the title of Sect Master in the world of cultivation was never one to look down on, and yet his forces remained the quietest in this incoming battle as they reined in their auras and continued looking forward calmly. This was a force that many people were overlooking at this moment in time. Baal had overlooked them as just another set of arrogant cultivators he could use and work with before their relationship eventually fell apart after they found the location of the trident. Martial Uncle Dylan had a sense of apprehension as he knew a bit more about the mysteriousness of the Karmic sect in the world of cultivation, but even he did not give the sect master the proper attention. This single mysterious sect master would be a huge factor in the events to unfold, and yet almost nobody knew anything about him. At this moment in time though, another commotion arose as within the ranks of demon legions, pairs of green lights began to appear en masse as they indicated the arrival of something terrible. A harumph came out of Baal's mouth as he looked back and saw tens of thousands of undead stand with the forces of other demons closely. The dense amounts of green eyes continued to swim closer as more than 100,000 undead appeared among the ranks of demons, making the eyes of the defenders of Atlantis turn sour. The calamities of the sea looked at all this closely as their bodies pulsed with power, indicating they would move at any moment. A moment passed as the movements of the undead finished, and a red light began to bloom near Baal's position as a gorgeous figure of someone who could barely be 19 or 20 years of age appeared. A red dress was Dr. A.P. Ed over her body as the Necromancer of Chaos, Barbados, appeared. Haha, the main event has appeared, so why don't we get this show on the road? She had a playful expression as she appeared in the dark waters packed with multiple phantasmal ranked beings. Chapter 189, The Last Calamity Appears. The ruler of the demon world, Baal, looked over at the problematic Barbados as an oppressive aura erupted out from him. His face was impassive as he looked over at the demon empress who turned to look at him with a pouting expression as the pressure descended. She went quiet as the pressure increased and sighed, going ahead and standing behind Baal as she grumbled something underneath her breath. This seemed to be the norm as the other rulers shook their heads ruefully and focused their attention on the battle ahead once more. The seductress, Citri, looked at the figure of Barbados in annoyance as the pink light she exuded outwards intensified, her shapely figure somehow increasing in proportion once more. A snort could be heard from the first-ranked ruler as he stopped any more interruptions. Ball turned his attention towards the forces of Atlantis in front of him as his eyes looked at the dangerously shining cannons and weapons. His lips parted as a calm voice that could be heard by everything for miles rang out. Pain is something that can be easily avoided. It is something that I understand. The voice was calm and steady, startling a few people as they didn't expect a monologue before the beginning of a huge fight. I am going to tell you now that there is a way to avoid the pain that will soon come for all of us. There is a way to avoid death and mayhem as we can all come to an understanding. His voice reverberated in the ears of the Ocean Master and the powerful calamities of the sea. No reply came from them as their bodies bubbled with power that would soon erupt. The ruler of the demon world looked at all of this as he spoke once more. There should be no feeling of cowardice in your hearts if you give up one simple treasure for the lives of all of your people. Because I can promise you now, inhabitants of Atlantis, the alternative path where I don't get what I want is going to be much more painful. The tension seemed to be at the breaking point with these words as a roar came from one of the calamities of the sea. The Cassitarite shark was releasing waves of power as its body prepared to pounce on the ruler of the demon world. The many submarines and warsh.I.P.S pulsed with lights as their weapons were pointed towards the invaders. At the same time, colorful lights began lighting up on the bodies of cultivators as Marshal Uncle Dylan looked coldly at the glowing city in front of them and he spoke out. Why bother offering an olive branch to these lesser beings? They only understand brute force, and that is exactly what they will get. The body of the Marshal Uncle was crackling with dense blue arcs of power as the water near him seemed to be adhering to his control, his power at the phantasmal level giving off an oppressive feeling. Bale's cold face remained the same as his forces had their attacks ready, awaiting his command. The command to start the fight had yet to be given when in the next instant, something changed. A silver light began spreading out in the middle of the two forces. It caused a blinding light as the appearance of multiple large figures could barely be discerned. One was a figure that many Atlanteans and merfolk had heard about in their legends. It was the humongous figure of a terrifying kraken. Its body had dark sheen as it swung its 8 arms around it, 2 much longer tentacles powerfully roiling about in the sea. Besides, this kraken was a figure that let out maddening levels of strength as multiple eyes with their own unique colors pierced through the water and landed on the forces of demons and cultivators. The dictatorial kaiju, Hydra, had made its appearance in front of many beings in the world of Atlantis as levels of strength only seen at the peak of the world emanated from it. The 3 large draconic heads moved menacingly as one focused on Baal, another looked at the leading Marshal Uncle Dylan, and the last one glanced at the calm-looking sect master Inuit that had a gradually changing face since their appearance. A piercing battle cry could be heard vibrating out at the same location where the fearsome Hydra and Kraken appeared. This time an arrogant penguin with its beak raised extremely high had appeared. It was surrounded by a variety of other beasts that let out powerful auras that stood at the peak of mythical rank as their bodies were equipped with fearsome personalized battle armor. A variety of reactions appeared on the beings present on this tense stage as the Ocean Master had an improved complexion at the arrival of the oldest calamity of the sea who seemed to have brought another being of similar power. Ball and Marshal Uncle Dylan only gave a glance to these new arrivals as they didn't look at them any differently than the other phantasmal ranked beings already protecting Atlantis. Only a single being had an extreme change in mood at a figure that most overlooked as an extra when comparing to the grandeur of the Kraken that it arrived with together. From the Karmic sect, the sect master's eyes flashed a brilliant white light as a clear smile began to form on his face as his eyes rested on the powerful figure of the 3-headed dragon. His lips began moving to release words that would not be heard by anyone unless they were standing right beside him. Found you. One of the arriving figures taking the spotlight, the Kraken, looked arrogantly at the figures of demons and cultivators in front of them as its humongous body pulsed with unknown power. Its cold voice thundered outwards as vibrations traveled for miles. You curs are about to die. Chapter 190, Resplendence. Ball had an interesting smile on his face as he looked at the tight defenses of Atlantis and the many phantasmal figures taking a stand against their forces. As always, the most illogical and stupidest course of action is taken by struggling ants that do not know real power. His body that was Dr. A.P.Ed in a tight-fitting armor began to pulse with a red light as a power mightier than what any phantasmal ranked beings portrayed before was released from him. Start the bloodbath. Simple, short words. These were all it took as maddening levels of power began to be released from the rulers behind him. The demon legions standing atop tens of thousands of behemoths, hauled out as the beasts they rode on began to move. Wrathful-looking orcs, trolls, and goblins howled out as they rushed towards their enemies with fervor. Colorful blue lights began to shine from the bodies of the cultivators from the Mountain Sea sect as resplendent blue dragons began to appear where hundreds of disciples once stood. A space was created around Martial Uncle Dylan as his body pulsed with blue light, the seventh style of the secret techniques of Mountain Sea sect being exhibited by him as Mountain Sea sect's seventh style, Scylla's empowerment, was used. A glorious blue light shined out as a powerful presence erupted from him, forming into a transparent figure of a fearsome beast that held 6 heads, a robust upper body covered by scales, and a lower body that was populated with an uncountable number of transparent tentacles. Not too far from the Mountain Sea sect was the large groups of cultivators from the Karmic sect. Their bodies became covered by a white light as fearsome power bubbled, but they didn't seem to be making any huge movements after that. The Warsh.I.P.S and submarines surrounding Atlantis were glowing with a pulsating blue light as their engines activated with their weapons at the ready. The Ocean Master rode on a golden, killer whale, as he moved with squadrons of commanders carrying pulsating tridents as they moved to clash with their enemies. It was a scene of resplendent deep-sea creatures acting as battle mounts with powerful Atlanteans and merfolk riding on top of them. The plasma guns and hydro cannons had already begun going off as beautiful colors of destructive light rushed forward the forces of demons and cultivators. Voom. 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 Every single second, a terrifying blast of power that could obliterate a legendary individual whole would be released from the powerful hydro cannons situated atop the walls of Atlantis. An all-out war had begun. A piercing scream resounded throughout the battlefield as a silvery light flashed from the side of Atlantis and bloomed near the enemy lines where thousands of behemoths were carrying legions of demons. The Emperor Penguin was moving with excitement after being released from the spiritual land as he left behind his brothers and rushed to the lines of enemies by teleporting in and out rapidly. Silver blades of light flew out of his body as they ruptured any being they landed on, his rampage continuing as he moved around the battlefield too frequently to be tied down. The calamities of the sea were next on the move as the humongous goldfish opened its mouth and released a ray of dangerous rainbow-colored light towards the cultivators of the Mountain Sea sect. The large sting ray, with a tail longer than its entire body, lit up as it formed into a white wall and stopped a blue beam of light shooting out from the transparent body of Scylla's empowerment that Martial Uncle Dylan had thrown out. Its body shone with arcs of lightning as its eyes focused on the Martial Uncle and his disciples. The phantasmal rulers of the demon world were met with their own opponents as the Cassiderite shark and the kaiju, whose body seemed to be a mixture of an eel and an iguana, unleashed their attacks towards Baal. The third-ranked Prince Vasego had his body shining with a dark light as his figure of an orc became even larger, his hands carrying a piercing greatsword that pulsed with darkness as it matched against the Cassiderite shark. The seductress Citri had her alluring figure release a blooming flower of red light as succubi with gorgeous figures were summoned all around her, their bodies moving to form a wall of blood towards the eel kaiju. The power of the calamities was overwhelming for anyone but Baal as the fourth-ranked ruler, the cruel monarch Samigina, joined Citri to hold off against the kaiju. Empress Paimon was overlooking the rushing figures in her seat made of bones as her eyes landed on the struggling Vasego that was matched against the terrifying Cassiderite shark. Her eyes flashed with darkness as bones erupted from her endlessly and began forming into huge shapes of monstrosities. Their target was the shark that put a Megalodon to shame as it rained attacks on Vasego. In another location of the battlefield, the calamity with lava bubbling out of its body targeted the cultivators from the Karmic sect as the waters around it were heated to an insane degree. Sect Master Inuit had a calm look as he observed this, raising his hands and moving his fingers as if he was pulling on invisible lines. It looked like a work of art as thin white lines became visible and wrapped around the lava kaiju, its advance being stopped as if it fell in a large quagmire as it roared out with power. As for the most powerful ruler, Baal's body was pulsing with dominating strength as he calmly looked at the Kraken who focused his entire aura on him. The three-headed Hydra also looked closely at Baal as the differing lights in each of the three heads became more and more pronounced as the essence continued to be condensed in the three heads, preparing for a deadly attack. Baal's body was prepared to move when a drastic change occurred on the battlefield. This would be the first event out of many beings' expectations that would contribute towards an outcome that very few expected. The necromancer of chaos that had yet to move behind Baal had finally made her move, and it was something completely opposite to what anybody expected. Chapter 191, Wretch. The waters were tinged with a hue of blood red just a few minutes since attacks started to be thrown from both sides. The battle looked to be in a stalemate as the fearsome kraken had its aura and eyes focused on the body of Baal, who continued to pulsate with maddening levels of power. The dictatorial kaiju Hydra had its heads focusing in the moving battles as it watched the figure of one particular demon empress closely. A signal was sent. A sigh was released from an empress as there seemed to be some remaining feelings of fear and apprehension. But the face hardened even faster as all of these feelings were wiped away and a wrathful expression replaced them. The necromancer of chaos released the slight apprehension in her heart as she moved. The instant her movements began, other beings that were watching closely also began moving. A dark light covered the body of the kraken as it made a beeline towards the first-ranked ruler of the demon world. Baal had a confident expression on his face as he prepared to receive the attacks of the calamity when a drastic change occurred. It was the sight of blooming suns as condensed balls of treacherous fire erupted very close to him from the hands of Barbados. The balls of fire were further condensed to an extremely small size to cause even more damage as more than 3 were quickly cast and exploded on the left side of his chest where his heart lay. Emperor. A shocking explosion resounded throughout the dark waters. An unexpected sneak attack had been launched from the 8th-ranked ruler of the demon world to the 1st-ranked one. It was an attack that nobody saw coming, an attack that would greatly change the tides of battle. The blooming suns did not seem to stop as more and more condensed and continued to explode near Baal's body, creating gaping holes on his chest as spasmodic muscles and bones could be seen, the heart that usually powered the body being ruptured and disfigured. The hole continued to get larger and larger as the suns continued to explode more and more. Barbados had a crazed expression on her face as her energy continued to leak out at an intense rate to release even more destructive attacks. Her breathing became hard as she felt the aura of the person she had attacked and heavily injured the origin of to be rising even higher, even though he was missing his heart. The nearest ruler that was close to Baal and Barbados was the seductress, Citri. She had a maddening expression on her face as she stared at the crazed Barbados and she screamed out while rushing towards her. But it was not just Barbados who knew and was prepared about this sneak attack. There were 2 phantasmal figures of great power that knew beforehand as the kraken that had been moving forward finally reached the extremely injured Baal. Its 2 extremely large tentacles formed into dark javelins as they rushed down towards his pulsating body. As for the seductress Citri, who was aiming for Barbados, yet another figure had suddenly appeared in front of her as the 3-headed Hydra surrounded her entire body with the dangerously glowing heads. The humongous figure of the dictatorial kaiju Hydra was moving so fast that the 3 heads surrounded the body of Citri in an instant. A deadly green light was coming out of one head as thunderous purple light was coming out of the other. A cold blue light that controlled the water around them also exploded with power as the energies that Noah had been building up for the past minutes in each of the 3 heads were released as terrifying attacks that rained on the body of the 12th-ranked ruler. At the moment of a surprise attack that nobody expected, Noah aimed for a phantasmal ranked ruler who could be considered the weakest and one that would be the easiest to kill in a short period of time. Her strength was ranked 12th and could be considered average in the phantasmal rank, while Noah had the powerful combined skill of the dictatorial kaiju Hydra, along with many other skills and even a percentage in the law of water boosting him. This wasn't even to mention the supreme treasure he hadn't yet shown that quintupled his strength. Innate elemental abilities of the 3 heads of the Hydra were unleashed on the defenseless body of the shocked Citri as parts of her body were destroyed from arcs of purple lightning, another part was melted by poisonous liquids, and the 3rd part was in a constant cycle of being frozen and shattering. Noah didn't stop here as the 3 heads exhibited their sharp teeth and took powerful bites onto the ravaged body of the 12th-ranked ruler, tearing apart whatever remained and causing the true death of yet another ruler of the demon world as a red light exploded out. This time, though, it was a phantasmal ranked ruler that fell in such a quick manner. The shock factor only increased with these actions as the other rulers that were fighting their own battles with the calamities looked at the scene of carnage near Baal as everyone had happened in just a few seconds. Their eyes only found him heavily injured and fighting back against the power of the fearsome kraken as yet another change was occurring. What made it even worse was the fact that they felt the true death of Citri, who was just in front of them. They screamed out as they tried to reach Baal's position, but the calamities would not give them such a chance as their attacks rained down harder. Confusion and chaos was present among the force of the cultivators as they fended off the heavy fire coming from the Warsh.I.P.S and submarines that the Atlanteans and merfolk were riding on. The hydro cannons continued to shoot out dangerous blue plasma beams that struck into the ranks of cultivators and demon legions as the dark seas continued to be stained red. Arg! A resounding howl came from the injured Baal as a red beam of light shot out from him and soared into the skies. The beam of red light pushed out the hardened javelin-looking tentacles that the Kraken had sunk into his body as his wrathful voice came from within. "You ungrateful wretch!" His voice thundered out angrily as his aura that should have been weakened and injured continued to climb even higher as his form started changing. The ultimate skill, gluttony, was cast as the tremendous essence of the phantasmal beast he had swallowed some time back was used to restore some of his injured origin. It looked like something was erupting out of his body as gloriously red wings erupted from his back and horns that pointed to the skies erupted from his head. The shape of his body was changing and expanding as the true form of the Demon Emperor, the one that was ranked number 1 in a large world, had appeared. Not too much time had passed since Barbatos acted and the Kraken rained down relentless attacks. Using the shock of these sequence of events, Noah had targeted and took down a phantasmal ranked being within seconds. Chapter 192, Disastrous. Noah's large body was rumbling with power as he moved even faster. The skill, resplendent speed, showed off its amazing power as his large body moved like a streak of light. He had torn apart the body of the seductress Citri and gained 2 skill books in his sea pearl, as well as cores and an item. These were the loot from a single phantasmal ranked being. Baal's transformation continued to release wrathful power as his form expanded and changed into that of a fearsome wicked demon. On the left side of his chest, a hole still lay where his heart should be. Noah knew that the ruler's origin was injured and that the power that he was exhibiting now could not be kept up for too long. All he had to do was continue to drain the fuel from this enemy until he ran dry. The successful sneak attack from Barbatos would ensure the death of this first-ranked ruler today. But before that occurred, Baal would still erupt with power in his most powerful state. As his power continued to rise even higher than it was just a few seconds ago, the Kraken that was pushed off shone with a dark light as its many arms and tentacles tried to penetrate through the blinding red light released from Baal once again. But this would not be successful as the space around this Demon Emperor began to crack. The terrifying skill, Space Destruction, was actively being used by the Demon Emperor. Bloody gashes began to form on the tentacles of the Kraken as they passed through the area where the space was shattered, causing significant injuries on it. As the Kraken tried to break through the transforming Baal's defenses, Noah was moving once again as he switched his target to yet another phantasmal ranked ruler of the demon world. The next planned target after the seductress was the voluptuous Paimon. She was fighting with another calamity of the sea as a wrathful expression was on her face when she looked at the sight of the transformed Baal. Barbatos. She screamed with extreme anger as she tried to break through the attacks of the calamity and join the besieged Baal as the destructive suns from a betrayer continued to form and explode. The undead that were within the ranks of the demon legions had retreated at one point, going back into the sea as Barbatos could only bring herself to attack the one person that had a leash on her freedom. The one person she could never run away from. She did not senselessly send a command for her undead to attack the other demons. This was one thing she would do out of misplaced kindness in her own heart. She knew that she could not go back after this, that she couldn't change her position. From now on, either they would succeed, or she would become a traitor of the demon world that would be killed multiple times until a more stringent leash was placed on her. Paimon was casting her ultimate skill as she looked at Baal's current state with a wrathful expression. More bones bloomed around her, forming into shapes of dragons, behemoths, and other monstrous beasts as she focused on fending off the attacks of the calamity so she could reinforce Baal. She would not succeed though, as yet another calamity was nearing her. This one had 3 gloriously shining heads as a rainbow-colored light coursed through his large body. Paimon was more powerful than the 12th-ranked Citri that Noah was able to take down. His goal was to reap the life of another phantasmal ranked being before carrying out a long battle against the much more powerful Baal. The skills and rewards gained from killing 2 phantasmal ranked rulers would grant him another boost of power and allow him to move even better. Baal had currently completed his transformation as his wrathful gaze turned towards Barbatos. "Do you know what you've done?" A voice was leaving his mouth, but he was already acting as he fended off the attacks of the Kraken with a wall of hellish flames, his thick arms thundering down towards Barbatos's position. Like a hammer hitting a nail, Barbatos was knocked down as the strike from Baal caused the space around her to crack. Ugh! Skin and muscle split apart as the body of the demon empress was heavily injured. She had released almost all her energy to land the successful sneak attack that injured the origin of Baal, and her defenses could not easily hold up. Baal was relentless as he moved faster and faster towards Barbatos with his voice continuing to ring out. Space continued to break around him as even the Kraken could not get near, the first ranked ruler making use of the offensive, space destruction, as a defensive ability as well, holding off successfully against two phantasmal beings. His figure continued to rain down destructive attacks that broke the space around the body of Barbados as his wrathful voice rang out. Noah's mind was acting fast as he observed this in the corner of his eye, but he still rushed towards Paimon, who was trying to fend off a calamity. He knew what he had to do to finish this phantasmal ruler who held her own unique and ultimate skills. He knew how to finish her off fast. A piercing cry that seemed to signify the arrival of something grand that shocked all the powerful beings in the battlefield rang out as something resplendent appeared in front of the dictatorial kaiju, Hydra. At this moment though, it was only a streak of light as the feature, Heart-Piercer, from the Trident of the Sea was activated. This was an ability of a supreme treasure that required an immense amount of mana to activate, and Noah cast it without a second thought as he observed the destructive attacks of Baal towards the Kraken and Barbados. Instantaneous. Less than a second. The powerful and destructive Trident of the Sea appeared out of nowhere in front of Noah as it sped down and struck into the body of Paimon in the blink of an eye. Ugh! A shocked scream came out of the ruler's mouth as she felt her origin heavily injured and her life force rapidly disappearing. This was just one of the skills of the Trident of the Sea, the supreme treasure that allowed for one to bring down the true death of any beings. Paimon desperately looked at the life force leaving her body as Noah did something crazy yet again. The Trident's ability, Heart-Piercer, required a tremendous amount of energy to power up. But for Noah, this was simplicity. Heart-Piercer was used yet again as an insane amount of energy was placed into the Trident and it moved at a speed barely visible to many of the beings on the battlefield as it struck onto the crumbling body of Paimon for the second time. The explosion resounded out as the body of Paimon ruptured into a mass of flesh and gore. A blinding red light exploded out as yet another phantasmal ranked ruler of the demon world had fallen in a brief period of time. Noah reached his goal as he neared the mass of flesh and took in multiple phantasmal ranked skills and cores in his sea pearl. The trident he had used to kill this ruler so quickly was now floating in front of him with a gorgeous golden glow. It was a grandiose picture as both sides that were fighting looked in shock at the treasure everyone else was searching for. They looked at the treasure that had appeared in front of the menacing three-headed Hydra that had just killed two phantasmal ranked beings. Chapter 193, Unique and Ultimate Skills. Noah did not sit still as he moved with the intensely shining trident. With the fall of Paimon, he could see yet another gain of two phantasmal ranked skill books as well as what seemed to be unique or ultimate skill books that shone with gorgeous light. His many eyes were now focusing on Baal as he began learning the new skills to boost up his power in the middle of this battle. The first one was a unique skill from the seductor Citri. Witch slaves spawns powerful undead witches that are proficient in blood magic to do your bidding. Their strength can be adjusted up to the rank of the user. A maximum of 3 witch slaves of the same rank can be summoned, with the number tripled for every rank lower. The skill was learned quickly as Noah continued to move forward while learning a few more. The next one was a phantasmal skill that also dropped from Citri, and this one was just as amazing as the unique skill. Radiation Queen's Sword, a sharp blade created from a collection of noxious radiated particles that disintegrates the essence of the enemy as it nears, tearing down even the hardest of defenses. An immense amount of mana is required to cast even a single one. The size can be regulated depending on the user. The skill made Noah's many eyes shine a dangerous light as he quickly moved on to the next one with his few seconds he had left. The skill he learnt next was one that dropped from Paimon, and this one was an ultimate skill at that. Bone Master, an ultimate skill that allows the user hegemony over the complex use of bones. Allows for the use of Bone Avatar, Bone Burgeon, and Shatterment. Bone Avatar, using magic power, the user can encase their body in a highly reinforced bone avatar. The shape and size of the avatar depends on the mana used, and the intent when creating it. Bone Burgeon, a giant mass of sharp bones blooms and pierces everything on sight. Shatterment, allows for the breakage and atrophy of the enemy's bones when the user's weapons or body are within an inch of distance from the bones of the enemy. The single ultimate skill had multiple abilities to look through that made Noah's heart palpitate. He wanted to continue forward to learning the remaining 2 books that looked to be phantasmal ranked skills when he saw the situation Barbados was in deteriorating even further. A silver light flashed as his large figure disappeared from its location and appeared right beside Baal, who stopped landing the attacks that split space apart on the body of the mutilated Barbados and looked at the trident that was floating in the midst of the 3 heads of the powerful Hydra. The trident shone glorious colors of blue and gold as the ability of Spatial Lock was used and the space for miles around them became stabilized. Baal's wrathful face was looking at the newly appearing trident with flames of fury and greed as he saw someone else with their hands on it. Noah moved fast as he neared the body of the mutilated Barbados and grabbed her, a silver light flashing as she disappeared into the spiritual land anchored to him. As the master of the trident, he could bypass the spatial restrictions he had laid down himself. In his dictatorial kaiju, Hydra state, he looked at the transformed demon emperor who had chunks of meat and flesh and his entire heart missing from his chest. He seemed even stronger though as hellish flames were somehow blazing from him furiously in the dark waters. The appearance of the Trident of the Sea had caused much fervent to erupt from the battling figures as the Ocean Master was looking forward in a dumbfounded expression. Marshal Uncle Dylan and Sect Master Inuit were fending off the attacks from the inhabitants of Atlantis with fervor in their eyes as well. Marshal Uncle Dylan's fervor came from the fact that the treasure that would help him immensely in the studying of the laws of water had appeared right in front of him. The fervor in the eyes of Sect Master Inuit was not caused by the appearance of the supreme treasure, and his eyes were set on the figure controlling the trident. "You are the one." With space being locked, Noah input yet another enormous amount of energy into the trident as command of the sea was used. The water around him adhered to his thoughts as it became slow as a quagmire and began constricting the sea around Baal. The ruler felt a heavily restricting force erupting all around him and pushing his body into extremes as the tentacles of the injured kraken returned yet again to rain down attacks on him side by side with the three-headed Hydra. The first-ranked ruler of the demon world was not even given a second of rest as his body had first been heavily injured by attacks from his own people, and now he was facing the attacks of two phantasmal ranked beings at the peak of that level. Noah breathed out as he controlled the features of Command of the Sea and Spatial Lock while he began to activate the skills he had just learned a few seconds ago. The ultimate skill, Bone Master, was activated as a unique pressure appeared around his body. The ability of Bone Avatar was activated as something spectacular began to form around the body of the dictatorial kaiju, Hydra. Clack. 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 A tremendous amount of essence converged as pristine white bones were formed and connected throughout his large body, forming into a resplendently shining suit of armor that wrapped around his entire body. What looked like a terrifying skull of a draconic emperor formed on each of his three heads, giving him an even more menacing look. Deathly bone claws covered his two powerful legs as a segmented formation of bones went on to wrap throughout his long tail. The grandiosity of the dictatorial kaiju, Hydra, had increased even more as a spectacular suit of bone armor wrapped around it fully, increasing the fearsome aura it released by a large degree. Noah was not done yet, as he cast a phantasmal skill that he had obtained from the seductress, Citri. Radiation Queen's Sword was cast as Noah poured out an immense amount of mana. A terrifyingly poisonous green blade with a golden shining handle appeared in the dark waters of the sea and floated above the three heads of the Hydra. Clang. The head shining with a poisonous light clutched onto the golden handle of the Radiation Queen's Sword, as something even more ridiculous occurred. Even more exorbitant mana was poured out as yet another noxious radiated sword appeared, with a third one also coming into being a second later. The other two remaining heads also clutched onto the golden handles of the terrifying blades as a maddening sight unveiled itself in the deep waters. A three-headed Hydra floated powerfully in the sea, its body wrapped up in a striking, bone avatar, while it held multiple, radiated Queen's Sword, with its three heads. Its menacing stare was directed to the powerful ruler of the demon world whose aura continued to climb up senselessly. Chapter 194, Unknown Threat. A sense of thrill was traveling through Noah's large body as he continued to focus on the figure of the ruler in front of him. The other rulers were being kept at bay by the calamities of the sea and all the cultivators were being pushed back by the attacks of Atlanteans with plasma guns and beams of light that continued to shoot out from the hydro cannons. At the moment it looked like Marshal Uncle Dylan in his transparent form of the technique of the Mountain Sea Sect, Scylla's empowerment, would break out. Another drastic change occurred as the two large statues that were guarding the gates of Atlantis actually moved. As if the legions of demons and cultivators were not being dealt enough injuries, humongous statues appeared to add on to the current chaotic situation. One carried a golden trident that looked eerily similar to the one that was situated atop Noah's middle head as a crown, while the statue of the Atlantean carried a tremendously large plasma gun that shone in a beautiful blue light. This was the powerful force of Atlantis that made Baal think twice before attacking. This was the force that was now moving in full swing to push back its enemies. Large beams of plasma shot out from the gun being hoisted by the Atlantean statue, while even more terrifying attacks were being released from the golden trident the merfolk statue was swinging as Marshal Uncle Dylan was pushed back from his advance toward the location where Noah, the Kraken, and Baal stood. The chaotic battle was not looking good for the demons and cultivators, as the appearance of the one using the trident of the sea was too strong. It struck down and killed 2 phantasmal ranked beings in a short time span, and now the ruler of the demon world was being besieged both by the Hydra and another calamity. Victory seemed to fully be in the hands of Atlantis since the sneak attack that threw the whole battlefield into chaos. It was at this moment in time, though, that a shock ran through the mind of Noah as he received a silent communication from a person he did not know. Noah Osmont, the being that received the favor of 2 worlds. You do not know me, while I only know some of you. I wish you no harm, and I actually came to save you. His 3 heads carrying the noxious, Radiation Queen's sword, that were slashing down towards the transformed body of the demon emperor vibrated and went even faster as this alarming message entered his mind. The first sentence after his name was what made him most apprehensive, as his large body rained down attacks on Baal even faster. A catastrophe is approaching, and your death nears. Shock was the only thing in Noah's heart as he tried to pinpoint the origin of the voice that knew about his origins and mentioned how he received the favor of 2 worlds. The low-ranking, thought acceleration, continued to be used as he spread out his aura and traced the source where the silent communication was coming from. To his surprise, he found his attention landing on the calm figure of a cultivator. From his memories of the martial uncle of the Mountain Sea sect, this was the sect master of the karmic sect, Inuit. Memories of the world of cultivation and their mysterious techniques floated in his mind as his mood became grave. The sect master was currently holding back a calamity that seemed to be in a quagmire of invisible lines and wasn't able to move even a few inches closer to his body. The many disciples behind him formed protective walls using similar thin lines that blocked the attacks from Atlanteans and merfolk, as they seemed to be in a passive state of defense. There is no time for us to actually talk as the threat nears even faster. If you wish to take the life of that demon ruler, you have to hurry, and you have to do it fast, because the true threat that would cause your death will be here at any moment. Noah continued to hear shocking words that did not seem to have any validity, but seemed to hold truth at the same time. His mind moved as he recalled any information he held about the karmic sect and their techniques. They were a terrifying force in the world of cultivation that proliferated very quickly by using unknown techniques that allowed them to always be in the most opportune location to gain treasures or always be gone before a great calamity arrived in chaotic times. Their techniques were very secretive, where most cultivators chose to steer away from conflict with them. His eyes focused on the besieged Baal, who was roaring with power as his mind moved faster. It did not matter if the words were false or true, he would focus on taking down Baal first. The thought of death weighed heavily on his mind, and he would continue to move with care and run in the next instant through the use of spatial travel, if things deteriorated so heavily. Yet another set of words entered his ears as some of the mysteries were cleared up, with the situation really seeming to take a grim turn, as it was something he had not considered before. It is not some supreme treasure that this world holds which everyone should be fighting for. It is the technology that they created that allowed them to do unseen and unobservable things before in the universe. It is this technology that has caught the eyes of some truly powerful beings who will not let it continue to grow. The shock in Noah's heart continued to grow as he recalled the one thing from Atlantis he still had his gaze on but hadn't been able to grasp yet. It is the world engine that is the true treasure created in this world. It is the thing that will bring about this world's destruction. Chapter 195, It Shouldn't Be Like This. Chapter 195, It Shouldn't Be Like This. The World Engine. The tool that allowed the lost world of Atlantis to change its position in the universe and even mask its location from prodding eyes. It was a terrifying piece of technology that changed the known coordinates of a world and put a veil that allowed them peace for years while demons and cultivators were chasing after them. But it seemed to have been the most overlooked thing for the invading enemies, as they kept their sight on the supreme treasure that was the trident of the sea and nothing else. It felt like his mind was swirling with questions as the words from Sect Master Inuit registered into Noah's mind, gaining a traction of truth as he felt like it was a very real possibility. He let out a roar as he sent word into the mind of the Kraken about the calamity and inhabitants of Atlantis facing the forces of the karmic sect. Their attacks reduced a second later as the two sides hesitatingly pulled back after getting word from the powerful phantasmal calamity. They still had their weapons raised as they looked at the eerie figures of cultivators that were only putting up defensive maneuvers all this time as they stopped. Sect Master Inuit had a wide smile on his face as he nodded, and his body began to shine an even more dazzling white light as he looked over the location where a battle between a ferocious demon emperor, a calamity, and the person he had to save was taking place. Noah felt a feeling of apprehension as he moved even faster against the maddening power of Baal. The ruler continued to blaze with hellish flames as one of his powerful skills, space destruction, was stopped by the ability of the Trident of the Sea. His outspread demon wings were collecting and using the essence around them to form flaming lances of hellfire that continued to shoot towards Noah and the Kraken relentlessly as he withstood both of their attacks and fought back. The deadly, Radiation Queen's sword, that Noah wielded in each of his 3 heads had left behind gory injuries as skin and muscle would split apart the moment they neared. This wasn't all though, as when they came just an inch away from Baal's body, he found his bones shattering and atrophying at a horrendous rate as the shatterment, from the ultimate skill, Bone Master, was kept active. Baal's mind was one of wrath and shock as he found the abilities of his people to be used seamlessly by this enemy to cause him grievous injuries. His ultimate skill, one of the 7 deadly sins, gluttony, continued to be used as deadly injuries that should have killed him long ago continued to heal at a rapid pace. The skill allowed him to absorb the origins of those he defeated to either boost his strength rapidly or save their origins for situations like these, allowing him to have many lives as he constantly healed from death-causing injuries without batting an eye. The hellish flames that burned under the sea spread out wildly from him as he continued to hold strong against 2 of the most powerful phantasmal ranked beings he had come across. The flames could normally not be extinguished from the enemy's body until he wished, yet he found them to be doused by the appearance of the Trident of the Sea he wanted to get his hands as it seamlessly made them disappear on the body of the Hydra and Kraken. The strikes of the Hydra became an onslaught as they appeared at an even faster pace, and yet another skill that Baal knew of was cast from his enemy. A terrifying field of bones bloomed from beneath his feet as Bone Burgeon was used. Like a rapidly spreading fire, the bones bloomed out and formed into jagged piercing edges that encircled Baal's body and covered all of his vision. The terrifying Hydra did not let up, as during this time when Baal's vision went blank just by a second, the ability of Heart Piercer from the Trident of the Sea was used as an enormous amount of mana went in without regard. Gah! A piercing scream came out from Baal as he was recovering from the dangerously blooming field of bones below him when he felt his origin shaken and heavily injured. Ah! He was truly maddened as he found himself in this position. He was the ruler of the demon world, someone extremely powerful. In this battle, even against 2 or 3 phantasmal ranked beings, he would have been able to stand against them and win. He had an ultimate skill that allowed him to fight endlessly, never-ending flames that would burn his enemies to their death, and he could tear apart space itself to corner anybody who stood against him. He was truly powerful, and should have been able to show his overwhelming power in this battle. But too many things occurred. A sneak attack by someone from his own forces had heavily injured his origin, and everything that happened thereafter that went forward to restrict him even more. The terribly powerful Hydra whose strength was heavily boosted by the Trident of the Sea and the humongous Kraken that relentlessly used its tentacles to restrict and attack cornered him so much that he could barely exhibit the stupendous strength he was known for. He was unwilling. He was furious. He would not accept this. Burn, burn, burn. His hoarse voice resounded out as the never-ending flames erupted from him and spread outwards, pushing back the blooming fields of bones as he watched the Trident of the Sea return to rest on the middle head of the Hydra. His form was covered in flames as the space around him began to vibrate, using his essence fully to try and break apart the heavy restrictions created in the waters around him. The Trident atop the Hydra's head did not rest as its 3 sharp-pointed ends began to glow. Hazy blue light began converging on the pointed ends as another ability of the Trident of the Sea, Plasma Beam, was activated. A tremendous amount of mana continued to enter the Trident to keep this ability active as a shining beam of light erupted from the pointed ends and rushed towards Baal. The light split apart the swirling flames and struck onto his chest, blowing yet another hole clean through. Baal's thick arms reached out to clasp onto this piercing plasma beam as his skin became shredded and soon began tearing apart. His ultimate skill continued to work as it healed him constantly, but the origins of his enemies he had absorbed and kept aside for situations like these were nearly finished. He looked forward unwillingly as this really was not how things were supposed to go down. He was the first-ranked ruler of the demon world. He was actually very, very powerful. He would have needed entire days and nights just to be brought down to the state he was brought in barely a few minutes. His gaze wasn't even on the Kraken anymore as he allowed the black tentacles shaped like javelins to bypass his defenses and strike his body. He was focused on the three-headed Hydra that threw out relentless attacks that drained him so much, and so fast. The relentless poisonous blades that tore apart his defenses like nothing. The trident of the sea that boosted the enemy's strength by such a large extent. There were too many things that this enemy carried. Baal was unwilling and unruly until the end as his belief remained the same. He knew his own power and how this battle should have gone down. So while his body continued to disintegrate from the extremely destructive plasma beam that was somehow still shooting from the trident like it was nothing, his belief remained the same. It really should not be like this. Chapter 196, Change. A terrifying beam of plasma was disintegrating the body of the most powerful ruler of the demon world as the remaining rulers burned their essence to try and reach his position. The inhabitants of Atlantis were moving with vigor and happiness as victory was in their hands with the defeat of the powerful being that led the charge here. The statues that had come to life continued to cause carnage among the ranks of cultivators as the martial Uncle Dylan was fending off both their attacks and the attacks from a calamity. Oh! His body that was covered by the monstrous figure of Ascilla screamed out as he tried to penetrate their defenses to go towards the gorgeously floating trident of the sea that he wanted so badly, but he couldn't break through. His eyes didn't even notice the weird situation where members of the Karmic sect had entered a passive position and no attacks were being exchanged between them and the inhabitants of Atlantis. On the side where the powerful trident was releasing a destructive beam of light, Noah continued to relentlessly pour out an enormous amount of mana to keep the plasma beam active. His heart was pounding as he thought of the possible threat from the words of the mysterious cultivator while he watched Baal's body disintegrate and be recreated every second. The life force of this ruler was too much, but he had to finish this fast. He couldn't afford a long drawn-out battle with the biggest villain until he was fully drained, so he acted once again to release yet another destructive attack while keeping plasma beam active. This attack was one he hadn't used before, but one he looked forward to using the most when he received it. He breathed out as the spiritual land that was anchored to his large body detached and began moving away from him at a rapid speed. It was the feature that he had not yet tested under the offensive maneuvers of the spiritual land. It was falling meteor. A droning sound resounded out as the spiritual land that flew up appeared more than a few miles above the struggling Baal who was using his ultimate skill to continue regenerating senselessly. A blue light began converging as mana leaked from Noah and into the spiritual land endlessly as it briefly appeared in the sea with its small size. As soon as a second passed though, it expanded in size as yet another surprising sight occurred in the dark waters. In a matter of seconds, a landmass larger than a city had appeared in the dark waters and cast a shadow on everything below it. The waters began trembling as this landmass ridiculously ignored the heavy resistance around it and began free-falling as if it was in the air. Below this landmass, a converging mass of essence had taken a pointed form that was directly above the head of Baal. This needle end below the spiritual land was the actual attack of falling meteor. It was where the converging mana focused the entire weight of the falling landmass into a single destructive attack. A spiritual land with a size larger than most cities was barreling down the waters of the sea ridiculously, defying many known laws as its center of origin where it collected all of the destructive force of the weight of the landmass was pointing towards Baal. Aya! Baal screamed out as he felt the ridiculous force of who knew how many tons that was aimed towards him as he found any nearby beings running from their location in panic. His eyes looked to the continued plasma beam that broke apart his body, and now the sharp converging essence below a huge landmass that was aimed above his head. He was really unwilling. Boom. Space shattered. A vortex was created between the impact of the needle-like end below the falling spiritual land and Baal's body. Waves of tremendous power pushed out anybody that was near as the remaining rulers of the demon world felt a deafening cry in their hearts. They could only look forward in shock as they found to their dismay that they had felt yet another true death. This one was from a being that they expected to die last even if all of them were to somehow fall. Somehow, the most powerful of them was the one to fall first. The true death of the first-ranked ruler of the demon world had occurred in the lost world. The spiritual land rapidly reduced in size as the vortex created from the impact was rapidly filled in with water. Where the body of Baal used to be, gorgeously shining cores, skill books, and items lay as a few people looked at this and rubbed their eyes to check if they were seeing correctly. Noah's large figure flashed at the position and quickly swiped away the loot from the most powerful ruler of the demon world as his gaze now traveled to Sect Master Inuit. The sect master had a stern expression on his face as a few words came out. They are here. We have to move fast. As if waiting for a cue, as soon as these words finished, a stifling pressure descended on every being on the battlefield. No, it wasn't every being on the battlefield, but on every single living creature in the lost world of Atlantis, as something disastrous had arrived. Noah felt this stifling pressure as his gaze turned stern and he began moving rapidly, calling back the Emperor Penguin and other beasts that were still ripping apart cultivators from the Mountain Sea sect and obtaining more law crystals. The calamities of the sea looked up with horrid expressions as they felt a foreboding feeling deep in their hearts. The inhabitants of Atlantis that had just experienced the beginning of a victory looked out in shock at this unexpected pressure that seemed to be pushing them down to kneel. The Ocean Master felt his heart palpitate as even he was affected the same as everyone else. Above the waters of the lost world, above the skies, and above the world itself, something huge had appeared. What looked like an interstellar warship, something that nobody in the lost world had come across, was now in the space above them. The ship was extremely large in size as it pulsed with a golden light. It was this golden light that had somehow gone to cover the entirety of the lost world like a cage. The ship was only in the space above the planet, but those with powerful eyes could still discern its shape if they were looking from the skies. This expressed just how tremendous in size it was. At the forefront of the ship, where the golden light covering the entire planet of the lost world was being released, what looked like the barrels of exquisitely created cannons began to pulse with a menacing red light. In the dark waters of the sea, Sect Master Inuit closed his eyes as the thing he foresaw was now occurring, sending yet another message to the one he had to save today, as his body and the body of the many disciples behind him began to shine in resplendent white light. Quickly save those you can and come to my side. Those who remain in this world will only face destruction. Noah had already begun moving as he bore the stifling pressure. The beasts all recalled into the spiritual land as he turned towards the Kraken and other calamities who seemed to have lost all color. Things were occurring exactly as the sect master mentioned, so Noah put aside his reservations and began actively moving. If what he said was truly to come, something horrendous would be occurring today. Chapter 197, A True Apocalypse. In the newly appearing ship above the space of the lost world of Atlantis. The exquisitely built ship actually only had a few figures piloting it. It was a tool used for mass destruction by a group that many worlds feared across the universe. At the helm, there were only 3 figures taking command, with the one at the forefront tampering with the command panel that was causing the changes that the inhabitants of the world below them were feeling. The verdict for this lost world has been discussed and cleared, Athena. Why do you hesitate? A figure to the right, who wore golden robes and had the image of an important being with arrogance ingrained in their bones, asked the dark-skinned Athena that was taking command today. I was trying to see what the beings of this world would think if they knew what they brought down to themselves and their world, but I guess it doesn't matter. The woman, Athena, who couldn't be any older than 25, answered with a nonchalant expression as she continued on with the command panel and activated the world cannons. No, it does not matter. They tampered with forces outside of their boundaries and caused an increase in chaos. It is simply our job to correct that, to bring back the balance caused by their disruption. Another reply came from the figure left of Athena, this one looking like an aged old man that was wearing resplendent purple robes. Athena nodded at this as she typed the commands to activate the weapons after covering the world with a restrictive barrier that would prevent any being from leaving. We do the things that many cannot, in order to serve the greater purpose. We work in the shadows to maintain order and rule in the universe. We may destroy billions here, but we will save 1 trillion more over the course of time. The aged voice of the old man continued to ring out as destructive red beams of light began to shoot out from the interstellar warship. Athena felt something she didn't yet understand as she watched the destructive red rays of light land on the blue planet, and she nodded towards the old man. Yes, Grandmaster. The 3 beings then watched a process they were familiar with as an oppressive feeling of strength came from each of them. Their ranks of power were not close to phantasmal, but far above it. They were beings that Noah had inadvertently mentioned from the many stolen memories when he first met Barbados. They were the Celestials, and they brought law and order across the universe. It was a scene of chaos and confusion. Nobody knew what exactly was going on as they felt a stifling pressure and a foreboding feeling. Noah ignored the figures of despairing rulers that had a few phantasmal ranks left with them as his figure moved across the waters because he found to his dismay that he could not teleport anymore. He was sending messages to the Kraken and rushing down towards the location where the Ocean Master was surrounded by Atlanteans and merfolk. They looked towards the striking figure of the Hydra holding the trident with confusion and fear in their eyes as his booming voice came. "There is no time, Ocean Master. Don't resist and come into my space treasure." Noah could feel his heart sinking as he saw the Ocean Master had on a fearful expression. This was a phantasmal ranked being who was at the peak of power in the Lost World, and yet similar to the Calamities, his face was fully drained of color. The reason for this was the saddening cry he and the other phantasmal beings in the Lost World continued to hear. It was a saddening cry that could only be heard by them first, but was gradually getting louder and would soon be heard by every being on the Lost World. From the ship that had appeared in the space above the Lost World, never before seen destructive rays of red light had begun shooting out, heading down and piercing the layers of water as they descended down further and further. Land and sea around the Lost World began to shake and tremble as an attack was released from this foreign ship with no word. Noah felt the red beams of light that were not even near them, but he could feel their horrendous power even at the location he was standing in. His heart continued to drop as he let out another shout towards the Ashen Ocean Master, who looked at him in despair. He shook his head as the trident floating on around him flew out at a blazing speed and smacked onto the head on the distraught Ocean Master, knocking him out as Noah transferred him into the spiritual land. He couldn't teleport around since the advent of the stifling pressure that pressed down on them, but he could still use the function of transferring beings in and out of his spiritual land. "The rest of you, quickly, don't resist. I'm trying to save you." He moved rapidly as he transferred the many Atlanteans and merfolk that were looking around in confusion and fear as he continued to move. He didn't even look at the figures of rulers that would have given him more loot as he now rushed towards the direction of Atlantis. The Kraken seemed to have finally come out of its stupor as its red eyes had streaks of dark tears appearing, but its large body still moved quickly as the reality none of them had expected finally registered in their minds. A terrifying enemy none of them knew had appeared above their planet. From the pressure that even made the phantasmal ranked beings feel stifled, from the cries they continued to hear from the strong voice of the world they were used to, they finally registered and terrifyingly accepted a possible reality none of them wanted. They could not stand against the newly arriving enemy, and something horrendous would be occurring to their home. It was a scene of chaos and confusion as many still did not know what was happening. Even Noah barely had an idea as he passed on the words of the sect master to the Kraken. He continued to move rapidly around the city of Atlantis as he transferred any beings he came across into his spiritual land. The cries that could only be heard by the phantasmal beings with this world as their home were now getting into Noah's ears as he felt emotions he had never had in a long time appear. The cries seemed to induce sadness as he unconsciously felt tears release from even him. It was the cries of a world. The cries of a world that knew it was coming to an end. Chapter 198, A True Apocalypse. 2. Mayhem. Pandemonium. The earth and the seas were trembling as an entire world was placed under lockdown while destructive rays of light thundered down. The inhabitants of the world did not know what was happening, all they felt was a fearful feeling none of them could fully describe. The invading cultivators and remaining rulers of the demon world were in the same situation as they looked around in a panic, realizing they could not form any transfer channels back to their world and could not use any spatial-based skills. The demons were in an even more disastrous situation as 3 of their rulers had faced true death. Worst of all, one of them was the most powerful ruler of the demon world. The figure of oppression and strength they looked up to had fallen. Those in the lost world that had despairingly watched it happen with their own eyes still could not believe it, not to mention the rulers on missions elsewhere as they tried to form a communication channel with the rulers in the lost world unsuccessfully. It was just confusion and chaos all around as no information was coming in or out. Among the only people not panicking were the sect master and disciples of the karmic sect as they stood calmly in the tumultuous dark waters. They were the only ones not looking around in panic as mayhem descended down. The disciples had shining white lights covering their eyes as sect master Inuit stood in front of them and nodded, the destruction around them seemingly not bothering him one bit. He waited a couple more seconds before he acted again, sending out a message to the person he came to this lost world for. "It is time. You have saved all that you could for now, any longer delay and we will all perish." Noah heard these despairing words in his ear as he was moving speedily across Atlantis and transferring any Atlanteans and merfolk he came across. But the city of Atlantis was too large and the beings were too numerous. He had barely transferred a few tens of thousands of beings aside from the Ocean Master before the same words from the sect master of the karmic sect came down. He looked across the many more inhabitants of Atlantis that were looking around in fear and panic as the waters around them trembled, their eyes already meeting the wide destructive rays of red light that were splitting apart the waters of the sea far in the distance. Noah shook his head in frustration as his figure moved away towards the location of Sect Master Inuit at a high speed. He had his own apprehensions as he found he couldn't teleport, but it looked like the person that had come to warn him would have a way out of this. He didn't like to put his life in others' hands, but the moment he felt the restrictive force and the words of the mysterious Sect Master Inuit, he knew he might have to rely on someone else today. He sent a message to the shock-filled Kraken who floated with the other 5 calamities as a distraught sight could be seen. The powerful phantasmal ranked calamities were screaming out in anger and frustration. There was even more despair as they looked at the descending red beams of light from the distinct ship much higher above them. Why? Why? The eel kaiju screamed out in anger as it felt the pain of the world it was so familiar with. It couldn't understand why their world was targeted like this. We have lived in peace and kept to ourselves, why must we be bullied like this? Why is the universe so unfair? The eel kaiju voiced out the frustrations and despair that all the other calamities were feeling as they looked powerlessly towards the destructive beam of light none of them could withstand. No, no, and no. The eel kaiju did not stand still as its body flashed, rushing towards the red beams of light and floating upwards to their source. Stop. In distraught, the other calamities noticed a second later as they rushed up behind their friend. The Kraken was looking forward with blank eyes as it received messages from the world it could not protect. He felt broken as he thought about his home that he was still too weak to protect. It is okay, my child. Some things are written and cannot be changed. Messages of comfort were coming out from the entity that was getting its origins destroyed every second that passed towards the beings it had watched grow up. Death and destruction were coming to it, and yet in its last moments, it was comforting its inhabitants as certain death came for all of them. The new friend you made might have a possibility to save you and your siblings, go with him. Sadness and unwillingness were in the voice as the words broke the Kraken out of his stupor, noticing the other calamities that were swimming up towards the source of the destructive red rays of light. You fools! He called out in fear and anger as he watched the body of the eel kaiju near the red ray of light, its body shining a green and blue hue as it let out attacks towards it. The attacks landed on the destructive red rays as nothing changed, but in the next instant, a singular red ray deviated and flew towards the body of the eel kaiju. No. Instantaneous. It passed by in less than a second as the eel kaiju realized its eyes were getting further apart from each other, and then watched what looked to be half of its body drift away, before darkness overcame its consciousness. Dead. The distraught calamities stopped themselves as they pulled back from the destructive rays of light, the pain and fear in their hearts only increasing. Come with me, and hurry. The Kraken voiced out towards its remaining siblings unwillingly as it watched one of them get sliced in 2 pieces in an instant. Its beady eyes looked up far in the distance where a distinct interstellar warship floated in space as it burned the sight into its memories, and then began rushing towards Noah's position. Tremendous heat and lava had begun bursting from the deepest layers of the sea as the destructive rays had begun attacking the planetary core of the lost world. The earth and seas trembled and cowered in the face of this destruction as Noah came face to face with Sect Master Inuit, who was looking at him calmly, with a slight excitement in his eyes. There will be time for explanations and revenge later. For now, we have to run. Noah looked at this Sect Master as he was trying his own skills to see if anything could work, but nothing came to mind. In this horrendous situation, he had to trust the new figure to come out of this apocalyptic situation alive. What do you need? I will create a small opportunity, just a few seconds that will allow you to teleport us out of here. If that window is missed, we are all doomed. The Sect Master calmly replied as he looked towards Noah and the newly arriving figures of calamities that were looking at them with blazing eyes of anger, their identity still being that of invaders in their eyes. Noah nodded as he watched the white light already apparent on the bodies of the Sect Master and the disciples of the karmic sect shine even brighter, the voice of the Sect Master ringing out once again. A few seconds to decide our fates, and the fates of many more worlds in this universe. The white light surrounding the Sect Master increased rapidly as Noah observed the level of power break past what he knew of the phantasmal rank and go above it. The process of aging rapidly increased as the power bubbled even higher, giving Noah a glimpse of the aura of the next stage as he observed the resplendent power of the transcendent rank. Transcendent. A level of power that Noah had not come across before, but he was getting a glimpse of it as he watched streaks of white light shoot out from the many disciples of the karmic sect and be absorbed by the glowing Sect Master Inuit. He was shocked at the sight but continued to be ready to act as soon as the signal was given. The stage was already set, with events unfolding rapidly in unknown directions. Amongst all these various events, a small group of beings huddled together as a white light expanded in a world experiencing a true apocalypse. Chapter 199, End of the Rope. Noah watched with clear eyes as the white light on the bodies of the beings from the karmic sect shone even brighter. There were hundreds of disciples behind Sect Master Inuit, and Noah began watching as one by one, they began shriveling up into aged figures that turned to dust soon after. He looked towards the sect master who was calmly continuing as if nothing was wrong while his disciples were falling and turning into dust deep in the sea. They have sown their seeds of karma, and are now repaying the favor I bestowed upon their lives long ago. The explanation seemed sufficient for the sect master as his disciples became aged and turned to dust, each time a white light coming towards him as his body shone even brighter and the power at transcendent rank consolidated even further. A few seconds, be ready. The white light became brighter and brighter as it acted like a beacon in the chaotic dark waters. Marshal Uncle Dylan was looking around in panic as he could not communicate with his sect in the world of cultivation, nor could he form a channel to get back, the situation looking dark for him and his disciples. He looked around to find the area of white light. He could discern a few figures as his eyes opened wide and began moving towards them. He wasn't the only one, as the remaining rulers of the demon world also found the area of calm and began moving forward, looking at it like their salvation. Noah continued to transfer the unwilling calamities of the sea into the spiritual land as the Kraken was the last one to remain in the outside world with him, along with the disciples of the karmic sect that continued to turn into dust. The Kraken had extremely black lines of tears coming out of its red eyes as it continued to hear the voice of his home. I know you are angry and saddened, my child, but be patient before you act from now on. This will be my last piece of advice for you now. Patience will be a bitter pill to swallow, but the fruits of it will blossom to make you even stronger in the future. Take care of your sibling, Gah. A piercing cry resounded throughout every single location in the lost world as the red rays of destructive light had reached a crucial origin of the world and began disintegrating everything around it. The cry brought out emotions of sadness and unwillingness from everything that heard it as the few islands in the lost world began to crumble as magma overflowed deep underwater. A few seconds. Sect Master Inuit's cry came as more than half of the disciples he was with had become husks of their former selves and turned to dust. Only the more powerful ones remained as they had aged bodies and came to CLU.S. turn near their sect master and Noah, who was still in his powerful Hydra form that allowed him to move even faster. Now. A brilliant white light flashed from the sect master as Noah transferred the Kraken, the remaining disciples of the karmic sect, and Inuit himself into his spiritual land. The white light that was released from Sect Master Inuit had expanded to cover a large area around them, but it was contracting just as fast. It wasn't fast enough though, as before it could retract completely. Spatial travel was cast once more, and this time the skill was not blocked. SAAA. A flash of light. That was all that happened, and the figures of Noah and the cultivators from the karmic sect were all but gone from the lost world of Atlantis. Only a few particles of dust remained where they were as Marshal Uncle Dylan and the rulers of the demon world arrived at the location as well. Despairing cries rang out as they found their salvation disappear in front of their eyes, the destruction around them continuing. Many areas around the lost world had become deadly and suffocating as land and sea quaked, the destructive rays released from the ship floating in space reaching and piercing through the planetary core. Some areas became dangerous and unlivable as living beings began dying en masse. The heavily protected and technological Atlantis had many buildings laying in waste as quakes continued to spread out. Panic and fear was apparent on the faces of millions of Atlanteans and merfolk who were still spread out over the vast area of Atlantis, but they could do nothing to change their fates. The painful and saddening cry of the world continued as it could only watch unwillingly as millions of the beings on it began to die, and it would follow soon after. Its large consciousness was directed at the floating interstellar ship that stood grandly in space as it let out calm but wrathful words towards it. Just as you have brought death to me and billions of innocent creatures, there will come a time for you as well. The words were wrathful but filled with strength as the entity at the center of the lost world continued to see its living beings die one after another. It was painful. Wretched. Unfair. Yet nothing could be done. Its voice had become weak as the control it had to hold everything together was disrupted and began losing strength, its core beginning to crumble. Death is the one universal thing we will all face. I'm only saddened I won't be able to watch your wretched deaths. Zing. Destruction had begun on a large scale as apocalyptic scenes were present across the lost world of Atlantis. Death throes could be heard from the remaining cultivators and demons that were dying in droves. The fear of rulers of the demon world only increased after a legendary ranked ruler met his death from an explosion of deadly magma from the depths of the sea, and yet they felt his true death. His soul did not return to the demon world. This caused fear in their hearts as they couldn't explain why someone like them would face true death through seemingly normal means, but what they didn't understand was the restrictive power the interstellar ship released did much more than just isolate communication and spatial transmission of the lost world. It was something completely out of their knowledge. Fear and terror overwhelmed the hearts of every thinking being in the lost world as they found themselves watching their ends come to them. The cultivators feared. The demons despaired. The Atlanteans and merfolk were sorrowful as they watched the deaths and destruction occurring en masse. Yet nothing could be done. There was nobody to save them. The beings left in the lost world experienced terror rarely felt across the universe, the terror of an unstoppable death with no way out. Were one to be looking far from space towards the large blue planet that was the lost world, they would notice a red streak of light shooting down from a huge ship while even more red streaks and cracks were forming across the entire planet. Those with perceptive eyes would even notice the thin golden barrier the ship had somehow released to cover the entirety of the blue planet. The red rays of destructive light that were shooting out of the ship stopped as this thin film of golden barrier seemingly became more reinforced. The ship did not need to continue sending down their destructive weapon as the planet had reached an irreversible position with its core ruptured and damaged. The only thing left was for it to completely shatter. Extreme heat was blazing across the largely water-based world as its core contracted and heated up, the continued reaction causing the heat to expand outwards, but it was knocked down and held inside the perimeters of the planet as the golden barrier released from the ship let nothing out. This caused an extremely cruel situation where the heat returned into the world as there was no way out, and the reaction only became worse as land and sea were both bubbling with fire. Whatever beings remained alive, no matter their rank, would be burned alive by the heat released from a dying planet. This heat was further concentrated as it wasn't even allowed to be released outwards. Tremendously powerful explosions resounded out as the lost world exploded in a supernova. The golden barrier around it stretched from the force of the supernova, but it stayed active, keeping to its objective of making sure nothing would come out of this planet alive. Minutes passed, and then hours as this process continued until the golden barrier was released, allowing what remained of the debris of the lost world to explode and spread outwards. That was all that remained of a large word that raised beings up to the phantasmal rank. Debris. Not a single being that was left in the lost world of Atlantis had survived. No matter if it was Atlantean, merfolk, demon, or cultivator, everything burned in a fiery death that continued for hours. The lost world with its expansive technology was no more. Nothing remained of it, only memories and hopes of a certain group of beings that had somehow managed to escape. Yet, under such an immense power that allowed for the death of this large world, what could they do? Chapter 200, Order. Clear skies and a blue sea stretched out for miles in all directions as a humongous figure appeared to disrupt this serenity. A menacing three-headed hydra with a complex expression on its monstrous face floated peacefully above the waters as its three heads gazed upwards. Noah had used spatial travel in the small window that Sect Master Inuit provided and made it back to his homeworld safe. In his spiritual land, he had a wide variety of beings collected, many of whom he could not bring himself to look at this moment in time. He observed the large body of the dictatorial kaiju Hydra, as he felt its tremendous strength that made him feel like he was at the top of the world. Yet at this moment in time, he felt weak. He felt weak as he thought of the enemies he did not even have knowledge of that forced him to run. He felt weak as he closed his eyes and recalled the images of despairing faces all over Atlantis as they felt their world break down. This feeling of weakness, it had been a long time since he last felt it. Maybe his mind was still affected by the saddening cries of the lost world when its core was being ripped apart, maybe he was just exhausted mentally after running around the lost world of Atlantis for so long, only to run as it was destroyed by foreign enemies. He let out a sigh as he deactivated his many skills, feeling his large body change as a tingling sensation spread throughout and he became a 2-meter-tall Atlantean with shining golden hair. He floated in the skies above the sea that was between the United Federation and the Blessed Empire as he thought about how to even face the beings who had their home entirely destroyed. He was in his thoughts when a small white light shot out from the spiritual land anchored on his body, and the figure of Sect Master Inuit appeared in the skies with him. Beings usually needed his authorization to enter or leave the spiritual land, but this mysterious sect master continued to do surprising things. His gaze looked older and wizened as he looked around the new world they were in and spoke out. Try not to despair too much over the fallen. For many beings, the time of their deaths is already written, and they cannot do anything to change it. His gaze traveled around Noah's homeworld as he seemed to know a great deal of things. Noah listened to this as he asked a question. He was pondering in his mind. What about my death? You mentioned you foresaw it. The eyes of the sect master sparkled at this question as he looked at Noah with a smile. Yes, my techniques showed me of your end, and yet here you are, very much alive. That is one of the things about death, too mysterious for even someone like me to give you any more understanding. Maybe your time was actually today and that destroyed world and my intervention stopped it, maybe it wasn't really your time and events flowed as they should have. It's too complicated to wrap our minds around this idea for beings of our level, so we can put them aside for now and focus on what to do next. Cryptic words that didn't add anything useful to his knowledge were all that came out from the sect master's mouth as Noah stared into his white eyes and nodded. Before we get to your goals, tell me more about the force that took down the lost world as if it was nothing. The whiteness in the eyes of the sect master flashed as a frown appeared on his face. Ah, yes. The Celestials. Beings from many different worlds that banded together to supposedly maintain the order of the universe. There are very few forces that would even dare to stand against them. Incredulousness was all that was on Noah's mind as he heard of the identity of beings he had falsely played as some time back. The world engine that Atlantis created was a piece of technology that defied the norms, allowing the lost world to actually change and mask its position in the universe with but a thought from the world core. After finding out about this, the Celestials sat on their high chairs and decided to wipe out the world that was playing around with such dangerous technology under the name of restoring and maintaining the order of the universe. The wizened sect master swept his eyes across the vast blue sea in Noah's homeworld as he continued. It was all under the name of maintaining the rule of the universal laws. Worlds should not be able to do what the lost world was doing, so they stopped it. It was as simple as that. They didn't have any malicious feelings towards the beings in that world, and they didn't hate or despise any of them. They were just doing what they believed to be the correct course of action. It didn't matter that an entire world would have to burn for it. Noah felt his hands slightly trembling in anger as he heard a bit about the ideology of the superpower he had only briefly learned about in his memories. The cries of the dying lost world reappeared in his mind as it seemed the effects of it which caused tears to unconsciously fall from his eyes still lingered. Even more saddening were the cries he could hear in his spiritual land where the remaining calamities of the sea and a few tens of thousands of Atlanteans and merfolk resided. He still couldn't bring himself to face them as he only knew a portion of what they could be feeling right now. He knew only a little about the despair and anger they were feeling as he had gone through an event where he lost those dear to him as well, but it was never at this stage. It was never this big. He let out a sigh as he asked the sect master. Knowing all of this, why exactly did you travel to the lost world to find someone like me? A brilliant smile erupted from the face of the wizened old man standing in front of Noah as a grand story was weaved out. The world of cultivation. It was a prime world, a powerful world where some of the recognizable powers in the universe played in. What did a being that earned the title of sect master in this world want with a budding individual in a far corner of the universe? Part 3 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.